This is Audible.
Savage. Written by Richard Laymon. Narrated by Peter Bishop. I love my work and want to start again. You will soon hear of me with my funny little games. My knife is nice and sharp. I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. From a letter dated 25th of September 1888. Attributed to Jack the Ripper. God did not make men equal. Colonel Colt did. Anonymous Westerner. Prologue, wherein I aim to whet your appetite for the tale of my adventures. London's East End was rather a dicey place, but that's where I found myself, a 15-year-old youngster with more sand than sense, on the night of 8th of November 1888. That was some 20 years back, so it's high time I put pen to my story before I commence to forget the particulars or get snakebite. It all started because I went off to find my Uncle William and fetch him back so he could deal with Barnes. Uncle was a police constable, you see. He was a mighty tough hombre to boot. A few words or licks from him, and that rascal Barnes wasn't ever likely to lay another belt on Mother. So I set out, round 9 o'clock, reckoning I'd be back with Uncle in less than an hour. But it wasn't in the cards for me to find him. The way it all played out, I never saw Uncle William again at all, and I wasn't to set eyes again on my dear mother for many a year. Sometimes you wish you could start from scratch and get a chance to do things differently. Can't be done, however, and maybe that's for the best. Why, I used to pine for Mother and miss my chums and wonder considerable about the life I might have known if only I hadn't gone off to Whitechapel that night. I still have my regrets along those lines, but they don't amount to much anymore. You see, it's like this. I ended up in some terrible scrapes and got my face rubbed in more than a few ungodly horrors. But there were fine times aplenty through it all. I found wonderful adventures and true friends. I found love. And up to now, I haven't gotten myself killed. Had some narrow calls, run-ins with all manner of ruffians, with mobs and posses after my hide, with Jack the Ripper himself. But I'm still here to tell the tale, which is what I aim to do right now. With kindest regards from the author, Trevor Wellington Bentley, Tucson, Arizona, 1908. Part 1. Off to Whitechapel and on to America. Chapter 1. The Gentleman Barnes. It was a lovely night to be indoors, where I sat all warm and lazy by the fire in our lodgings on Marylebone High Street. I had survived the awful tedium of studying my school lessons, needn't have bothered with those really. The servant had gone off to see her sweetheart, and I was perking up considerable with the help of Tom and Huck, who were hatching wild schemes to help Jim escape from Uncle Silas and Aunt Sally. Tom was an exasperating fellow. He never did anything the easy way. Keen as I was on Mr. Twain's book, however, I kept an ear open for the sounds of footfalls on the stairs, and I kept not hearing any. There was just the sound of rain rapping on the window panes. Mother should have been back some time ago. She'd left directly after supper to give her Thursday night violin lesson to Liz McNaughton, who had but one leg due to a carriage mishap on Lombard Street. Though it was mean-spirited of me, I found myself wishing Liz had kept her leg and lost an arm. Would have put a damper on her violining. That way, Mother would have been spared the chore of paying her a visit on such a rough night, and I would have been spared my worries. But worry I did. I could never rest easy when Mother was away at night. I had no father, nor any but the foggiest memory of him, as he'd been a soldier attached to the Berkshires, and was fetched up dead by a Giselle bullet at the Battle of Mainwand when I was just a sprout. Growing up fatherless, I had a morbid dread of losing Mother as well. So while I wondered what had delayed her return that night, I conjured up a whole passel of dreadful fates queuing up to have a go at her. Even in more normal times she might have been run down by a hansom, or attacked by cutthroats, or met some other terrible end. But these were not normal times, what with the Whitechapel murderer lurking around with his knife. While most of the folks in London knew only what they read in the newspapers, I was quite well versed on all the grim particulars of the Ripper's atrocities due to Uncle William, who worked out of the Leman Street police station. He had not only gotten a first-hand look at two of the victims right where they fell, but he took a keen delight in regaling me, when Mother wasn't about, with gory descriptions of what he'd seen. Oh, his eyes merrily flashed with mischief and relish. I've no doubt he was quite amused at how I must have blanched. However, I was always eager to hear more. Tonight, awaiting Mother's return, I wished I knew nothing of the Ripper. I told myself there was no reason to fear that he might strike her down. After all, one-legged Lizzie's flat was no closer to the East End than our own. The Ripper would have had to roam far from his usual hunting grounds before coming into our neighbourhoods. Besides, it was still too early in the night for him to be out stalking, and he only killed hares. Mother certainly ought to be safe from him. But I made my head sore with worrying. By and by, I set the book aside and took to pacing the floor, all in a bother. I'd been at this a while before a door shut down below. That was followed by heavy, staggering footfalls on the stairway. Mother's step was usually quick and light. Curious, I hurried out and peered down the stairs. There, struggling beneath the weight of Rolf Barnes, was Mother. "Mum! Give us a hand!" I rushed down and took the other side of the rascal. He was soaked to the bone and stank of rum. Though he hardly seemed able to keep his legs beneath him as we wrestled him up the stairs, he mumbled and growled deep in his cups. "We aren't taking him in, are we now?" "We most certainly are. Mind your tongue, young man. He might have perished in the street." And such a shame that would have been, I thought, but I held my tongue. Barnes had a habit of turning into a brutish lout after he'd taken a few sips, going foul of mouth and mean of temper. However, he'd fought at my father's side in the Second Afghan War. The way he told it, they'd been great chums to the bitter end. I always reckoned him a liar on that score, but Mother wasn't about to find fault with the man. From the very start, she treated him like a regular member of the family. Not that she was gone over him. She had the good sense, at least, to reject his amorous advances, so far as I know. Even after declining his marriage proposal some years ago, however, she'd never turned him away from our door. And tonight, by all appearances, she had dragged him through it. "Where did you find him?" I asked as we fought our way up the stairs. "He'd fallen in a heap in front of the Boar's Head." "Ah," said I, "the pub was just at the corner. He was likely waiting in ambuscade, and fell in his heap when he saw you coming along. Trevor!" With that, I concentrated on the job at hand. Barnes grumbled and cursed all the while as we helped him into our flat. Mother responded with murmurs of, "Poor fellow," and "You're soaked through," and "You'll catch your death for sure," and "What shall we do with you?" What we did with him was remove his coat and settle him down on the sofa. It fell upon me to remove his sodden boots while Mother took off her own coat, then hurried off to make tea. I reckon it was her mistake, leaving me alone with him, my mistake speaking up. I spoke up mostly to myself, muttering really. I didn't expect a chap in his condition to hear me, much less comprehend. What I said was, "Bloody cur." Quick as the words left my lip, his fist met my nose and sent me reeling backward. I dropped to the floor. In the next few moments, Barnes proved himself quite lively for a fellow far gone with drink. He bounded over to me, dropped onto my chest, and pounded me nearly senseless before Mother came running to my aid. "Rolf!" she shouted. He clubbed my face once more with his huge fist. Then he tumbled off as Mother tugged his hair. My mind all afog, I tried to muster the strength to rise, but I could only lie there and watch while Barnes grabbed Mother's wrist and scurried up. He pulled her to him and struck her face such a blow that it rocked her head sideways and sent spittle flying from her lips. Then he flung her across the room. She fell against an armchair with such force that she rammed it into the wall. On her knees before it, she lifted her head off the cushion and tried to push herself up. Barnes was already behind her. "Too good for me, is it?" He swatted the back of her head. "You and your scurvy whelp." He smacked her head again and she cowered against the chair, burying her face in her arms. Barnes clutched the nape of her neck with one hand. With the other, he tore the back off her blouse. "No!" Mother gasped. "Rolf, please, the boy!" She tried to raise her head, but he cuffed it again. Then he tugged her underthings down to her waist, bearing her back entirely. I was not so stunned by the several blows that I didn't flush with shame and outrage. "Stop it!" I yelled, trying to get up. Ignoring me, Barnes snatched the heady belt from around his waist. He doubled the leather strap and swung it. With a crack like a gunshot, it lashed my mother's back. She let out a startled, hurt yelp. Across the creamy skin of her back was a broad, ruddy stripe. He got in 2 more licks. I had tears in my eyes as I swung the fireplace poker with all my strength. The iron rod caught him just above the ear and sent him stumbling sideways, the belt still raised overhead in readiness to strike another blow against Mother. He shouldered a wall, bounced off it, and dropped like a tree. I pranced around for a bit, kicking him. Then I realized he was knocked out and in no condition to appreciate my efforts, so I figured to finish him off. I straddled him, got a good grip on the poker, and was all set to stove in his skull when a shout stopped me. "Trevor, no!" Mother, suddenly standing before me, threw out an arm to ward off the blow. "Stand back," I warned. "Leave him be. See what you've done to him?" With that she fell to her knees at the scoundrel's head and hunkered over him. I gazed at her poor back. The thick welts were blurry through my tears. Here and there, trickles of blood made bright red threads along her skin. "Thank the Lord you haven't killed him." "I jolly well shall." She looked up at me. She said not a word, nor was a word needed. I held the poker from my hand, then stepped away from the still body and wiped my eyes. I sniffed. The sore, wet feel of my nose got me to look down, and I found the front of my shirt soaked with blood. I dragged out a handkerchief to stop my nose from bleeding, then dropped into a chair. I would have liked to tip back my head, but I dared not take my eyes off Barnes. Mother came to me. She stroked my hair. "He hurt you awfully." "He whipped you, Mum." "It was the liquor, no doubt. He's not an evil man." "Evil enough, I should say. I do wish you'd let me spill his brains." "Such talk." She ruffled my hair in a manner that seemed rather playful. "It comes of reading, no doubt." "It comes of watching him whip you." "Novels are wonderful things, darling, but you must remember that they're make-believe. It's an easy matter to dispatch a villain in a story. He isn't flesh and blood, you see. He's paper and ink. Spilling a bloke's brains can be rather a lark, but that's not life, my dear. If you killed Rolf, it would weigh on your soul like a cold, black hand. It would trouble you all your life, keeping you awake at night and tormenting you every day." Well, she spoke in such an earnest, solemn manner that I was suddenly mighty glad she'd stopped me from dispatching Barnes. Though I was sure she'd never killed a person, she knew deep in her heart about the burden of it. Since that time, I've sent many a fellow to hell. I've lost more than a trifle of sleep over it, but the greater burdens on my soul don't come from those I've killed. They come because I didn't kill some rascal soon enough. Anyhow, Barnes was still among the breathing. It'd be wrong to polish him off, or so we were both convinced at the time, but I got to worrying about what might befall us if he should wake up. When her lecture ran down, I got off my chair and said, "We've got to do something about him, you know. He's likely to be at us again." "I'm afraid you're right." We both stared at him. So far he hadn't stirred, but he was snoring a bit. "I know just the thing," I said, and hurried off to my room. I returned a moment later with a pair of steel handcuffs, a Christmas gift from Uncle William, who thought I'd make a fine constable one day and wished to whet my appetite for the calling. Together, Mother and I rolled Barnes over. I brought his hands up behind his back and fastened the bracelets around his wrists. We stood up and admired our work. "That should do splendidly," Mother said. "Shall I go out and fetch a bobby?" Her face darkened. She frowned and shook her head slowly from side to side. "He'd be carted off to jail for sure." "That's where he ought to be." "Oh, I'd rather not have that." "Mum, he whipped you. There's no telling what mischief he'd have done if I hadn't bashed him. He must be dealt with." She was silent for a while. She stroked her cheek a few times. She flinched once, probably due to the sorry state of her back. Finally she said, "Bill would know what to do." I liked the sound of that. Bill would know what to do, all right. Give him a peek at his sister's back, and he would deal with Barnes in a most appropriate manner. "I'll go and fetch him," I said. Mother glanced at the clock on the mantel. So did I. It was nearly 9. "Best wait for morning," she said. "He doesn't go on duty till midnight. I've plenty of time to catch him before he sets off. And there's the rain." "A drop of rain won't hurt me." I tucked the bloody handkerchief back into my pocket, rushed across the floor, and hefted the poker. "You keep this at hand, and don't hesitate to use it." Nodding, she accepted the poker. I hurried into my room. There, I snatched up my ivory-handled folding knife, another gift from Uncle. I thought to offer it to Mother. A good sharp blade might be better than a poker for helping Barnes to mind his manners. However, I decided she might be loath to use such a deadly weapon, so I kept it for myself. And a good thing I did so. Later on, it was to save my life. When I returned to the front room, Barnes was still snoozing. I got into my coat. Mother gave me a few shillings. "Take a hansom, darling." Then she forced an umbrella on me. She gave me a hasty kiss. I said, "Be careful now, Mum. Don't trust him an inch." Then I was on my way. Chapter 2. I set out. From the street, I gazed up at our bright, cheery windows and didn't mind the cold rain on my face. What I minded was leaving Mother with Barnes. I wish I bashed him better. He was bound to wake up, and Mother, being so good-hearted and forgiving, would take pity on him. She'd want to ease his distress. Given half the chance, she'd unlock his handcuffs so he could stretch his arms and get comfortable and take a sip of tea, and then he'd be at her again. She might have a problem finding the key, however, as I had it in my trouser pocket. I was feeling a bit pleased about that when Mother came to one of the windows. Spying me, she raised a hand and wiggled her fingers. I waved back, never guessing this would be my last glimpse of her for many a year. Then I opened the umbrella and set off at a quick, splashy pace. It didn't take long to reach the cab rank at the corner of Baker Street and Dorset Street, where my eyes lit on the familiar, round figure of Dawes. Glad to find him on duty, I hurried over to him. Dawes and his horse were both spouting white clouds, the one from a briar pipe turned upside down to keep out the rain, the other from its nostrils as it snorted. "Master Bentley," he greeted me, the pipe bobbing in his teeth and shaking out a shower of sparks that drifted down and sprinkled the bulging front of his coat. "Good evening, Dawes. Hello, Blossom." I gave the horse a solid pat on the neck. "I'm off to my uncle's, 23 Guildford Street." "And how's Mum?" "We've had a spot of trouble," I said. "Hello, trouble, is it?" He gave the brim of his top hat a tug. "Bill's just the chap to set it right, I'd say. Jump aboard." I scurried into the cab. It pitched like a skiff in a storm when Dawes, at the rear, hurled his bulk into the driver's seat. "Mind your teeth," he called out. With a snap of the reins, we were off at such a lurch that I was thrown against the seat pack. We raced along at an amazing clip. I should have thought Blossom incapable of such speed. Her hooves clamoured like cannon shots on the pavement as Dawes shouted and cracked his whip near our rump. On more than one occasion, dashing round street corners, we tipped and nearly overturned. It was a rousing ride from start to finish, and I should have enjoyed it greatly if my mind hadn't been burdened with worries about Mother. When I found us in front of Uncle's lodging house, I leapt to the street before we had stopped. "Watch your step," Dawes called, rather too late. I wasn't in the puddle more than a moment before I regained my feet. With a drippy wave to assure Dawes that I hadn't ruined myself, I ran for the front door of Uncle's. But it was Aunt Maggie who opened to my knocking. She looked greatly surprised to see me. "Trevor, and you out on such a night?" She darted her head about, peering into the darkness behind me. "Where's Catherine?" "She sent me to fetch Uncle William. We had a row with Rolf Barnes, and she's home keeping guard on him. Come in out of the wet." Though in a haste to be off, I followed Aunt's instructions. When dealing with the female breed, I knew even then that explanations wasted a passel more time than simple obedience. They're a thick-headed lot. For stubbornness, they've got mules beat by a mile. "You're a dreadful sight," she said. "You're soaking wet. You'll catch pneumonia for sure. What happened to your face?" "Oh, dear." She touched my cheek, which hadn't hurt much up till she started poking at it. "Barnes do this to you?" "Yes, and he whipped Mum with his belt." Aunt's eyes widened, her mouth opened, then closed a bit, and she pursed out her lips. "Oh, Bill will just about kill him." "That's what I'm hoping for," I admitted, and wished she would get around, some day, to calling him. "My cab's ready to go." I pointed it out to her. Dawes answered with a cheery wave. "Bill's not here, of course." "Of course." "He's not?" "Why, no. He hasn't gone on duty yet. He went off hours ago. It's this horrid Ripper business, you know. They have him working double shifts, so the poor man's rarely home at all." The news didn't perk me up. Now, what was I to do? "Mum wants me to fetch him," I muttered. "That's quite impossible, really, I should think. Would you care for some tea and a bite?" "The cab." "Oh, yes. You'd best ride it on home, then. I'm supposed to fetch Bill." Aunt Maggie frowned. "Are you quite all right?" "I don't much care to leave without him." "He isn't here, Trevor." She said those words very slowly, as if speaking to a half-wit. "Yes, I understand. He's on duty." "Quite. Rest assured, however, I'll certainly tell him first thing about Barnes, and he'll take the matter in hand. Tomorrow." "First thing tomorrow. Now you hurry on back to Catherine." "Yes, ma'am." "Yes, ma'am, is it?" With a tilt of her head, she fixed her eyes on me and squeezed them narrow, studying me out. Though I tried real hard to look innocent, it didn't wash. She nodded to herself. I'll have a word with the cabman, if you please. I hailed Dawes. He climbed down off the hansom and scurried for us, nimble and quick, puffing smoke. While I waited, Aunt Maggie hot-footed it into the parlour. I heard her clinking some coins. She came back about the same time Dawes showed up at the door and doffed his hat. "I wish you to return young Trevor here straight away to his own lodgings," she said. "I fear he has other intentions, but you're to mind what I tell you, as I'm paying his fare and giving you a bit of something extra." She emptied her fist into Dawes' hand. "Ride him to 35 Marylebone High Street, and nowhere else. Is that quite understood?" Quite, yes. Not to worry. Back to his mum it is, or I'm no Dawes, and I am, yes." She gave me a quick look as if choosing a target, then kissed the bruised part of my cheek. "Now off with you," she said. "Come along, Master Bentley." Polite as you please, I bid farewell to Aunt Maggie and hurried off with Dawes. "Could you take me home by way of the Leman Street police station?" I asked. But I couldn't do that. Dawes gave his word, he did. His word's his bondage." "But you're my friend, aren't you?" "I'm pleased to think so." He gave me a swat on the back. "Now you wouldn't ask your friend to break his word, would you?" "I suppose not," I muttered, and stepped aboard. The cab shook as it did before when Dawes climbed to the driver's seat, but this time it didn't bound away with a lurch. Dawes clucked and Blossom snorted, and we started rolling along. I sat there, having low-down thoughts about Aunt Maggie. She always had been rather a stick in the mud, and now she'd done her best to spoil my mission. Well, it just wasn't in me to get carted home like a prisoner. I'd set out to fetch Uncle William, and that's what I aimed to do. As John McSween would later say, "You do what you reckon needs the doing, and damn them that tries to stop you." Though I wouldn't be meeting up with John for a spell yet, that was just how I felt about matters while Dawes was turning the hansom around. I jumped out. This time my feet cooperated. I hit the street running. "Trevor!" Dawes shouted. "Cheerio!" I yelled. With a glance back and a wave, I raced around a corner. I rather expected Dawes to give chase, and he proved me right. Blossom came along at a trot and the cab rattled by, Dawes keeping a lookout for me from his perch. Well hidden in the dark of an alleyway, I watched them pass. Soon they were gone, and so was Mother's umbrella, which I'd left behind in the heat of my escape. The umbrella was in good hands, however. An honest fellow like Dawes was bound to drop it home for me. Feeling rather proud of my daring do, I crept out of the alley. A four-wheeler went by, but there was no sign of any hansom, so I returned to Guildford Street and struck out, heading east. Directly across the road was Coram Fields, and a straight shot up Guildford Street should take me to Gray's Inn Road. There, a turn to the right would lead to Holborn, which I could follow eastward to an area where a map might have proved quite useful if I'd had one at hand. With confidence born of youth and ignorance, however, I never doubted that I'd somehow find my way to the Leman Street station and locate Uncle William. Chapter 3. Me and the Unfortunates. And so I set off at a brisk pace for Gray's Inn Road. I kept a sharp lookout for hansoms. Dawes may have given up on me, but I took no chances and ducked out of sight on the rare occasions a cab came rolling along. Gray's Inn Road led me, sure enough, to Holborn. I scooted along at a fair clip that had me huffing and warm in spite of being soaked to the skin. Whenever I got an urge to slow down, I pictured Mother alone with Barnes, maybe watching out the window and wondering why I hadn't shown up yet with Uncle Bill. Barnes wasn't likely to harm her, not shackled like he was. He might even snooze along till morning, but Mother would like as not have a rough night of it. Anyway, what was waiting for me, she was bound to worry, and she'd be worrying all the more if Dawes should pay her a visit and tell her how I dodged away. By the time Holborn started to be Newgate Street, I'd stopped dodging hansoms. I even gave some thought to hailing one and taking a ride back home. Dang my hide, though, my pride just wouldn't allow it. I'd started off to fetch Uncle Bill, and I aimed to get the job done. Before I knew it, I was hot-footing it past the Bank of England. I cut across the road, rushed on by the pillars in front of the Royal Exchange, and got to Cornhill. Cornhill went in the right direction, and I followed it. Pretty soon I was in foreign territory. Leadenhall Street? I'd never been this far east, but east is where I wanted to go. So far, there'd only been a handful of people about, but that changed. The farther I walked, the more turned up. They roamed the streets, sat in the doorways of lodging-houses, stumbled out of pubs and music halls, leaned against lamp-posts, lurked in dark alleyways. They were a sorry-looking lot. I saw mere tykes and many youngsters no older than myself. Some just roamed about like stray dogs. Others seemed to be having a good time with their chums, chasing each other and such. Every one of them was barefoot and coatless and dressed in rags. They shouldn't have been out in the cold and rain, but I figured they must have no place better to go. Some of the grown-ups wore boots and coats, but plenty didn't. A lot of the women had shawls pulled over their heads to keep the rain off. There were men in hats with brims pulled down as if they didn't want anyone to see their faces. Nobody at all had an umbrella, so it was just as well I'd lost mine. Even without a brolly, the cut of my duds made me stand out all too much. Heads turned as I hurried by. Folks called out to me, some came my way, but I picked up my pace and left them behind. They're likely just curious, I kept telling myself. They don't mean to harm me. Mother likes to call such folks unfortunates. Uncle Bill, when he had me alone to regale me with Ripper stories, put it otherwise. To him, the unfortunates were a godless crew of cutthroats, whores, riffraff, and urchins, who dwelled with vermin, carried horrible diseases, and would cheerfully slit a fellow's gullet for a halfpenny. I figured Mother's view was tempered by the goodness of her heart, while Uncle Bill's was likely jaundiced by the nature of his work, and the real truth might fall somewhere in the middle. The people all around me sure did look unfortunate, but they couldn't all be ruffians and whores. I'd read enough to know plenty of them worked hard at such places as slaughterhouses, docks, and tailoring shops. Some were peddlers, carters, and dustmen. They did the hard and dirty work, and just didn't earn much at it, that's all. As I walked along, however, I couldn't help but get the jitters. Uncle Bill might have a tainted view of things, but that didn't mean he was altogether wrong. I kept a sharp eye out. As John McSween would later tell me, "Look sharp, Willie. You want to spot trouble before it spots you." And what I spotted, just about then, was a gal up against a lamppost. Her curly hair was all matted down with rain. She looked older than me, but not by much. Except for a bruised, puffy eye, she was rather pretty. She wore a long dress and had a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. As I got closer, she pushed herself away from the post and took a step toward me. I pulled up short. This might be one of those whores Uncle Bill had told me about. I got all hot and squirmy inside. Figuring the wise move would be a quick bolt for the high ground, I glanced across the street. But over there was a legless fellow propped against a wall. He had a patch over one eye and a bottle at his mouth. He wasn't about to chase after me, but I didn't much relish getting any closer to him than I already was. So I stayed my course. The gal walked right up to me. I stopped and gave her a smile that made my lips hurt. Then I did a sidestep, hoping to dodge her. She sidestepped right along with me. She grinned. "What's your awful hurry?" she asked. I reckon that's what she asked. It sounded like, "What's her awful hurry?" Her breath fairly reeked of beer. "I'm afraid I've lost my way. I'm trying to find—" There, I hesitated. It might not do at all to let such a person know I was looking for a police station. "I'm on my way to Laymon Street," I told her. "Is that far from here?" "Laymon Street, is it? Well, Sue, she'll take you right there, won't she?" Once I'd figured out what she'd said, I felt my stomach sink. "Oh, that's not necessary. If you'd just be good enough to tell me." But she stepped right in against my side, took my arm, and commenced to drag me along. Mixed with her beery fumes was a flowery, sweet odour of perfume that wanted to clog my nose. "No, it's quite all right," I protested. "A young toff such as yourself, and you'd be sure to run afoul of the likes of which would do you horrible harm and likely leave you for dead, and you shouldn't want that now, should you? Sue, she'll see you safely along, and will get where you're bound by going by and by." "Thank you, but—" This way, this way." She steered me around a corner. We were on a street even narrower than the one we'd left behind. Several of the gas lamps were out, leaving big patches of blackness. On both sides were lodging houses, many with broken windows. Few had lights inside. I glimpsed people in doorways and leaning against walls and roaming about in the darkness ahead of us. If I had to be in such a place, I was glad to have company. "What's your name?" Sue asked. "Trevor." "And Trevor, do you like me?" She pulled my arm so it met up with the swell of her bosom. Not wanting to offend her, I let it stay. "You're very kind," I said. She gave a throaty laugh. "Kind, is it? Oh, but you're a sweet young toff, and a brave one at that." She turned her face to me, and her beery breath rubbed my cheek. "Am I a pretty one?" Her face was only a blur in the darkness, but I easily recalled how she'd looked under the street lamp. Besides, I would have agreed that she was a pretty one, even if she'd looked like the back end of a horse, just to keep her happy. "You're quite pretty," I said. You'd like a go at me, now wouldn't you? A go? I wasn't sure what that might entail, but it scared me plenty. My mouth got dry, and my heart started whamming so hard I could barely catch my breath. It's awfully late, I said, and I really am in quite a rush, but thank you anyway. Oh, you're such a shy one, aren't you? With that, she steered me into an alley. No, please, I protested. I don't think... Now, it won't take any time at all, Trevor, and then we'll be right along our way. Sue was just about my own height. She might have outweighed me some, but I was strong for my size and quick. Could have broken away from her if I'd tried. Didn't try. For one thing, I didn't relish losing my one and only guide through dangerous territory. For another, I didn't want to hurt Sue's feelings. And then, too, I'd never had a go at anyone. Here was my chance to learn, firsthand, what it was all about. By the time I decided this was neither where I wanted to do my learning, nor who I wanted to learn it from, Sue had me pushed against a brick wall. She unbuttoned my coat and spread it open. Then she commenced to rub me through my shirt. It felt just fine, but that was nothing to when she rubbed me down below. If this was what having a go was all about, I'd been missing plenty. I was all-fired embarrassed. But that didn't count near as much as the rest of the way I was feeling. Before I knew it, she'd unwrapped her shawl and lifted my hands and planted them smack on her bosoms. There was nothing except thin, wet cloth between them and me. I could feel their heat coming through. They were big and springy and soft, with parts that pushed like little fingertips against my palms. I knew I shouldn't be touching her there. I reckoned it was a sin, for sure, and I might be risking hell. If Uncle Bill could see me now, he'd tan my hide. Mother would likely faint dead away. But I didn't care a whit about that. All I cared about was how good those bosoms felt and how good Sue's hands were making me feel. Nobody's ever touched me down there, that was for sure. Whore or not, Sue seemed just then to be the finest human being I'd ever encountered in my whole life. Then she fetched me up a whack. A quick, hard punch below decks. I felt like my guts were exploding up through my stomach. She scampered out of reach. I crumpled. My knees hit the mud. As I clenched myself, I heard her call out in a rough whisper, "Ned! Bob!" In a trice, all three of them were having at me. They trounced me good, but I got in a few licks. I caught Sue a good one on the chin, which pleased me greatly. All around, though, I took the worst of it. They stripped me of my coat and shirt and shoes. But when they went for my trousers, I hauled out my knife and got the blade open right smart and split open the nearest arm. Don't know whether it belonged to Ned or Bob, but whichever, he let out a howl and scurried out of range. I got to my feet and fell back against the wall and slashed at the fellows when they tried for me. They grunted and cursed and leapt away from my blade. "Come on, you bloody swines," I raved. "I'll rip your guts out. Come and get it. I'll cut you up for bangers." Sue stood back, watching, hanging on to the booty. I just kept ranting and slashing. Ned and Bob finally gave up trying for me. They backed off, huffing for breath, one of them clutching his gashed arm. "Well, go in and get him, you fools," Sue said. "We ain't got nary a bob off him yet. He's got pockets full of coins, he does. I felt them there." They both looked at her. "Well, go on." The one I hadn't cut took her up on it. He came rushing at me, growling. He flung out an arm to block my knife. I went under it. He slammed me hard against the wall. My blade punched straight into his belly. His breath gushed out, hot and stinky in my face. For a while, he didn't move. I felt his blood pouring over my hand, running down my belly and soaking the front of my trousers. Then he backed away. He slid off the blade, clutching his stomach. He took a couple of steps. He sat down hard. From the splashing sound, he must have found himself a puddle. "Bloody hell," he muttered. "I've been killed." Sue and the other fellow bolted. I was alone in the alley with a man I'd stabbed. He was making awful sounds, whining and moaning and crying. "I'm sorry," I told him, "but you shouldn't have come at me. You've gone and killed me dead is what you've done." "I'm awfully sorry," I said, and I was. He let out a bellow that curdled my blood. I ran, not out into the street. That's where Sue and her confederate had gone. Instead, I dashed the other way, deeper into the black pit of the alley. Chapter 4. The Mob. I hot-footed around the corner of a building at the end of the alley and almost ran down a woman standing there under a street lamp. I thought, just for a blink, that she was Sue. She gave me an awful start. But I gave her a worse start. She screamed and I skidded to a stop in front of her. She was much too large to be Sue. To her, however, I must have looked just right for Jack the Ripper. "Murder!" she shrieked and flapped her hands in the air. "Help! Murder! It's him! The Ripper!" There I stood, bare to the waist, my trousers bloody, a knife in my hand. Can't say I blamed her much for getting riled. "I'm not," I gasped. "Please." Still shouting and waving her arms, she stumbled backwards a few steps and fell on her bum. "Help!" she blurted. "Murder! Bloody murder!" Suddenly, she wasn't the only one yelling. From all up and down the street came cries of alarm and rage. The voices had people with them, people running toward me. Plenty of them. I lit out. They were coming from both sides, so I raced straight across the street, aiming for another alley. Through all the shouts of murder, and the Ripper, and he won't get away, and he'll get a taste of steel from me, and kill him, came the high, shrill piping of police whistles. From the sounds of things, I had 3 constables after me. Where in tarnation had they been when I was getting attacked? I made it into the alley well ahead of the mob and chugged along through the darkness, wondering if Uncle Bill might be one of the whistleblowers, but mostly wishing the sounds hadn't come from so far away. The folks on my tail had blood on their minds. I reckoned I wouldn't have none left by the time the police caught up. While I was still running through the alley, I folded my knife and dropped it back into my pocket. That was a good move. With the knife out of sight, I didn't get myself jumped by the excited folks on the next street over. Before any of them took a notion to grab me, I gasped out, "Which way'd he go?" I tried to sound like a neighborhood fellow. The words came out, "Which way'd he go?" Shoulders shrugged, head shook. "Who?" asked a man with a clay pipe. "What's going on?" asked a fat woman. "Didn't you see him?" I blurted. "Ain't seen the Ripper," I cried out. Then I pointed down the dark, rainy street. "There he is." Several women started yelling and screaming. "Come on," I said, "let's get him." I vamoosed without more than a few seconds to spare before the mob came pouring out of the alley. Now I was at the head of my own little mob. It consisted of 4 men who were all a bother to chase down the Ripper, same as those behind us, but who didn't figure out I was him. We were fresher than the other bunch. We managed to stay ahead of them. Every now and again I'd yell, "There!" and point, and we'd rush around a corner. This section of town had corners galore. The streets were short and narrow and twisty, chock full of alleys and doorways and courts, and just more corners than you could shake a stick at. By and by, when it looked clear behind us, I grabbed my side like I had a stitch in it and slowed down. The others looked back at me. I waved them forward. "Go on," I huffed. "Don't let him get away. Went to the right up there." They hurried on ahead. I ducked into the dark under an arch, and not a moment too soon. Along came the other crew. They were looking mighty haggard. One fellow flung an arm and waved at my crowd. "We're with you," he called. "Get him!" The whole bunch hurried by. I counted 8 of them. Not a constable in the bunch. Not one in uniform, at least. That made me darn glad I'd outfoxed them. Well, I stayed where I was for a while, catching my wind and trying to figure out a safe move. Returning to the streets didn't seem to be it. Not a few folks had gotten a look at me, and even more had likely heard that the Whitechapel murderer was a 15-year-old chap running about shirtless. I had to get a shirt. Then I'd be all right. And I wouldn't be freezing so bad either. With all the action, I hadn't been bothered much by the rain and cold, but the longer I crouched there in the darkness, the worse I felt. Even though the arch kept rain from falling on me, I was already drenched. Before long, I was all a shiver. My teeth took to chattering up a storm. I hugged my chest and rubbed my goose-pimply arms, but that didn't help much. A shirt was just what I needed. That and a coat and shoes. And a pair of dry trousers, too. A magic wand would have come in right handy. Lacking that, my only recourse appeared to be thievery. I'd already handled the breasts of a whore and stabbed a man, so turning robber didn't seem like any great sin. Besides, it was necessary for self-preservation. When it comes down to saving my own hide, I'll do pretty much anything short of betraying a friend. That's a fact. It grieves me to think about some of what I've had to do over the years when it was touch and go with the Grim Reaper. Stealing some duds is about the least awful on my whole long list. It seemed like a big thing at the time, though. I'd never stolen anything up till then, but I sure did need a shirt. So finally, I stood up and stretched out my kinks. Turning away from the street, I crept through the narrow passageway and found myself in the courtyard of a lodging house. The arch wasn't over my head anymore, and rain was falling on me again. I figured some of the rooms had to be empty, though. All I had to do was find one and break in. The nearest door, just to my right, was room number 13. That ain't a lucky number, so I passed it by for the moment and scouted around. A few of the other rooms, further on, had lights glowing dim in their windows. I heard people laughing and carousing in some of them. But the window just around a corner from number 13 was dark. It was broken, too, and had a rag stuffed in its hole to keep the weather out. I listened for a while. No sound at all came from beyond the window. That didn't mean the room was empty, but it gave me hope. I went back to the door and rapped it softly a few times. Nobody spoke up, so I tried the knob. The way it gave, I could tell the door wasn't locked, but I couldn't shove it open. Figuring it must be bolted from the inside so the room wasn't deserted after all, I nearly gave up. Then it came to me that whoever lived there might have used a different door to leave by. Back at the window, I pulled out the rag. I put my face to the hole in the glass and called softly, "Hello? Is anybody here?" No answer came. I stuck my arm through the hole, reaching around toward the door, and the very first thing I touched was its bolt. Well, this seemed like the greatest luck ever. 13 might be an unlucky number for some, I thought, but not for me. I slid that bolt back real easy, then pulled my arm out of the window, being careful not to get it cut. After that, I stuffed the rag into the hole just like it was before. I went to the door and eased it open. It didn't get very wide before it bumped into something. It was wide enough to let me in, though. I entered and stood still, keeping it open for a quick escape. Nobody let out a cry. About the only sound other than my heartbeat came from outside. That was the rain smacking down on the stone courtyard and splashing into puddles. If the room had been much darker, I couldn't have seen a thing. The window and open door let in a trifle of light, though. Enough to let me make out that what the door had bumped up against was a small table by the bed. Not enough to show whether anyone was stretched out on the bed. Sure hope not. Creeping forward, I reached down and felt among the bedclothes. Probably would have screamed if I'd found a foot there, but the covers were smooth. Beside the other end of the bed was another table. There was a chair nearby. Everything in that room was nearby. It was about the smallest room I'd ever seen, and I pitied any person who had to live in such tight quarters. Why, there was hardly enough space for the bed. It was pushed up tight into a corner, and you couldn't even open the door without whacking the table by its foot. Standing there, I felt like an intruder on someone's misery. But at least I was out of the rain. Even though the room had a chill, it beat the weather outside. I shut the door. I was about to slide the bolt home to make sure there wouldn't be any surprise visitors, when it came to me that the place didn't seem to have any other way out. That was quite a puzzle. What did the lodger do, reach through the broken window to work the bolt every time she came and went? It was a she. I was pretty sure of that, but didn't know why at first. Then it came to me, along with burny smells from the dead fire, and some other smells like sweat and beer, and some I couldn't put my finger on. There was an odor of perfume that was so sweet it made me feel a little sick. It smelled the same as what Sue'd had on. This better not be Sue's digs, I thought, and I could just picture her coming in along with Bob or Ned, whichever rascal I hadn't stabbed in the alley, and the both of them cornering me. I shut the bolt right quick, and wondered where I'd hide if someone should show up. No place at all but under the bed. I hunched down and made sure there'd be enough room for a fellow my size. There seemed to be. That made me feel a little less trapped. So I tried to stop fretting about who might come along and started scouting the room. On the table by the head of the bed was a couple of bottles. I uncorked one and gave it a sniff and went woozy with the stink of flowery perfume. Then I tried the other bottle. It was a lot bigger. It smelled of rum. Well, rum could turn fellows into nasty drunken louts like Barnes, but Mother had sometimes administered a bit of it to me for medicinal purposes. Shaky as I was with the cold and wet, I was in sore need of such medication. I took a few swallows real quick. It scorched my throat on the way down and lit up a cozy fire in my belly. The stuff chased off my chills so quick I drank some more. And then some more. Feeling considerably better, I corked the bottle, set it down, and did some more exploring. What I found next was almost better than rum. On the chair was a whole heap of clothing. I picked up the items one at a time and held them toward the dim light from the window for a better look. There were 2 big shirts that smelled ripe, a smaller shirt that looked like it might belong to a boy, an overcoat, a bonnet, and a petticoat. Well, this was just about the best luck in the world. Figuring to keep one of the big shirts and the overcoat, I put everything else back on the chair and jumped a mile when a woman laughed close by. "Ain't you the randy one?" she blurted. My heart stopped cold when I saw the rag get plucked out of the window hole. Quick as I could, I dropped the shirt and coat on the chair and scurried. As the bolt clacked, I belly crawled under the bed. The door swung open, letting in a chill and the smell of rain. Then it bumped shut. The bolt slid. "Ah, Mary, Mary, Mary," a man said. This wasn't Sue, at least, but I still didn't relish the idea of getting caught. I tried to hold my breath and hope they couldn't hear my heart drumming. "Now let go for a bit," Mary said. "You'll be wanting your coat off." "I'll be wanting more than that off you," she laughed. There was a sound like a coat might make hitting the floor. Then footsteps. Someone sat on the bed. A match scratched. In the orange, fluttering glow, I saw the booted feet of the man just beyond my shoulder. The woman was crouched at the fire grate. She had her back to me. When the fire was going good, she stood up straight and turned around. "We'll have it cheery and warm in no time at all," she said. "I've got to be off in a bit," the man told her. That was welcome news. "We'll be quick then, won't we?" With that, Mary started to shed her duds. While she worked at them, the man pulled off his boots. Then he swung his legs up. The bed slats moaned a bit, and I knew he must be stretching out. From my hiding place, I couldn't see any higher than Mary's knees. She stood barefoot on top of her coat, and clothing kept dropping to the floor around her. Her legs had a ruddy glow in the firelight. Scared as I was, I got an awful urge to scoot closer to the edge of the bed for a better look at her. I was curious, but mostly I was feeling excited, like I'd been with Sue before that girl whacked me. Long about the time I decided to make my move, Mary came hurrying over to the bed and climbed on. Those old slats groaned and creaked and pressed against my back. Pretty soon the bed was shaking and jumping. From the sounds Mary and the fellow made, you'd think they were pitching fits. They thrashed about something fearful. They huffed and grunted and gasped. They both used vile language that doesn't need repeating here. I was just commencing to believe that having a go might entail a fight to the death. But then Mary started in blurting, "Oh, yes, harder, harder, oh, yes, oh, dearie, yes." If she was being killed, she was liking it. And then she let out a squeal that sounded closer to rapture than to pain. After that, things settled down. The bed stopped moving. There was some hard breathing as if they'd both tuckered themselves out. Then the man swung his legs over the side. He got into his boots, stood up, and stepped over to the table by the head of the bed. Coins jangled. "A bit of something extra for you, Mary," he said. "And would you care to go again?" "Gotta be off, I'm afraid." He bent over his coat and picked it up. "You wouldn't want me to be going back out on such a night, now would you? And with that murdering fiend about?" "That's none of my concern." "Be a dear, please. I'm in arrears. I needs to go out again if you don't give me more." "Take care," was all he said. Then the bolt slid back. A chill gust swept over me, but went away a moment later when he shut the door. Mary let out a sigh that made my heart ache. I thought about the shillings in my pocket. I'd fully intended to leave them behind in payment for the rum I consumed, for the coat and shirt I intended to take. If she had them now, she might not need to go out again. She would be ever so grateful, and I knew I'd feel good in doing her such a kindness. But I was keenly aware of her lying naked on the bed above me. Though I wanted to look at her, I feared what she might have me do. Also, how could I make myself known to Mary without giving her a terrible fright? Why, she'd likely scream. I'd already had a narrow escape from those who mistook me for the Ripper. One round of that was enough to last me. I decided to stay put and leave the money after she had gone. That was a decision I'll always regret. I should have scurried out and planted all my money in her hand and risked whatever screams or shows of gratitude she might have thrown my way. I should have done whatever was needed to stop her from going out again. Well, you just don't know what's going to happen in this life, or you do a lot of things differently. Even though I wanted to give her that money, I chose to play it safe for myself and stay hidden. Soon, Mary climbed off the bed. She walked over to her pile of clothes. I kept my eyes on her, hoping for a peek at her good parts, but never saw more than her legs and arms, not even when she bent down to pick up her things. It was something of a letdown, really. Though I didn't know it just then, I would be seeing Mary sprawled out naked on her bed before the night was out, and that was a sight such as I wouldn't wish on anyone. Chapter 5. Bloody Murder. Mary finished dressing and went out the door. I stayed hidden under the bed, figuring she'd reach in through the window hole to shut the bolt. Well, I waited and listened and wondered what was taking her so long. Maybe she'd decided not to bother with the bolt, But I was in no hurry to crawl out. If she'd just forgotten, she might come back in a minute or two when she remembered. Besides, I was feeling pretty good. My fears of being caught had eased off, now that I was alone, and that left me rather weak with relief. What with the fire, the room was warm and toasty. But I reckon it was likely the rum that kept me pinned to the floor. I'd never imbibed more than a trifle of such stuff before tonight. It had me all lazy and comfortable. By and by, I figured Mary wouldn't be coming back to bolt her door after all, and I'd best grab the clothes and make my getaway. Being so cozy, though, I wasn't eager to move on. Figured to wait a few more minutes. Well, I drifted off, right there under Mary's bed. The warmth and rum and my general tiredness got me. I believe I slept longer than a few minutes. It might have been more like a few hours. When I woke up, it was too late to skedaddle. I hadn't even heard them come in. A squeal is what woke me up. It came from right above me on the bed. It wasn't at all like the squeal Mary had let out last time. This one sounded full of shock and pain, but muffled as if her mouth were covered. It ended quick. The bed kept shaking. I heard wet, smacking sounds, and grunts like a man putting a lot of energy behind his work. Blood started to drip off the edge of the bed and splash the floor beside me. It looked purple and shiny in the firelight. For a bit there, I tried to believe I hadn't woken up at all, and this was just a horrid nightmare. It was too awful to be happening for real. But I couldn't convince myself. I knew it was real. Mary found a fellow and brought him back to the room while I was dozing, and now he was busy killing her. Couldn't be anyone else but Jack the Ripper himself. He was butchering her right on top of me. I wanted to scream, but kept my teeth gritted tight and lay there shivering. The scaredest I'd ever been. From all I'd heard about the Ripper, he didn't seem like a man at all. More like a creeping phantom or a raging demon out of the pits of hell. I commenced to pray in my head that he'd finish up quick with Mary and go away. Pretty soon, he climbed off the bed. I figured the Lord had answered my prayers. Wrong. The Ripper wasn't nearly ready to leave yet. What he did was stand in front of the fire. It was burning low, giving off just a murky glow and not much heat. All I could see were his shoes and the legs of his dark trousers. Then he tossed in a waistcoat and shirt, his own, I reckoned. They flamed up. He stood there for a bit as if warming himself, then walked over to the chair where the other clothes were heaped up. He returned to the fire. He added in the bonnet and petticoat. With a good blaze going, he came back to the bed. But he wasn't done adding fuel. He stepped up to the fire again and stuffed in a big blanket. When that caught, the room fairly lit up and heat came rolling against me. He got out of his shoes and trousers. He had to bend down to take off his pants, but didn't get low enough for me to see his face, or for him to see mine. He didn't add his shoes or trousers to the fire. He came to the bed again and climbed aboard. Mary was probably already dead by then, but he wasn't done with her. He went to work all over again. Every now and then he'd say something, "Oh yes," and "Quite nice, really," and "Come on out of there, you tasty morsel." He didn't talk like the East Enders. He talked like a gent. "I do believe I'll have this," he said, and "Off you come, my charming tidbit." Sometimes he chuckled softly. Sometimes he seemed to get worked up and breathless. Throughout it all, there came the most awful wet tearing sounds and lots of sloshing. I even heard him eat something. There were chewy noises, smacking lips, sighs. It's a wonder I didn't fetch up my supper. I tried not to listen. I tried not to think about what he was doing to Mary. I tried to keep my mind busy by figuring a way to save my own hide. The knife in my pocket was pressed between my leg and the floor. I could get to it, but even with a weapon in hand, what chance would I have against such a monster? He'd get me for sure if I tried to scamper out from under the bed. The only thing to do was wait and pray and hope he'd leave without finding me. I spent a lot of time staring out at the room. There wasn't much to see. If he had a hat and a coat, they were somewhere out of sight. His shoes and pants were in front of the blazing fire. The wooden handle of a tea kettle on the grate was burning. Mary's clothes were hanging off the seat of the chair. Her dress draped the tops of her muddy shoes. I was gazing out at these things, wondering about my chances of making a dash for the window and maybe taking a dive right through it to the courtyard, when a gob of flesh dropped to the floor. it hit with a sloshing splash right before my eyes. It was a dripping red mound with a nipple on top. When I realized what it was, my head fogged up, my mouth filled with spit, the way it does if you're about ready to toss. I heard a ringing in my ears. Each time I blinked, sharp blue lights flashed around everything. So I shut my eyes, swallowed, and tried to pretend I was somewhere else. I started off pretending I was safe at home, comfortable in my chair and reading Huckleberry Finn. By and by, I turned into Huck himself. I was on the raft with Jim, floating across the Mississippi at night, sprawled on the deck and gazing up at the sky full of stars. It was all silent and peaceful, and I felt just grand. I wanted to drift down the river forever and ever. I must have been passed out cold. But then I came to just in time to see the Ripper's feet right beside the bed. He bent down. My heart almost gave out. I figured he was onto me, and any second he'd be yanking me out from under the bed and slitting me open. But what he did was clamp a bloody hand over the breast and pick it up. He didn't have a good enough grip on it, though. It slipped out of his fingers and fell again. This time it landed on its side and sort of caved in a bit. He used both hands to scoop it up. He took a couple of steps to the table. Then he went over toward the fire. He got into his trousers and shoes, and when they were on, he walked off to the side where I couldn't see him because my shoulder was in the way. I heard some rustling of clothes, and hoped it meant he was putting on his coat. There came a sound like creaking leather. It put me in mind of stories that the Ripper was thought to carry a valise, like maybe a doctor's bag, that he toted his knife or scalpel in it, and used the satchel to carry off innards from his victims. Well, he came back to the bed and stood there, near enough for me to reach out and touch his shoes. From the goppy sounds that came next, I figured he was putting something from Mary into his case. My mouth filled up again. My ears rang. I saw those old blue flashes, but I hung on. And finally, he went to the door. It opened, letting in a breeze that chilled my bare back and made the fire blaze even brighter than before. The door shut. I stayed put. It was a puzzle, what came next. He locked the door. He didn't reach through the window and slide the bolt. He used a key from the outside. I heard that key scrape its way into the lock, heard a loud clack, and then the key pulling out. I wondered if he'd found the key on Mary, but if she'd had it, how come she didn't use it instead of reaching through the window for the bolt? I wondered why I was even bothering my head with such a mystery. The main thing was, the Ripper was gone. He might have locked me into the room. That was fine, though. I could get out by the window. I thought about waiting a while to make sure he wasn't coming back, but what I wanted more than anything was to get shut of this room and all that had happened here. I scurried out from under the bed, slipping and sliding on the bloody floor. On my feet, I made the mistake of looking back. There was Mary. She didn't look much like a person at all. The way she was carved up, it was so awful. If I did any kind of job telling you about it here, you might get so revolted you'd quit reading my book. Besides, I'd feel guilty for putting such pictures into your head. My aim is to inform you and entertain you with the tale of my adventures, not to give you black thoughts and put you off your feed. Let me just say, the way the Ripper left Mary, you couldn't have figured out whether she was a man or a woman. She didn't have much of a face, either. I looked longer than I should have, mostly because it took me a spell to figure out what the mess on the bed really was. When I caught on, I gagged and looked away. But I looked away in the wrong direction, so I saw the stuff on the table, both her breasts and a gob of innards. I started to keel over, but somehow stayed on my feet and stumbled to the window. I shoved it open, tried to climb out, but fell out instead. The cold and rain cleared my head some. As I picked myself up, I recalled why I'd snuck into the room in the first place, but I wasn't raring to climb back in to fetch any shirt and coat. I saw them on the chair when I pulled the window down, and kept my eyes on them so I wouldn't catch another look at Mary. Then I ran through the courtyard. The rain quit when I was under the arch. I stopped running and leaned out far enough to glance up and down the street, scared the Ripper might be there. I didn't see him or anyone else, but the gas lamps didn't give off a whole lot of light and left plenty of black spaces where someone might be lurking. All I wanted just then was to find my way home without running into more trouble. The last thing I wanted was to meet up with the Ripper, but a close second was getting took for the Ripper myself. Being shirtless and bloody in the Whitechapel area at an hour like this, I was bound to rouse suspicion in anyone who might see me. That being the case, it shouldn't matter a whit whether I tried to walk casual or raced along like the devil was on my heels. At least if I ran, I'd be quicker about getting away to somewhere safe. I stepped out from under the arch. The rain came down on me. While I tried to decide which way to go, I rubbed my hands together until I figured most of the blood was off. Then I rinsed my chest and belly real quick. Being lost, it didn't matter much which direction I picked. So I turned to the right and kicked up my heels. I went splashing through the street top speed. So much motion started my head to hurting something fierce, but I kept on chugging. At a corner, I checked both ways. My heart did a tumble when I spotted some folks off to the left. One was a constable. Nobody let out a shout, though, so maybe I wasn't seen. Safe past the corner, I wondered if maybe I shouldn't go back and tell the Bobby everything. Just didn't have the gumption, though. First thing you know, he'd be thinking I was the one that done in Mary. And I was the one that stabbed Ned or Bob in the alley tonight. Rain or not, there might still be blood on my knife from him. I could throw my knife away. Didn't fancy doing that, however. Aside from it being a gift I prized, it was my only weapon, and I might need it. So I figured my best plan was to keep shut of constables or anyone else. Well, I rushed around a bend in the road and pulled up short and lost my breath. My stomach dropped down to my heels. Not that I recognized him. Cramped under the bed that way, I hadn't seen enough. Just his legs, his hands where he reached down a few times, his trousers and shoes. There was nothing particular about any such thing. The fellow walking past the street lamp ahead of me wore a hat and overcoat. Below the hem of the coat were trouser legs. They might have belonged to the pants I'd seen in Mary's room. Looked the same, but dark pants are dark pants. From where I stood, I couldn't see enough of the shoes to know whether they were like the Ripper's. But he carried a leather case like a doctor's bag. That was enough for me. I just knew, deep down, this was Jack the Ripper. In my rush to hightail, I chanced to take the same route as him, and caught up. What with the distance and the rain smacking down all around us, he hadn't heard me come around the corner. Or if he did hear, he didn't look back. He kept on walking and left the glow of the street lamp behind him. I stood still and watched. It had likely taken me hours to scribble out all the thoughts that went through my head then, but they boiled down to this. Much as I wanted to get away from the Ripper and go home to bed and pull the covers over my face, I reckoned as how it was my duty to follow him. And that's what I did, even though it scared the tarnation out of me. I was 15 and wet and cold and terrified, and as I followed Jack the Ripper in those dark morning hours, I reckoned I might not live to see the daylight. But I kept after him all the same. Here's the thing. He was a monster who'd done unspeakable things, not only to Mary, but to a handful of other women. He deserved the worst kind of punishment for that. More important, though, there'd be more women falling under his blade if someone didn't put a stop to him. Maybe it was chance, maybe it was fate or the will of God, but somehow I'd ended up being the fellow with the opportunity to put the quits on his string of bloody murders. It wasn't a job I could walk away from. Chapter 6. I Tail the Fiend. My plan was to follow the Ripper to his digs, wait till he'd settled in, and then fetch the police. I sure didn't aim to tangle with him. He had a lot more practice in the way of knives, and he was a head taller than me, so he'd have me beat on reach. Besides, I was scared witless of him. I'd be doing enough if I just stayed on his trail. He led me this way and that, picking streets that were mostly deserted. I hung back. I kept off to the side so I could duck into doorways or alleys in case he might take a notion to look over his shoulder. He acted like he didn't have a worry. He never once checked his rear. I got a side view of his face a few times when he turned corners, but couldn't tell much. Just too dark, and his hat brim shadowed it from the street lamps. All I could see was he had a beaky nose and a weak chin. I judged as how it might be a good thing to get a close-up look, but I didn't dare have a go at that, knowing his face wouldn't count for much if I ended up dead for trying. The trick was to stay alive and not lose him. After a while, it started seeming like a fairly simple trick. He wasn't being cautious or dodgy. He walked along like a gentleman out for a stroll. I didn't have a bit of trouble keeping my eyes on him. Though we sometimes walked by other folks, they minded their own affairs. A few gave me odd looks, but none spoke to me or raised any sort of fuss. I got to pondering what a hero I'd be for tracking Jack the Ripper to his lair. Why, I'd be the most popular bloke in London, in the whole of England for that matter. Her Majesty the Queen herself would likely honour me. Mother, she'd be just so proud. That reminded me of Mother's plight, the reason I'd set out in the first place. Well, I hadn't managed to fetch Uncle Bill, but it didn't seem very important just now. Barnes wouldn't be getting out of the handcuffs. Mother ought to be all right. What I should do, I decided, was go and find Uncle Bill first thing after discovering the Ripper's lodging place. That way, he'd get in on the glory. I picked up my pace when the Ripper vanished around a corner. I got him in sight again. He was strolling toward a street lamp, toward a woman who stood there holding on to the post. She spoke to him. I couldn't make out her words. He walked over to her. There was nobody else on the street that I could see. I went all soft inside and felt like my heart might explode. It was thumping so hard. He doesn't dare, I thought. I stood frozen while the woman took his arm and snuggled up against him, and they started walking off together. He'd done 2 in one night before, so this shouldn't have surprised me. But it sure did. I'd just known he would lead me straight to his lodgings and I'd end up a hero. It wasn't about to happen that way, though. Mary hadn't been enough for him. He was fixing to butcher this gal, too. It had been my fault if I let it happen. I dug the knife out of my pocket, pried open its blade, and rushed after them. My father had died in battle. If it was good enough for him, it was good enough for me. I reckoned I might be meeting up with him any second. Eager as I was for the reunion, though, I hoped it wouldn't happen for considerable more years. I didn't want to die just yet, but I couldn't let this gal get killed either. I slowed down a trifle as the distance closed. Pretty soon I was no more than a few paces behind them. The gal wore a bonnet. Her head was leaning against his shoulder, and her arm was hooked around his back. He had one arm around her. His other swung the leather case along at his side. They hadn't heard me yet. I was holding my breath. It helped, too, having lost my shoes to the thieves. It went against the grain to backstab a fellow. I went on and did it anyway. Charged right up behind him and jammed my blade through his coat. He let out a sharp cry. I tugged the blade out to get ready for another go. Before I could stick him again, he whirled around. His case clobbered the side of my face and sent me staggering. As I fell on my rump, the woman took to screaming. Then she took to her heels. The Ripper didn't go after her. I'd saved her. But matters were looking dicey for me. I scrambled to get up as the Ripper came at me. He didn't seem to be in any great hurry. He switched the case to his left hand, reached inside the front of his coat, and came out with a knife. Likely the same knife he'd used on Mary. "You're Jack the Ripper," I blurted as I got to my feet. "Am I now?" he asked. It was the same voice I'd heard on the bed above me. I backed away into the street and slashed about with my knife to keep him at a distance. His knife was a damn sight bigger. He didn't swing it at me. He just held it steady in front and looked like he didn't plan to fool around, just ram it through my gizzard and hoist me off my feet with it. "Give yourself up," I said, "or I'll run you through." He laughed at that. Can't say I blamed him. I kept backing away. He kept coming. I kept hoping he'd topple because of the stabbing I'd given him, but my blade must have hit a place that didn't count for much. Suddenly, he made his move. He lunged, thrusting at my belly. I leapt aside. His blade missed me by a hair, and I whipped mine down. I didn't have any target in mind, just hoped to slash him somewhere, hurt him the best I could. But what happened? I whacked off most of his nose. It came clean off and fell. He squealed. Sounded a bit like the squeal he'd torn out of Mary. He dropped his satchel and clutched his sprouting stub and roared. The sound of that roar made my heart quake. I made like a jackrabbit. It may sound cowardly, but I'd had enough. That roar did it for me. He stopped being a wounded man and turned into the monster that had cut Mary into a faceless, gutted carcass, that had eaten her. I wanted shut of him for good, and I'll tell you, I didn't feel much like a coward as I raced off. I'd done my duty. I'd saved that woman from him, and I'd marked him in a way he couldn't hide. I figured if I could only make my escape and live to tell my tale, Jack the Ripper would either disappear forever or end up in jail next time he showed his noseless face. I hadn't killed him. I hadn't captured him, but I'd stopped his reign of terror. That's what I thought, anyhow. Even though he was chasing after me, I figured he wouldn't catch up. After all, I was young and quick, and I wasn't hurt. From the sounds of him dashing along behind me, I hadn't lost him yet. I took a glance back when we were near a lamp and saw how near he was and shriveled up inside. The knife in his right hand was pumping up and down. He'd lost his hat, his coat had come open and was flapping behind him. His face and bare chest were black with blood. He looked like the worst kind of nightmare spook. I took to yelling for help, not that I had much breath to do it with. The yelling came out feeble, and nothing seemed to come of it. After a while, I gave up and put all my energy into staying ahead of him. I dashed down streets and alleys. I ploughed around corners. Every so often, something came out of the dark and bumped me. I tripped a few times, but always got up and running again in time to keep from getting killed. We ran past some people sometimes. None was a constable. None tried to help. They all ignored us, or cowered, or ran out of our way. That eager mob must have turned in early. Well, I'd about had as much running as I could take, but I kept at it, and so did he. He wasn't about to give up the chase. I wasn't about to let him catch me. The race seemed to go on for hours. Couldn't have been that long, really, but it felt like it. And then I dashed out of a space between a couple of warehouses or factories or something, and straight across the road for me was the River Thames. I made for it. The Ripper was quick on his feet, but how would he be in the water? If he wasn't much at swimming, I'd be in fine shape. I raced out onto a dock that had some boats beside it. I glimpsed some of the boats moored a ways offshore and saw Tower Bridge off in the distance. The bridge gave me a clue as to where I'd ended up, but where I was didn't count for much. All that mattered was getting into the river ahead of the Ripper, who was clomping along the boards behind me, snorting and growling. The tide was in, so I figured I wouldn't wind up pounding myself into the sand. At the end of the dock, I flung my arms out straight and dived, shoving off as hard as I could. It seemed I was in the air forever. Then the river smacked my front. It wasn't much colder than the rain, and I was so hot from all the running that it almost felt good. I kicked along, staying below the surface and fighting my way through the currents. No splashes came from behind me, though I'm not sure I would have heard them anyhow. Maybe he hadn't followed me into the water, or any second he might just grab one of my feet. I changed my angle a bit to throw him off. I needed a breath in the worst way, but I stayed under and kicked and paddled with my arms. The knife in my right hand was slowing me down. Figured I might have a call to use it, though, so I kept hold. Wasn't long before my chest felt like it might either burn up or explode, so I surfaced. My head popped out of the water. I sucked air and twisted around, and saw the Ripper. He was nothing more than a dim shape in the rain and darkness, but the way he was crouched at the edge of the dock, busy working on a task I couldn't rightly see, I figured what he must be up to, untying the painter that belonged to one of the dinghies floating by the dock. He aimed to come after me in a boat. Didn't seem fair, but I wasn't about to waste any time cursing him or my fate. I swung around and churned the river. Next time I looked back, he was in a boat and rowing after me. I took to diving under and changing course. Thought about doubling back on him, but knew I couldn't hold my breath long enough to pull it off. On top of that, I was getting mighty tuckered out from struggling with the currents. Then it came to me that I might take cover behind one of the bigger boats that were moored nearby. Even better to board one. Then I might have a chance at bashing him if he tried to climb up after me. I swam for a sloop that was anchored off to the right. The way it floated there, all dark and quiet, it looked deserted. That's where I'd make my stand. The Ripper's dinghy was still a good distance off when I reached up and grabbed the anchor chain. I clamped the knife between my teeth, pirate fashion, and shinned up the prow. It was no easy trick, but I made it. I clambered over the side and got the deck under my hands and knees. Felt so tuckered I wanted to flop and rest, but the Ripper wouldn't give me any time for that. I stumbled to my feet and took the knife out of my teeth. As I turned to look for him, a shape came rushing at me. I didn't have time to say hello or ask for help or duck. The bloke laid a club across my head. The night flashed real bright for a bit. Then the deck pounded my knees. Then I didn't feel a thing. Chapter 7. On the Thames in the True D Light. It came as a great surprise to wake up at all. If I'd been aware enough to give the matter any thought, I would have concluded that my days of waking up were over for good. When I opened my eyes, I met so many surprises they pretty much left me dumbfounded. It was daytime, grey light coming through the portholes of the narrow cabin where I was stretched out. There was a mattress under me, covers heaped on top of me. I felt ropes around my wrists and ankles. The way everything pitched and rocked, it didn't take much figuring to realize I was on a boat. Probably the same boat I'd boarded hoping to fight off the Ripper, the same boat where someone had brained me senseless. So what had become of Jack the Ripper? Though my head was aching fierce, I raised it off the pillow for a look around. The young woman on the other bed wasn't covered. She wore a white nightdress. Her arms were lashed against her sides, her feet bound together. Her head rested on the lap of a man wearing trousers and a heavy sweater and a bandage that masked most of his face. The bulk of the bandage was where his nose used to be. The bandage was muddy brown in its center with blood that had seeped through and dried. This was my first good look at the Ripper, though finding him sitting just a few feet away gave me an awful turn. He didn't appear particularly fiendish in the daylight. His black hair was neatly trimmed, parted up the middle. He had rather dainty eyebrows. His brown eyes were small and close together, while his ears stuck out like big flaps. His mouth wasn't much more than a slit, and had only a trace of lips. What with his thin lips and sunken chin, his upper front teeth stuck out in a way that might have been comical if I hadn't known who he was. With his right hand, he stroked the woman's hair. The knife was in his left, resting on her belly, while he stared back at me for a spell. Then he raised it, and gave the blade a twirl in the air. "Greetings," he said. He sounded like he had a stuffed-up nose. The woman was wide awake, gazing up at him with weary, scared eyes. "I've spared your life, you miserable whelp, so I expect your everlasting gratitude." He said that as if it were a joke. "Bugger off," I told him. He laughed. The gal darted her eyes over at me. I sat up. The covers fell down to my waist. I was shirtless. From the feel of the bedclothes, I was trouserless as well. The Ripper kept his eyes on me. They looked amused. "You wouldn't like to leave your bunk," he said. "There is a lady present. And you'd better not harm her if you know what's good for you." She gave me a wild, pleading look as if she hoped I'd settle down and not get myself killed in her presence. "I shouldn't risk vexing me," the Ripper said, "were I in your rather precarious position. I'm quite displeased with you. It would do my heart wonders to peel the hide off your body and enjoy your screams." "It did my heart wonders to lop off your nose," I said. His upper lip twitched. He pounded his left hand down on the gal's stomach. Her wind gushed out and she bucked, half sitting up. He yanked her hair so her head dropped down onto his lap again. Her face was bright red as she gasped for air. "I quite enjoyed that," he said. His message was clear. If I should do anything to displease him, he would take it out on her. "I suppose you have a name," he said to me. "Trevor Wellington Bentley. What a high-sounding name for a scurvy ruffian." I held my tongue. "Trevor, you know who I am, I dare say?" "Jack the Ripper." "Bravo! A keen mind. In plain truth, however, my name is Roderick Whittle. And this dear morsel is Trudy Armitage, a Yank. Trudy has agreed to play the role of helpless captive for the duration of our voyage. You have the honor of being aboard her family yacht, the True Delight. Rather disgustingly clever, wouldn't you say?" I chose to say nothing and just stared at him. He stared back. After a bit, he said, "You led me a merry chase, young Trevor. I was quite set to cut your heart out, you know, but all's well that ends well, as the bard is apt to say. You rendered me a service leading me here. Things were getting quite warm for me. I'd been considering the merits of a sea voyage, and you led me to just the proper craft for such a venture. It hasn't the necessary provisions for the trip I have in mind, but it came equipped with crew and captive." He stroked Trudy's thick brown hair and smiled down at her. They were all set to sail with the tide, Trudy and her groom fast asleep, while her father busied himself with final preparations. I was forced to dispatch the father. When he said that, Trudy's eyes blinked and watered. Her chin trembled. Whittle patted her head. There, no use in crying over Papa. He's with the Lord now. And the fish." She cried all the harder, gasping and shaking as the tears rolled down her face. I felt mighty sorry for her. I knew how hard it was, having a father killed, but that wouldn't be nearly as hard as what Roderick Whittle likely had in mind for her. She was a pretty thing, no older than 20. She looked buxom and healthy, broad across the shoulders and hips, with heavy bosoms that bounced around under her nightdress because of how she shook with her crying. I caught myself watching how they moved and looked away quick. Not that the sight of them stirred me up, not after the pair I'd seen in Mary's room. I watched Whittle stroke her hair and feared what might be going through his head. "Where are we going?" I asked, intending to distract him. He looked over at me. "Just now we're sailing down the Thames. The original destination was to be Calais. Isn't that right, Trudy?" She nodded and sobbed. "However, my command of the French language is really quite poor. I'd be quite silly to take up residence where the natives don't speak my tongue. No, such a place is not for me. I rather fancy trying my luck in America instead." "America? I'm sure you must have heard of it. The colonies. That's 3,000 miles away. Quite. A trifle farther, actually. We can't make a crossing this time of year." "Oh, but we shall certainly have a go at it." The man was mad, but that goes without saying when you consider what he'd done to women. I chose not to point it out, trying to sound calm. I asked, "Is this boat large enough for such a voyage? How do you suppose it came to our fair isles?" "We made our crossing in the summer," Trudy pointed out between sniffles. "And Michael had Father and I to help him. He won't be able to manage it alone." "Which proves my foresight in sparing young Trevor. Have you ever been to sea?" he asked me. I shook my head. "Not to worry. You're a quick study, and we have ample cause to know you're agile and strong. We'll give you double duty as my servant and as Michael's hand. No doubt you'll perform admirably." I gave it some thought. Though the idea of seeing America appealed to me, going there trapped on a boat with Whittle sure didn't. I wanted more than anything to get home to Mother. By now she was likely frantic with worry. If I let myself get shanghaied, I'd be on the seas a month, and she'd figure me lost forever or dead before I might find any way to let her know otherwise. Of course, I reckoned I'd never get a chance to let her know a thing. Trying to cross the Atlantic in November in a boat that couldn't be more than 50 or 60 feet from stem to stern, with only me and a stranger named Michael for its whole crew, would probably all wind up blowing bubbles. If, somehow, we got lucky enough to survive the ocean trip, Whittle was bound to butcher all three of us the moment we got in sight of land. Just no way he'd let us go free. It all looked mighty bleak except for one thing. He aimed to have me help out, and I couldn't do that trussed up with ropes. I lifted my bound hands out from under the covers. "When would you like me to start?" He laughed at that. "Michael might need help," I explained. "You wouldn't want him to run aground or anything, would you? Nor would I want you to jump ship. I'm quite certain of Michael's eagerness to cooperate. He's in love with Trudy, and knows I'll rip her, so to speak, should he vex me. I trust him entirely, at least so long as I keep Trudy within reach of my blade. She means little or nothing to you, however. I don't want you hurting her. I shall, of course, if you cause me trouble. Nevertheless, your heart isn't bound to hers. You might choose to risk her for the sake of your own freedom." "I wouldn't," I told him. To this day, I don't know whether or not I spoke the truth. I surely was eager to get untied and up on deck where I could dive overboard and swim for shore. But if that meant cashing in Trudy's life, well, I just don't know. But I was spared the need to decide. Whittle said, "You'll remain here in the cabin with us until we're well out to sea." It wouldn't do to argue. Any kind of fuss from me, and he'd give Trudy a punch, or worse. I laid back down and worked the covers up around my neck and turned my back to the both of them. Would have been a blessing to fall asleep, but I was in too much turmoil. Besides, my head hurt from the bash Trudy's father had given it. He'd whacked me a good one, but I killed him just as sure as if the knife had been in my own hand. There he'd been, fixed to set sail for France with his daughter and son-in-law, and I'd led the Ripper right to him. It weighed on me. I told myself it was his own fault for knocking me senseless. If he hadn't been so quick with his club, I could have warned him. Together we might have handled Whittle. Well, I'd snuck onto his yacht in the wee hours, bare to the waist and a knife in my teeth. He couldn't be blamed for getting the wrong idea. Then Whittle rode up, no doubt, with a story about being attacked on the streets by me, and the old man must have allowed him aboard to take me off. If only I'd picked a different boat. Trudy and her father and Michael, they'd all be on their way to Calais. I'd done this to them. For a spell there, I had a mighty hard struggle not to start crying. That would have given Whittle no end of amusement, and besides, I didn't want Trudy to take me for a snivelling boy. I wondered if she hated me for bringing the Ripper into her life. Right then, I vowed to save her. Chapter 8. Ropes. "Trevor! Trevor!" A sweet, quiet voice woke me, so I must have fallen asleep after all. Though I knew it wasn't Mother calling me, just for a bit I thought I was home in my own bed. But my hands and feet were bound, and the bed was bouncing up against me and rocking from side to side. That reminded me, all too quick, of where I was and how I'd gotten there. Opening my eyes, I rolled over. It was night. The cabin was aglow with murky light from an oil lamp. Whittle was gone. Trudy lay under covers, only her face showing. "Where is he?" I asked. "He went to the galley for food." I could scarcely believe that he'd left us alone. With Michael manning the boat and both of us tied, however, he had no choice but to fetch food himself or starve. I rather hoped he would bring some for us. The mere thought of it was enough to set my dry mouth watering, my stomach growling. "We've got to do something," Trudy said. I sat up, dragging the bedclothes to my chest. They did little to warm my backside, but this was no time to worry about the cold. Shivering a bit, I gave the cabin a study. It was narrow and long enough for the 2 berths, with walls at each end. The wall near my feet had a door in it. "Where does that go?" I asked. "Aft," Trudy said. She sat up, too. Her covers tumbled down to her lap. I could see she was still tied, arms pinned to her sides by ropes wrapped around her middle. "We're in the forward cabin. The galley's aft. Through that door. There's the head, then the main saloon, then the galley." I didn't know what she meant by some of that, but figured she was trying to tell me that Whittle had gone pretty near to the other end of the boat. "He quizzed me about our supplies," Trudy said. "He wants a hot meal, so he's bound to be away for a while. Come over here and untie me." "Well," I said, "quick! Is there a way to get out of here?" "We shan't know that until we try. Now, don't argue." "I'm not wearing a stitch of clothing, ma'am." "Do as I say." Some of my sympathy for Trudy leaked away. For a poor, helpless damsel in distress, she seemed a trifle bossy. But I gave it some thought, and saw how this might be a chance to save ourselves. It would be a shame to miss it on account of my modesty. So I swung myself off the bed. I stood up, cupping my private parts. I hopped across the space between our beds. Before the jumping floor got a chance to throw me down, I dropped to my knees. The air fairly froze me. I clenched my teeth to stop their clicking and reached up for Trudy. The way my hands were bound at the wrists, I had free use of my fingers. I used them to pluck at the knot in front of Trudy. It was tight against her belly. The twisted bundle of hemp felt hard as iron. My shaky fingers picked at it, slipped off, and tried again. "Use your teeth." I pushed my face in against her and clamped my front teeth on the knot. She was nice and warm through her gown. I could feel her press against me when she breathed. I tried to pay her no mind and only think about the job. The knot gave some. I kept on tugging. It made my teeth ache, but I could feel it loosen. I pulled my head away and tore at the knot with my fingers until it came open. Trudy pulled her arms out of the ropes. She flung her covers aside and leaned forward to work on her ankles. While she was busy with that, I gnawed at the knot at my wrists. I undid it some and got my hands free. Sitting on the cold wood between the beds, I struggled with the rope around my ankles. It seemed like there was some kind of race to see who'd get done first, but the race was clearly to get clear of the ropes before Whittle came back through the door. Not that I had a notion what we'd do once we got ourselves untangled. Likely as not, we'd only accomplish getting ourselves killed a little quicker than otherwise. Trudy beat me at getting free. I was still unwrapping my ankles when she stepped down off the bed and rushed to the door. She tried its handle. "Drat," she said, "he locked it." "He'd be a fool not to." I kicked the rope away and got to my feet. While Trudy still had her back turned, I yanked a blanket off my bed and wrapped it around myself. "We might be able to bash through it," I suggested. "He'd hear the ruckus." She came toward me. I retreated a few steps and watched her stretch for something that looked like a trapdoor in the ceiling. She unlatched it and pushed up against it. "Where does that go?" I asked. "It's the hatch to the forward deck." She shoved again, grunting. "Let me have a go at it." "It's no use. It must be latched topside." "Shouldn't Michael be able to open it for us, then?" She didn't answer that, but commenced to knuckle the hatch with both fists. For a gal opposed to the ruckus of breaking through a door, she was raising a mighty racket. I doubted it would do much good, though. Even the way we were closed away below the main deck, I could hear all kinds of noise from outside. Waves slapping against the hull, sails whapping, the mast creaking, wind whistling through the rigging, all manner of other groans and rattles and clanks. Unless Michael had his ear to the hatch, I didn't hold out much hope of him catching the sound of Trudy's wax. But Whittle wasn't likely to hear them either. While she kept on punching at the hatch, I knelt on her bed and checked a porthole. It wasn't big enough to squirm out through, so I didn't even try to get it open. But I pushed my face against the glass. All I could see were rough waves. Not a blink of light anywhere from a boat nor shore. "I don't believe we're on the Thames anymore," I said. She paused in her banging long enough to say, "Of course not, silly. We're out in the Channel." I sank inside with the news of that. It wouldn't do now to jump ship and swim for land. Trying to perk myself up, I thought how the True Delight was bound to have a lifeboat or dinghy of sorts. That didn't accomplish much in the way of perking, though. Even if we could get outside, Whittle would surely be on us before we could lower such a craft. I reckon Trudy hadn't thought that far ahead, for she continued thumping the hatch. She stopped when the boat gave a sudden pitch that banged my forehead against the glass and flung her onto me. She pushed and shoved and got herself off, and stumbled backward and dropped onto the other berth. I turned myself around. "He's bound to come back soon," Trudy said. "I'm afraid so." She shook her head, then sighed. Then she said, "You'd best tie me up." "What? Tie me up again? We've just finished getting ourselves untied." "But there's no way out. We can't let him know we tried to escape." She flung herself back across the aisle, bent over beside me, and snatched up one of the ropes. "Get off." I stood up. With one hand, I kept the blanket on my shoulders. With the other, I grabbed the handle of the hatch to keep myself from being tossed off my feet. Trudy sat on her bed and stretched out her legs. She reached the rope toward me. "Be quick about it." "No." "What did you say?" "No, I'm not going to tie you up." "You'll do as I say, boy." It goes against my grain to argue with women. Besides, it's generally a great waste of time. But Trudy was starting to irk me with her bossy ways. I told her, "If you had no better scheme in mind than hoping we might slip out a door, you shouldn't have insisted that I untie you in the first place. Since we are untied, however, we're no longer entirely at Whittle's mercy. We'll have the element of surprise in our favour, and it'll be 2 against 1. Don't be a fool. I say we put up a fight." "What do you know? You're a child." "I fought him once before and made a good showing. It was me who cut off the blighter's nose, you know. And a lot of good that did. If you'd left him well enough alone, he would have murdered a woman on the streets. I saved her from his blade. And led him to our boat. I know, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for what he did to your father, too. But he's Jack the Ripper. You've no idea what a monster he is. I saw what he did to one poor woman. He must be put a stop to, or he'll do the same to you. He needs me. He'll butcher you." "Don't be silly. He doesn't dare kill me, not if he wants safe passage to America. But he'll certainly punish us for getting free of the ropes, so quit your arguing and tie me up." I let go the hatch handle and took the rope from her. She pressed her arms against her sides, ready to have herself trussed. "Lie down," I said. "You've got to tie me first." "No." "Trevor!" "All right, then." Though I wasn't keen on being naked again, I needed both hands, so I tossed my blanket to the other bed. Trudy turned her head away, not before giving me a look, however. On my knees again, I tucked one end of the rope under her arm, then wrapped her around the middle. "Tighter," she said. "He can't know the difference." I gave the rope a rather rough tug. She winced. She deserved a little hurt for being obnoxious, but right away I felt bad about it and apologized. "Shut up and tie the knot." "I'd much rather not. Let me leave it undone. I'll cover you up, and you lie down and pretend to be asleep. I'll do the same. We'll wait for just the proper moment, then jump Whittle and throttle him." "There'll be no jumping of Whittle." I sighed. I didn't put up any more fuss. I knotted the rope, then scurried down and bound her ankles. When they were secure, I covered Trudy with the bedclothes. I hurried over to my own berth and gathered the ropes Whittle had used on me. Feeling a bit down on Trudy, I said, "Now, of course, I'm supposed to tie myself. Do your feet first. That shouldn't present any great difficulty." I swung my legs onto the bed, spread them apart, and dropped one of the ropes between them. Then I drew the covers up over my lap. "What do you think you're doing?" Trudy asked, her tone snappish. "I may be a silly child and a fool, thank you, but I'm not a coward." "Tie yourself up this minute." I have better use for Whittle's rope. The one in my hands wasn't nearly so long as the coil I could feel under the backs of my legs. After dragging the covers to my shoulders, I stretched it across my chest and wound its ends around my hands. "What are you planning?" "To have a go at playing thuggee." "What are you talking about?" "The thuggee, a cult of fanatical murderers in India who employ the garrote to strangle." I went mum at the sound of a clacking latch. The door swung open. Whittle came in. He carried a bottle and a steaming pot that had a spoon in it. Clamping the bottle under one arm, he turned around to lock the door. Secured from this side, it wasn't meant to keep us in, but rather to keep Michael out. I supposed he must be keeping all the doors and hatches locked so he wouldn't need to worry about the fellow sneaking below for a try at rescuing Trudy. He might as well have spared himself the bother. As I found out later, Michael didn't have the grit for such a venture. After fastening the door, Whittle started to turn round. I shut my eyes before he got a look at me. "Sit up, dearie," he said in that stuffed voice of his, thanks to losing his nose. "We shouldn't like to have you withering away, now should we?" I looked. He was on his knees, facing Trudy. He held the pot near her face. With his other hand, he spooned food into her mouth. "Quite tasty, I dare say. I don't fancy myself as a master of the culinary arts, but this stew is really quite exceptional." The odour was delightful. It set my parched mouth to watering again, my hollow belly to grumbling. He kept shoveling, giving Trudy a few moments to chew and swallow between each mouthful. I wondered if he aimed to save any for me. It wouldn't come to that, though. I slipped out from under the covers, swung myself around and lowered my feet to the floor. Trudy, chewing, shook her head at me. Whittle started to look over his shoulder. I sprang, whipped the rope down past his face, jerked it across his throat as I rammed against his back. The blow flung a spoonful of stew into Trudy's face. Then he knocked her flat and fell across her chest. Riding his back, I pulled at the rope for all I was worth. He made choking, gaggy noises. He twisted and bucked under me. He stabbed at my shoulder with the spoon. His other hand dumped the pot down my back. The grub was hot enough to sting, but it didn't hurt enough to make me ease off. I kept on strangling him. If Trudy had lent her hand, I might have killed the Ripper then and there and saved the world a heap of grief. But she was nicely tied because she'd insisted, and I'd given in to her. So she just lay there helpless, leaving the job to me. Whittle bashed the side of my head with the pot. The world flashed bright, but I held on and kept tugging at the rope. Then he hit me again and again. I lost count after the fifth bong, but I didn't lose my wits entirely. Before long, I was sprawled on the floor and Whittle was sitting on me, wheezing for air, clobbering my face with the bottom of the pot. When he got tired of that, he roped my hands in front of me. He sat quiet for a spell, just staring at me and trying to get his wind back. "What shall I do with you, Trevor?" he finally asked. I was too dazed to give an answer, but I reckon he wouldn't have heeded my advice anyhow. He pulled out his knife. He tapped the end of my nose with its blade. "Shall I nip it off?" he asked. The other hand reached around behind him and fingered my private parts. "Perhaps I ought to make a girl out of you. Which would you prefer, young man?" "Cut my throat and go bugger yourself." That got the swine laughing. "You're too much fun to ruin," he said, "but you simply must be punished." "Ah, I know just the thing." He pulled his knife away, climbed off, and lifted me onto my bed. As he worked on tying my feet, he said, "This will be just the perfect torture for a stout-hearted lad such as yourself. It ought to give you second thoughts, even third and fourth, should you ever take it into your head to tangle with me again." He covered me to the shoulders with the bedclothes. Then he crossed over to Trudy's berth and slapped her across the face. "Leave her be!" I yelled. He struck her again. "I didn't do anything," she cried out. "It was him. It was all his idea." He gave her a backhanded smack that knocked her head sideways. She didn't say much after that. She didn't fight him either. She just acted like a big, limp doll while Whittle threw off her covers, sat her up and untied her feet. When he told her to stand up, she obeyed. He made a loop at the end of the rope and dropped it over her head. He tightened the loop around her neck. "Strangulation is most unpleasant," he said. He glanced at me. "I know that from recent experience at the hands of young Trevor." He passed the other end of the rope through the handle of the hatch above Trudy's head, pulled the slack out of it, then ducked down, hoisting her. Trudy's arms were lashed fast against her sides, just as I'd left them. Her legs thrashed. Her body, wrapped in the white nightgown, twisted and swung. She let out the most awful retching sounds. "No!" I cried out. I sat up so fast my head seemed to whirl inside. "Stay, or you'll make it worse for her," Whittle yelled. With that, he lowered Trudy until her feet met the floor. She stood there, weaving and choking, dancing about some in order to keep her balance as the boat rocked and bounced. "That's enough," I said. "I'll be good, I promise. Please let her be." A promise quickly forgotten once the heat of sympathy has cooled. "No, I promise, as God is my witness." Witness this, my friend." He let the rope fall from his hand. While Trudy staggered about, trying to stay on her feet, he stepped around to the front of her and removed the rope that bound her arms to her sides. He slipped the nightgown off her shoulders, pulled it down her body until it lay in a heap at her feet. She just stood there, letting him. I just sat on my bed, watching. He'd said he would make it worse for her if I interfered, and I believed him. After stripping her naked, he tied Trudy's hands. Then he grabbed the rope that was dangling from the hatch above her head. He slipped it between her legs, reaching behind her to find it, brought it around to the front, gave it a pull that made her yelp and jump, then tied it around the top of her thigh. "How's that, dearie?" he asked her. She answered with a whimper. He patted her face. "Steady as she goes," he said. "Should you lose your sea legs, I fear you may hang yourself, and such a pity that would be." He squeezed past her. He smiled over at me. "See what you've done to Trudy?" Well, it was just too much for me, and I started to weep. "Please," I blubbered, "please let her down. By and by, perhaps." He withdrew the leather belt from his trousers, doubled it, and whipped Trudy's back. She flinched and squealed. She pranced to keep from falling. I thought of Barnes whipping Mother with his belt, and I wished I had finished him off with the fireplace poker, and I wished I had killed Whittle, and I prayed for the Lord to strike him dead, and I vowed to kill him myself if God let him get away with this. I cried and pleaded and cursed. It was all just a blur through my tears. It seemed to go on for hours. I wished it was me instead of her. She looked so beautiful and helpless, it just twisted my heart to see the way Whittle lashed her. Each time he struck, she jumped and twitched and cried out. Even in the dim glow from the lamp, I could see the red stripes all over her back and rump. A few times she lost her footing and strangled for a moment before she got the floor under her again. When Whittle finally lowered his arm, I thought he was done with her. But what he did was turn Trudy around. He commenced to whip her front, laying the belt across her face and arms and breasts and belly. At last he put his belt back on. Trudy hung there, limp and whimpering, shaking all over, shuffling her feet so she wouldn't fall again. When his belt was buckled, he grinned at me. He winked. Now for my favourite part. He went up close to Trudy, held onto her hips, and took to licking her. "Nothing like the taste of blood," he said. He spent a long time licking her. He licked her all over, front and back. Then he fell into Trudy's bed, pulling the covers over him, and said, "Sleep well, my friends." Chapter 9. A rough, long night. I couldn't hardly believe Whittle was just going to leave Trudy dangling. I figured he'd get up again pretty soon and let her down. But he didn't. He no sooner covered himself up with her blankets than he got to snoring. What with the cold and the way the boat bounced around, Trudy didn't stand a chance of lasting through the night. It was a toss-up whether she'd freeze to death or hang. Didn't Whittle care? Even though her life meant nothing to him, it seemed he'd want to keep her breathing just so he wouldn't lose his hold on Michael. Besides that, being the monster that he was, he'd been missing out on a heap of pleasure by killing her this way instead of butchering her with his knife. Didn't make any sense at all. Well, there's no accounting for the whims of a madman. I stayed in bed, listening to him snore and keeping my eyes on Trudy. She'd let up on the sobbing. She just stood there, her head up, her legs apart, and bent just a bit, her feet shuffling as the floor tried to throw her. The way shadows hid her eyes, I couldn't tell whether she was watching me. But she must have suspected I was looking at her, for she always kept her hands low, as if she was worried I might get a peek at what was between her legs. If I'd been in her fix, I would have been holding onto the rope over my head and let folks look where they pleased. She needn't have bothered trying to cover that part, anyhow, since I got glimpses every now and again when the boat lurched and she couldn't help but jerk her hands up as she stumbled about. I didn't see nothing but a bunch of hair, and it pained me how the rope looked like it was digging up into her. The sight sure didn't stir me up, and neither did her bosoms, which jiggled and shook considerable. There'd been times when I'd longed something awful for a chance to spy what girls had under their clothes. Why, it used to drive me crazy wondering how it might be, and what it would feel like to touch certain places. I reckon Sue the whore had a hand in souring my appetite for such things. But nothing like the way Mary soured it, thanks to Whittle. And now here was Trudy, bare as the day she was born, and near enough to reach out and touch, and yet I was no more thrilled than if she'd been a fellow. It was a peculiar business to be worrying about while she stood there at the end of her rope, but the truth is I felt cheated. Even though I knew it'd only make me feel guilty if I was taking enjoyment out of watching Trudy, I figured it would have been a natural thing. Maybe I was just hurting too much to appreciate her. After all, my face and head purely throbbed with pain from the drubbing Whittle had given me. Or maybe it had to do with feeling so awful about the way he'd tormented Trudy, on account of me. I suspect all that played a part in it, but the main thing was Whittle's work on Mary. She'd been the first gal I ever saw naked, and that was a sight to turn the stomach. I got to thinking Whittle might have put me off women forever. And I hated him for that. Not that I needed any more reason to hate the filthy swine. The extra bit of hate over how he'd ruined women for me, though, was enough to make me lose caution. I pushed the covers down and sat up. "What are you doing?" Trudy whispered. "Shh." Not that I figured Whittle could hear her through his own snoring. As I swung my legs down, Trudy shook her head wildly. "Stay where you are. He'll be the death of both of us if I don't kill him." "You can't kill him. I'll slash his throat with his own knife before he even wakes up. If you leave the berth, I'll scream." "What's the matter with you? Look what you've already done to me with your foolishness. It wasn't you he strung up and whipped." I wish it had been me, honest. It wasn't. If you try for him again, there's no telling what he'll do to me. Nothing he won't do, anyway, if he lives. Lie down and be still. I swear to the Almighty, I'll scream if you don't. Well, I stretched out and pulled the blankets back on top of me. "If you hadn't made me tie you up," I muttered, "we would have had him. It'd all be over now. He wouldn't have hurt you like he did. We'd be sailing back to London this very minute. Hush up and go to sleep." "I'll hush up." "And go to sleep. I've had enough of your staring at me." "I'm only looking out for you." "I know what you're doing. You're horrible and nasty. Now stop it and turn your head away." "No, ma'am. I'm sorry. If you'd rather I not see your front side, you might turn around." I don't know why she hadn't thought of that. "If you must know, I need to see the lamp." It was by the door past my feet. "It helps me keep steady." "Well then, stay the way you are. Rest assured I'm not taking any special enjoyment from the view." She muttered, "Beast," and then went quiet. I kept my eyes on her. She kept shifting about. She seemed to know which way the floor would tip next, and changed her footing ahead of time. Good as she was, though, I had my doubts she'd be able to keep it up all night, or until Whittle quit his sleeping and unhanged her. I could see how the cold was getting to her. She'd been goosebumpy and shivering all along. As time went by, though, the shivers got worse till she was fairly shuddering. Her teeth chittered together. She shimmied from head to toe. It put me in mind of exotic Arabian harem dancers I'd read about. Then she got too out of control for any sort of dancer. The way she shook and twitched and jittered about made her look like a marionette, one that had a fellow with an attack of palsy running the strings for it. All of a sudden, the boat nosed down and pitched Trudy off her feet. She dropped backward till the noose stopped her. She let out a choke. Her tied hands flew up and grabbed the rope beside her face while she heeled the floor. Just when she almost got herself standing, another lurch of the boat flung her feet out from under her all over again. Whittle kept on snoring. A shout might have stirred him up, but I figured he might just let her swing. I hurled myself out of bed, my bound feet landing on Stew. I gave the floor a smart slam, but didn't let that stop me. In a blink, I was on my hands and knees, scooting myself toward Trudy. Tied like I was, I didn't know how to go about saving her. What happened, though, I pushed right into her kicking legs. After giving me a few thumps, they quit thrashing and used my shoulders for braces. I scooched forward, head between them, forcing them back, and before long Trudy was standing. She coughed and gasped for a spell, but I could tell she wasn't getting strangled anymore. She stood there, shaking and panting, and mashing my head with her knees till I feared my skull might cave in. "Let go," I whispered. "I'll fall." Her voice had a whiny, scared sound. Somebody laughed. It wasn't me. It wasn't Trudy. "Whittle," I cried out, "help us." "It's been a jolly fine show. I shouldn't like to spoil it now." Had he not been asleep at all? The snoring a mere ruse? "Let her down, damn your eyes." "Please," Trudy sobbed. "You're both doing splendidly without my interference. Carry on." I railed at him something fierce, and Trudy kept on pleading. Whittle laughed as if thoroughly enjoying himself, but finally he must have grown tired of our voices, for he said, "Quit your blithering now, or I may lose my patience." "Let her down at once," I demanded. I heard a loud clap. Trudy yelped and flinched and near crushed my skull. Then she took to blubbering. After that, we both kept mum. We stayed just the way we were. What with my hands and feet tied, I was none too steady. Trudy's grip on my head helped to keep me from going over sideways, and I kept her from falling forward or backward. A peculiar arrangement, but it worked most of the time. Every so often we'd take a spill, then Trudy had commenced to choke till I could get back to my hands and knees, and she'd latch onto my head again. The cold made me shake. So did the strain of fighting to stay up. Every muscle in me took to jumping around under my skin. I don't know how a person can work up a sweat when he's freezing, but I sure did, and the air grabbed hold of all the sweat and made it feel like ice. Would have felt wondrous to crawl back to my bed and get under the covers. Nothing stopped me from doing that except I knew Trudy wouldn't last 5 minutes if I didn't stay put. It got so bad I started figuring it might be the best to go ahead and let her hang. After all, Whittle was bound to kill her anyway, sooner or later. If her neck got stretched tonight, it would only save her from more misery later on. Never quite convinced myself of that, though, I'm glad to say. I stuck it out. By and by, all the cold and aches seemed to go away. I fancied I was home in bed, safe and cosy. I even heard Mother, off in another room, playing sweet music on her violin. I woke up and thought I was home, for I was under warm covers, but the boat was rocking me gently. I opened my eyes, saw daylight, and felt like I wanted to die. Much as I'd hoped to save Trudy, I must have lost my wits and crawled back into my bunk, leaving her to swing. I betrayed her. I killed her. I couldn't look, didn't want to see poor Trudy slumped at the end of her rope. Then I noticed I wasn't tied anymore. Confused by that, I went on and turned my head. Trudy wasn't hung after all. She was stretched out on her berth, all but her face hidden under blankets. Her face was mighty pale except for bruises and a couple of red marks from Whittle's belt. Her eyes were shut. I could see her eyes sliding around under the lids, so I knew she wasn't dead. Well, she was such a fine sight I got teary. I hadn't let her die after all, and neither had Whittle. Sometime during the night he must have let her down and put us both into our beds. Not that he'd taken pity on us. He had no pity in him. It simply went against his plans to have us turn up our toes when we still had the whole voyage ahead of us. He wasn't on either bed, so I reckoned he'd left us by ourselves. I rolled onto my side, flinching and moaning with all my aches, and saw he was gone all right. He'd shut the door after him. On the floor between our berths were Trudy's nightgown and a lot of stew, dried gravy and chunks of meat and potatoes and vegetables. The sight of that food set my belly to grumbling. I got down there. My knees hurt fierce. The air chilled me some, though it felt warmer than the night before. I plucked up pieces of meat and potatoes and carrots and jammed them in. They were cold. They tasted almighty fine, though I had a rough time working up enough spit to swallow. After a few mouthfuls, I remembered Trudy. She hadn't gotten much into her before my attack on Whittle, so I reckoned she might be near as hungry as me. I gathered some grub in my hands and crawled over to her. She looked so peaceful, asleep like that, I hated to disturb her. Did it anyhow, though, figuring she'd appreciate the food and might not get another chance at some for a while. "Trudy," I whispered, close to her face. "Trudy, wake up!" Her eyelids squeezed tighter as if she wanted nothing to do with waking up. Then her face scrunched. She let out a few little whimpers. "Whittle's not here," I told her. She opened her eyes and blinked at me. "You might wish to eat a bit," I said, raising my cupped hands so she could see the food. She looked at it, but didn't move. "I saved it for you." "Where is he?" she asked, her voice all quiet and scratchy. "I hope he's gone to the devil, but I imagine he's only gone to another room. Are you untied?" She nodded her head ever so slightly. "You ought to sit up and eat then." "Go away, leave me alone." Here she was, giving orders again, but she didn't put much pep behind them. I dumped one hand into the other, then pinched up a chunk of meat and put it to her lips. She kept them shut and shook her head. I rubbed the meat across her lips, greasing them up. "Stop." She sounded so pitiful I quit, but then her tongue came out to clean off the mess, and she must have liked the taste. She opened her mouth. I put the meat in. She chewed and chewed on it, and made awful faces when she tried to swallow. "If you want more," I said, "you'd best sit up." She rolled onto her side, pushed herself up on one elbow, and brought out her other arm to hold the covers against her bosom. She was in a sorry condition. Her shoulders and what I could see of her chest were just as smooth and white as cream where she hadn't been lashed. but Whittle's belt had left little that wasn't dark with purple bruises, or welted or striped with threads of dried blood. Her neck was rubbed raw from the noose. It was shiny red and oozing. My knees had looked like that just the summer before, after I went chasing Tipper Bixley across Marylebone High Street and took a spill and scraped them up something awful. I wound up with scabs that lasted to the start of the school term. Trudy's wrists were bruised and raw too, but not near as bad as her neck. I looked her over pretty good while I stuck the food into her mouth. I wasn't quite fit as a fiddle myself, but all that damage on Trudy made my heart ache. I felt so sorry for her, but mostly I felt guilty as sin. I'd done all this to her, just as surely as if I'd strung her up myself and given her the whipping. "I won't let him hurt you again," I said. She chewed and swallowed. She looked into my eyes. All I saw in hers were tiredness and pain. She didn't say a thing. She didn't try to boss me or scold me or nothing. It was just awful. Whittle hadn't killed Trudy, but he'd sure taken the starch out of her. When the last of the old stew was gone, she turned onto her back and covered herself to the chin. She stared up at the ceiling. "Everything will be all right," I told her. I knew it was a lie. So did she, more than likely, but she didn't tell me so, just lay still and gazed. Back in my bed, I licked the stew gravy and grease off my hands. Then I spent a while licking my wrists, which were pretty much as raw as Trudy's. I gave some thought to having another go at Whittle, but remembered all of what he'd done to Trudy after my last try. If I should attack him again and muck it up, she would be the one to pay. I decided to call it quits and behave. Reckon I'd lost near as much starch as Trudy. Chapter 10. Patrick joins our crew. By and by, Whittle came in. His arms were full of clothes and he left the door open. "Good afternoon, my friends," he said, sounding wonderfully chipper. "I trust you slept well." With that, he commenced to split up his bundle, tossing garments and shoes onto our beds. "You'll have free rein of the ship for a while," he explained. "We're anchored at Plymouth, and I've sent Michael ashore for all we'll be needing." He stood with his back to the doorway, watching as we set up and dressed ourselves. He brought heavy sweaters for both of us, trousers for me, pantaloons and a skirt for Trudy, along with stockings and shoes. The clothes were too large for me. I reckoned they belonged to Michael or to Trudy's dead father. Michael, I hoped. It didn't set well, the idea of wearing a dead chap's duds. Why Whittle hadn't returned my own trousers to me, which would have fit properly, I didn't know. I allowed I wouldn't be making a nuisance of myself, however, by asking. He watched me cinch the belt tight. "Should you consider using that to strangle me, please remember what came of your previous mischief." "You needn't worry," I said. "I'll not attack you again." "It will go very hard with Trudy should you forget yourself." With that, he patted the handle of the knife at his hip. Trudy'd managed to get herself dressed, but she just sat on her bunk when Whittle told her to stand. He pulled her up. She hobbled, stiff and moaning, as he ushered her past me. I followed them out of the cabin. He let her go alone into the lavatory. He shut the door and we waited in the narrow aisle. I saw he'd changed his bandage. The new one was fresh and white, without blood and such leaking through. "I take it you've grown rather fond of Trudy," he said. "I shouldn't like to see her hurt, is all." "Such a gallant lad. I was quite impressed with your efforts to save her from hanging last night. You could have lent a hand." "Oh, but I had such a merry time watching. We might have perished." He laughed and clapped my shoulder. "Not allowed, my boy. Nobody dies while I am the captain of the True Delight." Trudy finally came out, and I got my turn. In a mirror above the wash basin, I took a gander at my face. It was a frightful sight, all puffy, dark with bruises, stained with dried blood. I cleaned off the blood, then sat down to relieve myself. I'd had no opportunity for that since setting off for Whitechapel, 2 nights ago? 3? Sitting there, I realized I had no certain knowledge of how much time I'd spent aboard the yacht. I was aware of 2 nights passing, but others might have been missed while I was asleep or unconscious. Though I'd had little to eat and nothing whatsoever to drink during that period, the toilet proved itself welcome. Done, I stepped out and was surprised to see that Trudy and Whittle had wandered off. I spotted them beyond a narrow doorway at the far end of a room considerably larger than the one where we'd so far spent our captivity. This, I supposed, must be the main saloon Trudy had mentioned last night. It had berths along both sides which were more spacious than ours. One looked as if it had been slept in. No doubt this was where Whittle had spent the night after returning Trudy and I to our beds. There were cabinets, seats, a table, and even a gas burner, which accounted for the warmer air in this section of the boat. Through portholes I glimpsed other crafts anchored near ours. Thoughts of escape set my heart to pounding, but I pushed them away, fearful of the outcome for Trudy if I should arouse any suspicion or anger in Whittle. I joined them in the kitchen, or galley, as Trudy had called it. The room was as wide as the main saloon, but not so long. At the far end, a few stairs led upward to a closed door. The galley was equipped with a stove, a sink with water pumps, counters, and cabinets. Whittle sat at a small table while Trudy stood at the stove, preparing ham and eggs. Whittle gestured for me to sit down across from him. I did so. "I'll have a dab more tea," he said. I filled his cup from the pot on the table and eyed the cup in front of me. "Do help yourself, Trevor." I poured steaming tea into my cup and sipped at it. "Had I known we'd be embarking on this little adventure," he said, "I should have asked Ellsworth to join us. However, I fear I'd be forced to get along without his services. A fine fellow, Ellsworth. What's to become of him? I didn't even find an opportunity to provide him with a reference." "Shall we go back for him?" Whittle laughed. "I think not. Are you certain you wouldn't prefer to return home?" "You've made that rather impossible for me," he said, and lightly fingered the bandage where his nose used to be. "Besides, I've long had my heart set on America." "Why?" "Just the place for a gentleman of my tastes, particularly the Wild West, don't you know? Why, with any luck, my various depredations will be laid at the feet of the aborigines, the redskins. They're really quite keen on a wide variety of mutilations." Whittle put down his cup and leaned toward me, his eyes agleam. "I understand that they not only scalp their victims, but have been known to skin them alive, dismember them. Oh, they have a jolly time of it." He patted his lips with a napkin. "Perhaps I'll join up with a band of marauding savages and show them a few new tricks. Perhaps you'll find yourself scalped." That set him to laughing again. "Oh, Trevor, you're marvellous, a fellow of infinite jest." I didn't care much for the reference to Yorick. After all, he was dead, nothing more than a skull when Hamlet made that remark about him. Nevertheless, I judged I ought to count myself lucky that Whittle found me so amusing. It might help to keep me alive, at least for the duration of the voyage. Trudy brought the food over. She sat down and joined us. We ate in silence for a while. It was wonderful to wrap my teeth around the hot eggs and ham. Trudy merely picked at hers. She seemed as tired and gloomy as she'd been when I first woke her up. "Why so downcast?" Whittle finally said to her. She didn't answer. She just stared at her plate and pushed around a bit of egg. Whittle smiled at her. Then he jabbed her arm with his fork. She flinched, and tears filled her eyes. "Speak when you're spoken to." She nodded. "Am I to take it you're not enjoying your voyage?" I'm not feeling well." "You must take better care of yourself." "You're going to kill me." "Not at all. Perish the thought. Perish it," he said again, and tipped me a wink. "Even should I face a sudden urge to, how shall I put this tastefully, slice your sweet flesh, why, I should most certainly resist it. I've already explained how important you are to the success of our venture. I must keep Michael cooperative, don't you know? Now there's a stout fellow," he added, turning to me. "I doubt he's slept a wink since we set sail, and I'm sure it's been no easy task to skipper this yacht single-handed. He's made quite a fine account of himself, all in all, and, unlike some I might mention, he's given me not a moment of aggravation." When we were done with the meal, Whittle set us to work. I pumped a bucketful of salt water at the galley sink and went off to scrub the stew off the floor in our quarters. While I was busy at that, Trudy washed the dishes. The scrubbing didn't take long. Whittle carried my bucket topside, going up the stairs and out the door at the rear of the galley. Then he came down and ordered Trudy to bake some loaves of bread. "We'll be having company this evening," he told her. I saw some life come into her eyes. "Michael will be eating with us?" "More than Michael, I dare say. He's to fetch along an able-bodied seaman." I rather hoped he might fetch along, instead, a troop of constables, or perhaps a concealed revolver. He was all done in. Actually, I realized it would be the height of folly to attempt our crossing without an extra hand. "It's no less the height of folly," I said. As usual, he laughed. "We'll all find ourselves in Davy Jones's locker." "Full fathom 5, is it?" "Make sport of me, then. You'll be whistling a different tune when we capsize in a gale or fetch up on an iceberg." "We should take the southern route," Trudy said, all at once showing some more interest in matters. Maybe my talk of going down had stirred her up. "A southern route?" Whittle asked. "Instead of making our way west, we should sail south to the Canaries." "A foul idea." He eyed me, but I gave no hint that I'd caught on to his wordplay. "This is just the best possible season for it," Trudy went on. "We'd have fine sunny weather for our crossing, and ride the trade winds and currents all the way." "All the way to where, might I ask?" "To the West Indies." "I've no use for the West Indies, nor for the Canaries." "The Canaries? Unless my schooling has been for naught, those islands lie off the coast of Africa, and they're in the control of the bloody Spaniards. Is that correct, Trevor?" "Lord Nelson lost his arm there," I pointed out. "You see, that's no place for an Englishman. I'll have none of it." Trudy knew better than to push him, so she hauled out the flour. After that, she got started on the bread. Whittle stayed with her. I went into the main saloon. It had a small library. I found a collection of tales by Edgar Allan Poe, set myself down and tried to read. Couldn't manage it, though. Here I'd been a day or two on the rough seas of the Channel without so much as a touch of sickness, but trying to keep my eyes on the lines of a story while the boat was rocking ever so gentle put my breakfast in jeopardy. By and by, I gave up. I just sat there thinking and worrying. When the nice smell of baking bread came along, it made me just so lonesome for home I nearly cried. Later on, Trudy staggered by. She didn't give me a glance or a word, but went straight to the forward cabin and plonked down on her bed. Whittle went topside. He was up there for a long spell before he hurried down. He locked the door on Trudy, then said to me, "Come along, Michael's returning." I followed him through the galley and up the stairs, coming out on a section of deck toward the rear of the yacht. I glimpsed the wheel and a passel of instruments. Didn't give them much of a look, though. It was the harbour that caught my eyes. Every sort of boat and ship was moored around us, plenty near enough to reach with a good, quick swim. The shore itself, with all its docks and markets and crowds, was less than a quarter-mile off. The water looked grey and cold, but calm. Well, I was sorely tempted to plunge in. I didn't have a single doubt but I could make an escape. I'd be free of Whittle for good. I'd miss out on drowning in the Atlantic. I'd find my way home and be safe, and Mother would weep for joy at my return. And Whittle had likely opened Trudy with his knife. I told myself he'd do it anyhow sooner or later. But if he killed her on account of me, I just couldn't stomach the idea of that. Besides, I judged that sooner or later, one way or another, I might somehow get to save her. Couldn't do that if I jumped ship. That all went through my head as I went with Whittle to the stern, and we stood there waiting for the skiff to reach us. It had 2 men in it, so Michael had found himself a hand for our trip. The broad-shouldered fellow had his back to me. The seam of his sweater was split. A tweed cap, tilted at a jaunty angle, topped his scraggly red hair. The other sat at the stern, his head down. I took him for Michael, as he looked so thin and beaten down. The boat was fairly heaped with a sea bag and all manner of bundles and kegs and boxes and sacks. Whittle called, "Ahoy!" That caused Michael to lift his head. He looked up at us. He was still a fair piece away, but the distance wasn't enough to stop me from seeing the dull, sorry look on his face. He said something to the oarsman. The fellow checked over his shoulder. He seemed younger than Michael, and not more than a couple of years older than myself. His rosy face was rather square, with a wide nose and a heavy chin. "He's up and hired a bloody Irishman," Whittle muttered. "Perhaps the fellow's French," I said. He glared at me. "Better than an Irish addlehead. Blast him." As the skiff glided in close, we tossed our lines to Michael and his crewman. Before long, it was tied up snug alongside. The Irishman smiled up at us and touched a finger to the small brim of his cap. "And who do we have here?" Whittle said, sounding miffed. "Patrick Doolan, sir," the fellow answered. Turning his gaze to Michael, Whittle said, "Were you unable to find a full-grown man?" "He's an experienced sailor," Michael explained, his voice weary, "and he's eager to go to America." "If it's after a strong, hard-working seafarer you are, sir, you'll not find one in these parts to match a Doolan himself." Whittle groaned, but he laid off with the complaints, maybe figuring it wouldn't help any to turn Patrick against him. Both fellows commenced to hand up the supplies, which were piled on the deck around us. Each time I went back to the rail for another helping, I gave Michael a look. Not once did he have a pistol in his hand for blowing Whittle to kingdom come, so by and by I concluded either he'd had no luck in finding himself a weapon, or he'd been too yellow to take any such risk. I wondered what he might have told Patrick about our plight. More than likely, not a whit. Patrick went about his unloading chores as if he hadn't a care, all helpful and smiley. Once the skiff was empty, we lowered a ladder over the side for Patrick and Michael to climb aboard. Then we towed the skiff along toward the bow. We hoisted it out of the water, turned it bottom up, and lashed it secure to the deck. Whittle had us tie it down directly on top of the forward hatch. His idea, more than likely, was to make things all the harder for Michael in case he might take a mind to open the hatch and let Trudy out. Not that Michael had the sand for such a trick. He was shorter on gumption than any fellow I ever ran across. Why, there wasn't a reason in the whole world he couldn't have fetched himself a pistol while he was ashore buying up supplies and looking for a crewman. If he'd done that, would have been no feat at all to put a ball of lead into Whittle. The man was a monstrous fiend, but not so powerful that a bullet wouldn't have laid him low. Later on, when we were far out to sea and had a few minutes that the waves weren't trying to kill us, I asked Michael how come he hadn't latched onto a pistol back at Plymouth and filled Whittle with lead. He gave me just the queerest look. He said, "I should have thought of that." He wasn't just a coward, but a numbskull to boot. Chapter 11. Patrick makes his play. By the time we got done stowing the gear and supplies, it was night. Trudy had stayed locked inside our quarters all the while. Whittle finally went and let her out, so she could make us supper. Michael and Patrick both looked mighty shocked to see her. It seems like Patrick hadn't known, till then, we had a woman aboard. I'd gotten used to her battered face and skinned neck, but not so her husband or the Irishman. We'd gathered in the saloon and lit the lamps, so there was plenty of light for them to see her injuries by. Michael let out a moan and rushed to her and threw his arms around her. She petted his hair and wept. Patrick watched, frowning and looking confused. Whittle watched, grinning. I don't know which amused him more, how those two were carrying on, or how Patrick seemed so perplexed by such matters. At length Whittle said, "They're husband and wife." Patrick nodded. "And what is it that's befallen the lady, and yourself and Trevor? It's only Michael here that hasn't a bit of injury to him." "Young Trevor befell me," Whittle said, and touched the bandage in the middle of his face. "I befell Trevor and Trudy." Then he told all. He didn't fudge on a bit of it, but explained how it was the very same Jack the Ripper as had cut his way through the East End whores, and how I'd attacked him in the street and lopped off his nose, and how we'd come aboard the True Delight, where he'd slit Trudy's father with his knife and taken her prisoner, and how Michael had sailed us single-handed from London to Plymouth, and how Whittle himself had overpowered me and Trudy when we tried to mutiny on him, beating us and causing our injuries, and how the aim of it all was to sail for America, where he might journey to the Wild West and cut up women all he pleased, like an Indian. Well, Patrick sat silent, taking it all in. He frowned and bobbed his head and stroked his chin like he was getting a lesson in mathematics, maybe, and was working hard to keep it all straight. "Is the situation quite clear to you now?" Whittle got around to asking him. "Is it that you're a foul devil of a murdering poltroon?" Whittle smiled. "Precisely. And is it that you've slain this poor lady's own father, and it was your own cruel hands that thrashed her so sorely?" "Quite. And will you make this clear to me?" he asked, drawing a knife from the scabbard on his belt. He was seated on the berth beside me, facing Whittle across the narrow aisle. Of course, I'd seen he had a knife all along. Just show me a seaman without one. Whittle hadn't tried to get it off him, either. It seemed a bit reckless, admitting all his crimes to an armed man, even if the fellow wasn't more than 17, and Irish. Well, when Patrick pulled the knife, my heart commenced to wham like thunder. Michael and Trudy laid off hugging and kissing and weeping so they could watch. Whittle, he sat calmly and didn't even go for his knife. Patrick pointed his blade at Whittle, shook it at him as he said, "Will you make it clear to Doolan here why he ought to refrain himself from sending you down this minute to the fires of hell, which are surely waiting for you? It's quite simple, really. I have no intention of harming you. You seem a fine, stout lad, and I'm sure you'll be a splendid addition to our merry crew. As for my crimes, I've committed none against you or your kin. You needn't bother yourself about them, really. By all the saints, you're a strange one." "Oh, I agree, strange, but not mad. I'm quite sensible, actually, quite practical. I'm well aware that, for a successful passage, I must have the cooperation of everyone on board. To ensure that, I'll be keeping Trudy close at hand. So long as I'm given no trouble, however, I'll not harm her. At the conclusion of the voyage, I'll take my leave of the three of you, and we shall all be free to go about our business." "And it's your business to shed the blood of sorry, helpless women?" "I'm not asking friendship of you, merely your help in seeing us safely across the sea." "Kill him!" Trudy ripped out. I jumped half a mile. Maybe Patrick had already made up his mind to go for Whittle, or maybe he'd been about ready to put his knife away, but Trudy no sooner shouted, "Kill him," than Patrick hurled himself at the Ripper, going for his throat with the blade. Quick as lightning, Whittle blocked Patrick's slash, snatched out his own knife, and jammed it into Patrick's belly so hard it hoisted the young chap off his feet and made his cap fly off. Patrick gave out an awful grunt. As he folded at the middle, Whittle sprang up and hung on to him so he wouldn't fall, and kept the knife in him and jerked it around some, making Patrick twitch and yell. I got up quick, thinking to join in, but Whittle fixed me with a look that stopped me cold. Besides, I was too late to help Patrick. Michael and Trudy, they weren't stirring themselves. They only stood there, looking sick. So I sat back down. "Good lad," Whittle said. He kept his hold on Patrick and stuck him 10 or 12 more times. When Patrick was all limp and saggy, Whittle eased him down to the floor. There was more blood than I'd seen since Mary's room. It was too much for Michael. He heaved and got some on Patrick's head. Trudy just stood there and shook. Whittle, he picked up Patrick's knife off the cushion. "The ignorant sod," he said. Then he told me to give him Patrick's belt. I crouched down beside the poor fellow. His belt was all bloody, so I got my hands red, but that didn't bother me much. I felt awful sorry for him. He looked so lonesome. His eyes were open and full of surprise and sadness. I hadn't known him more than a couple of hours, but I'd liked him. Seemed pretty clear to me that Trudy had got him killed. I allowed I should try not to hold it against her, though. Well, I got the belt off him and handed it up to Whittle. He buckled it around his waist, then shoved Patrick's knife into the leather sheath. "I'm afraid we'll simply have to do without his services," Whittle said. "Trudy, I'm famished." With his own bloody knife, he pointed to the galley. "What about Patrick?" I asked. "He won't be joining us. Shouldn't we do something with him?" "He'll keep." Well, we left him and all went into the galley. I pumped out salt water and cleaned my hands, but Whittle kept his red. Trudy prepared our meal. There wasn't room for all of us at the table, so I ate on my feet. I had a rough time downing much, for I felt plain miserable about poor Patrick. I could see him sprawled out on the floor if I looked through the doorway, and Whittle wasn't much better of a sight, what with his soaked sweater and how he piled food into his mouth with bloody hands. I forced myself to clean my plate anyhow. Michael and Trudy did the same, though they both looked a trifle green. Nobody said anything. When we finished, it was clean-up time. Trudy had the easy job. She got to stay and wash the supper things. Seemed as how she rightly deserved to clean up the ugly mess in the saloon, her being the one that got Patrick killed. That job was given to me and Michael, though. First off, Whittle told us to lug the body into the forward cabin. "We'll heave it overboard," he explained, "once we're out to sea." I could see how it might be a risky business to drop Patrick in the harbour where we might get noticed, so I didn't complain but just grabbed his ankles and lifted. Michael took him by the wrists. We commenced to carry him along. My feet slid around on his blood, but I was careful not to step in any of Michael's mess. We got him into the cabin, and Whittle had us put him on the floor between the berths. This was our quarters, mine and Trudy's. I sure didn't relish the notion of spending the night in it, locked up with Patrick's remainders. Turned out it didn't come to that, which should have been a relief to me, but wasn't much of one. Michael and I, we shared a nasty time swabbing up the floor of the main saloon. Whittle manned the bucket. He took it topside now and again to dump it over the side. When he got done, he told Michael we wouldn't set sail till dawn. That way, Michael could have a good night's sleep to get set for the voyage. I was to help out on deck. Well, it came time to turn in. Time for me and Trudy to get locked inside that tiny cabin along with Patrick. What Whittle did, though, he told me and Michael to sleep in the saloon. Then he took Trudy along to our usual place, closed the door after they were both in, and locked it. They were all three shut up tight together in that one little room. We stared at the door for quite a spell. Finally, Michael sat down at the side of the bunk and hunched over and rubbed his face. "We'd better get some sleep," I said. "He's a madman," Michael muttered, "completely mad. And Trudy, oh, poor Trudy. I'm sure he won't kill her. Some things are worse than death." "That may be so, but if we bide our time and keep our eyes open for the proper opportunity, we might kill Whittle and save her life yet." He gave me a sour look. "It's your fault we're in this fix." "I'm terribly sorry for that," I told him. "However, we're in it, so we'll simply have to carry on." After that, he crawled under the covers. I shut down the lamps and got into the other bed. I was no sooner stretched out and comfortable than there came a quick, high "No!" from Trudy. Then Whittle let out just as mean a laugh as I'd ever heard. That was the start of it. For the longest time, all manner of horrid sounds came through the dark from behind that door. Thumps, shuffles, whimpers, Trudy pleading and Whittle chuckling. Not a peep came out of Michael. He stayed in bed, but I didn't reckon he was any more asleep than me. I took a notion to get up and listen at the door. The thing is, I didn't want to hear what was going on in there, so I gave up on the idea. Well, Trudy fetched up a shriek that turned the marrow of my bones to ice. It ended with a hard clap. Next time she came out with one, the noise of it was soft and muffled, so I knew Whittle must have thrown a gag across her mouth. He'd likely done it to keep her from being heard by folks in the boats around us, or even ashore, she was that loud. The gag quietened her down considerable, but didn't stop the yelps and squeals and howls. Every now and then, Whittle'd say something I couldn't quite make out, and he laughed and chuckled pretty often, like he was having himself a jolly time. I lay there, trying hard not to wonder what he was doing with her. Couldn't get it out of my head, though, and whatever it was, it included Patrick. By and by, I plugged my ears. That helped. Somehow, I got to sleep. Chapter 12. Overboard. Come sunup, Michael woke me. I looked at the shut door and then at him. He had misery all over his face. I'm sure he didn't kill her, I said. He wouldn't do that. She's his only hold over us. I don't wish to discuss it, he told me. Well, we went up on deck. The morning was cloudy with a stiff breeze blowing. Seagulls were squawking away, and you could hear folks talking soft on boats all around us as they got ready to haul. It seemed mighty peaceful, but peculiar too. We were on a yacht chock full with madness and death, and nobody had a clue but us. Michael didn't talk except to give me instructions. Together we raised the anchor and set the sails. He took the helm, and we fairly scooted clear of the harbour. Later on, he sent me below to fetch coffee and food. No sign of Whittle or Trudy. Their door was still shut, and it stayed shut that way while I made up a pot of coffee and threw together some bread and marmalade. I used a dull little knife that didn't even have a point on it for spreading the jelly. But it gave me ideas, so I hunted high and low for a decent knife or any other thing that might do for a weapon. I came up with nothing but forks and dull knives. Whittle had had plenty of time on his own, and must have scoured the galley to get rid of whatever might be turned against him. I thought I'd give the saloon a going over, but held off, not wanting to risk it with the door so near. Besides, Whittle wouldn't have left any sort of weapon-like items lying around in there either. So I gave up, for a time, and carried our coffee and bread topside. It tasted mighty fine. We were cutting through the waves at a fair clip, the sails all billowed out pale in front of us, and my only care for a while was how to drink my coffee without spilling half of it. I sort of let on, just in my own head, that me and Michael were a couple of buccaneers setting forth on a grand adventure. We were on our way to the far Tortugas, or the Happy Isles, or some such, where there'd be warm breezes and long white beaches aplenty, and whole scads of tawny-skinned native girls with bare breasts. But I no sooner pictured those native girls than Mary's breasts plopped down on the floor in front of my face, and that led to a raft of other thoughts, just as real and terrible, till there I was again on the death boat thinking about what I'd heard last night in the dark. I saw we were empty, so I went down for more coffee. The door was shut yet. Just the sight of it gave me the fantods. I didn't linger about, but hurried right up to the deck as fast as I could. Later on, the coffee got to me. I couldn't bring myself to go below and take care of business. What they called the head was just too near that awful door. I feared it might open up in front of me, and I'd have to see what was in there. So I did it over the side. Michael had me take the helm while he did the same. After he was done, he let me stay and gave me lessons in a tired voice about how to steer and keep the canvas full. It was bully, actually. For a time, I got to forget about the horrors. Land was still in sight, though a considerable distance off, and not much more than a long smudge way out across the water. There weren't any other boats near enough to worry about smashing into. Now and then, the sun peeked out from among the clouds and felt uncommon warm and friendly. I did a fair job of steering us along, and Michael told me so, and I judged he wasn't such a sorry bloke after all, even if he was a coward. The whole while, we didn't speak a single word about Trudy or Whittle. They must have been on Michael's mind, though. They were sure on mine, like a heavy black ugliness that I couldn't shake off for more than a minute or two at a time. The longer they stayed locked away, the worse it all seemed. They didn't come out, and they didn't. The whole morning went by. Then the afternoon crawled along. I got hungry, but didn't mention it to Michael for fear he'd send me down to fetch food. Near sundown, just after we'd passed Land's End, Trudy came up through the companionway. She was barefoot, so we didn't hear her. All of a sudden she stepped out and was right there with us. We both gawped at her, but she didn't so much as look at us. She hadn't on a stitch of clothes. She was blood all over. It was mostly dried and brown. Her hair was caked with it. She carried Patrick's head along with her, holding it against her belly by its ears. Just as casual as you please, she walked past us real slow to the stern and dropped the head overboard. Then she stood there, feet spread and arms out to keep her balance on the pitching deck. She stood there and gazed out behind us, like she was watching for the head to float off in our wake, though it must have sunk like a rock. We didn't know Whittle was with us till he spoke up. "Good day, my hearties," he said, all full of vim and fun. He gave us a smile. Only his teeth and eyes were white. The rest of his face and the bandage on it was stained with blood. He wore the sweater and trousers from yesterday. They looked stiff. He just gave Trudy a glance, then swung his head about, surveying the sea. "I trust you managed swimmingly in my absence." "My lord, man," Michael said, "what have you done to her?" Whittle smiled, nodded, and patted Michael's shoulder with a bloody hand. "You needn't bother your—" Splash! We all jerked our heads aft. No Trudy. Whittle muttered, "Damnation!" Michael stood gaping like an idiot, and I went for the stern. Hanging onto the bulwark there, I studied the water behind us while I kicked off my shoes. I spotted her, only just her head and shoulders. She was way back and getting farther off every second. I skinned off my sweater and dove. The cold water squeezed the breath right out of me. Coming up for air, I heard a call and glanced around. Whittle, at the rear, flung a life ring after me. It landed short, so I had to lose some time swimming for it. While I did that, I saw Michael turning the boat so it wouldn't get away from us altogether. With the life ring tucked under one arm, I went for Trudy again. For a while she was out of sight, and I figured maybe she'd gone under for good. But then a wave picked me up high, and I caught a peek of her. If she'd meant to drown herself, she must have changed her mind. Otherwise, wouldn't she just have let herself sink? I wondered if she hadn't fallen overboard by accident, but then I judged she'd done it on purpose, if not to put an end to her miseries, then 'cause she simply couldn't stand all that blood on her body for even a second longer, and had to either bathe it off in the ocean or die trying. Each time a swell hoisted me, I got a look at her. The space between us shortened, but she was still a good piece off. The cold water stiffened me up something awful. She'd been in longer than me, so we didn't either of us have much time left. I figured it was all up, just about. Well, then Trudy noticed I was coming after her. She hadn't seen me before, I reckon, on account of the rough waters. All of a sudden, she came swimming straight at me. It wasn't but a couple of minutes before we joined up, and she hooked an arm through the ring. We both hung on it, shivering and gasping for air. She didn't say a thing, not even to thank me. I didn't hold it against her, though. Neither of us was in shape to talk. Besides, it was just her way not to appreciate a thing I ever did for her. We clung to that ring like a couple of strangers. Now and then our legs collided or tangled, the way we were kicking to help the floater stay up. Each time the waves hoisted us, we got a look at the Trudy light. It came circling around real slow, and I didn't hold out much hope of it reaching us before we froze up and sank. But then one time we came out of a deep valley, and there was Whittle rowing the skiff towards us. And wasn't I glad to see him? By and by he paddled right up beside us. Trudy let go the ring. She grabbed an oar he held out to her, working her way along it, and draped herself over the gunwale. The boat near capsized, but Whittle scurried to the other side, and it was all right. She didn't have a trace of blood on her, not that I could see, and I guess I saw every part of her, pretty near, while she struggled into the skiff, and then later, after I was in. I didn't see any fresh wounds either. She had all the bruises and marks from the whipping and hanging Whittle had given her, but nothing fresh. So every bit of the blood must have been Patrick's. In its own way, that was almost worse to think about than if the blood had come out of her own body. Anyway, froze up as I was, I somehow managed to haul myself into the skiff. We got the life ring aboard, and then Whittle commenced to row us for the yacht. I sat in the bow, hunched over and shaking apart. Trudy, she was on the other side of Whittle, lying on the bottom, curled and hugging her knees. "You gave us an awful scare," he told Trudy, but he sounded more like she'd given him a jolly show. "This is rather inclement weather for a swimming party. Did you enjoy it?" She didn't answer. Her rump was in easy reach of his foot. He fetched it a smart kick that made her flinch, but still she didn't say anything. He kicked her again, then he laughed and laid off conversation the rest of the way to the yacht. Michael had reefed the sails, so the True Delight was only moving around because of the currents and waves and such. When we came alongside, he lowered the boarding ladder. I tossed him the bow line. He tied us up. Whittle climbed the ladder, leaving me with Trudy in the tossing skiff. She only just laid there. Michael stared down, all pale and hang-jawed, like Trudy was something strange and revolting. He was no more use than a neck-ache. "Trudy," I said, "you've got to get up. We've reached the yacht." She might as well have been deaf. "Help her," Whittle called down to me. It was what I'd aimed to do, anyhow. I couldn't see a way around it. So I kept low and made my way to where she lay. I crouched by her rump. "Trudy," I asked, "please get up." She didn't stir, not even when I put a hand on her cold hip and gave it a shake. So then I pried her top arm away from her knees and hauled it toward me. She rolled. Her knees swung up and knocked me sideways. The gunwale jammed my ribs. Next thing I knew, my feet were kicking at the sky. Then I hit the ocean head first. I tumbled around underwater for a spell, clawed for the surface and banged my head on the underside of the skiff, and finally got to air. I reached for the skiff, but a wave snatched it away, so I missed. Before my hand slapped down empty, what do you know if Trudy didn't reach out and catch my wrist? It must have brought her senses back, knocking me overboard. Whittle, he was up on the yacht, looking down at us and laughing like he might bust a seam. Trudy towed me up close till I could hook my elbows over the gunwale. Then she scooted to the other side to keep things steady. While I hung there, trying to squirm into the boat, she clutched me under the arms and hauled. She didn't let up, but kept pulling even when my head pushed into her breast. She squished me against her and helped me turn over and ease me down. "Are you all right?" she asked. I nodded up at her. She frowned down at me. And right then I forgave her everything and was mighty glad I'd worked so hard at saving her. She crouched over me for a spell, then got up and climbed the ladder all by herself. I followed her up. I had one leg over the bulwark when Michael went to hug her and she slapped him across the face. He stood there, blinking, and Whittle laughed, and Trudy went down below. Whittle clapped me on the shoulder. "You've done splendidly, Trevor," he said. "Go down, yourself, and bundle up before you catch your death." He was the cause of all our troubles, but right then I near forgot how much I hated him. I hurried myself down the companionway. I found Trudy in the saloon, squatting down to light the heater. All a-tremble, she shook out 2 or 3 matches trying. While she worked at that, I saw that the door to the forward quarters was open. I turned away quick, though not quick enough by a long sight. Just a glimpse was too much. Not only Patrick's head was gone, he had no arms or legs either. More was missing, but I don't aim to tell about that. And what was left of him had been split open and hollowed out considerable. It made me plain sick to see such a thing. I dropped down onto the bunk I'd used last night and remembered all the noises that had kept me awake. Trudy whimpering and the screaming and such. Much as I felt sorry for Patrick, I felt a lot sorrier for her. He'd been dead and shut of the business, but poor Trudy, she'd had to watch, and I didn't want to think about what Whittle must have done to her, or made her do. She got the heater going, then took a couple of towels out of a cabinet and gave me one. I stripped off my wet trousers and socks. We both rubbed ourselves dry. We climbed under our covers, and didn't it feel fine to lay in a warm bed? I thought to ask her what had gone on last night. Kept mum, though, figuring it wouldn't do her much good to talk about it, and she more than likely wouldn't tell anyhow. So we just kept quiet. By and by, Whittle came along with Michael. "Oh, my God!" Michael blasted when he saw what was past the door. "What did you do to him?" "Why, I ripped him, of course." "Where's the rest of him?" "Fish food, no doubt. He must have tossed the missing parts out a porthole. If he ate any, like he did with Mary, he didn't let on." Michael came out with another. "My God!" "All the less for you to deal with," Whittle told him. "I don't see why I have to do it," Michael whined. "Would you rather I asked Trudy to clean up the leftovers?" The way Michael didn't answer, I reckon he would have preferred it that way. "And poor Trevor's all done in from the business of saving your bride from the ocean depths." "I belong at the helm," Michael said. "You belong where I tell you. I'm certain the boat will manage itself splendidly until you've finished." "Please, it's not." Whittle, he hauled off and kicked Michael's rump. That sent the fellow stumbling along. I bolted up to see better. At the doorway, Michael lost his feet altogether and, crying out, flopped right down on top of Patrick. He squealed like he'd been stuck, then took to blubbering. I settled back down and turned my head away, not wanting to watch any more of this. Trudy, she pulled the covers over her face when the two first came in. Pretty soon, Whittle said, "You see, he's no trouble. Hardly weighs more than a dog." Michael walked by me, gasping and sobbing. When he and Whittle were gone, I looked and saw a trail of red drippings and other mess on the floor between our berths. I kept my eyes from wandering into the front cabin. Pretty soon, along they both came. This time, Michael carried a bucket and mop. It was dark by the time he finished cleaning the place. He never spoke a word to me or Trudy, but he sighed and sniffed considerable. Whittle let me and Trudy stay warm in our beds till Michael was all done. Then he fetched us fresh sets of clothes. We got up and dressed ourselves. Trudy made supper. We all ate, and then he sent Michael and me topside to get us under way again. Michael didn't say one thing about any of what had happened that day. He gave me orders and instructions, and that was it. Once we were sailing along nicely, he turned over the helm to me. He said we'd man the boat in shifts, 3 hours at a turn. If I should run into any trouble, I was to fetch him quick. Then he went below. I was glad to be rid of him. I kept my eyes on the compass and sails and kept us heading in the proper direction, more or less, until he showed up to relieve me. Whittle and Trudy weren't to be seen. The door to their cabin was shut. I climbed into my bunk in the saloon. Tonight, no sounds came from the other side of the door, and I knew they didn't have Patrick in there with them anymore, which was a mighty relief. Chapter 13. High Seas and Low Hopes. Michael kept a ship's log. I saw plenty of it, for he scribbled on it every day. It didn't say much, mostly just gave our location in degrees of latitude and longitude, which he figured out somehow by using a sextant along with various tables and charts. He tried to figure that stuff out each day at noon if the sun was showing. That wasn't often, let me tell you, but it came out now and again, and we stayed on course. We were making for New York Harbor, which is where Michael and Trudy and their father had set out from when they left for England, and Whittle said it suited him fine. The trip took us 36 days and nights, and seemed to last about 10 years. It was pretty much the same routine the whole time, except when we hit storms. Michael and I took turns at the helm, though it seemed like we spent hours each day fooling with the sails, raising and lowering them because we wanted to keep as much sail flying as we could, but had to reef the mainsail whenever the wind kicked up too hard. Trudy fixed all our meals. When she wasn't busy with that, she came topside and stood lookout. Whittle shared the lookout duties with her. We all took our turns at it, for none of us was eager to fetch up on an iceberg. We ran into a passel of those and steered clear of them. We all got along as best we could, pitching in to help each other and such. Trudy stayed cold toward Michael for a spell, holding it against him that he hadn't jumped in the ocean to save her instead of me doing it, I reckon. She never did warm up to me. When she wasn't bossing me around, she acted like I wasn't there at all. She was always civil and meek to Whittle, and didn't once give him any lip. Michael acted like a whipped dog around Trudy and Whittle both. If he'd had a tail, it would have been drooping between his knees most of the time. He sure knew how to sail the yacht, though. He'd turn into a man again when nobody was around but me, and all he had to do was navigate and steer and muck about with sails or rigging, and give me orders. The dicier it got with the weather, the better he handled himself. Why, you never would have guessed he had a yellow streak at all if you could have seen him skippering us through a gale with waves higher than mountains. Then later on you'd see how a look from Trudy or Whittle made him wither, and you just couldn't believe it. Whittle, he acted the whole voyage like he was having just the bulliest time ever. He paraded about like Long John Silver himself, a knife on each hip, and hardly a word ever passed his lips that wasn't an "Aye, matey," or an "Avast, me hearties," or a "Shiver me timbers." Whereas pirate sorts generally sported an eye patch, Whittle took to wearing one where his nose used to be. After he'd healed enough to stop bandaging himself, he fashioned a whole variety of patches that he tied onto his face. One day he'd be sporting a disc of red silk. The next he might have one made of white lace or leather or velvet or tweed. I don't suppose Trudy had a dress or petticoat or blouse or hat or shoe that didn't wind up with a round hole in it the size of a gold piece. She wore some of those things after Whittle had been at them, and you could see where he'd gotten the material for this or that nose patch. Every so often, when he was feeling ornery or full of mischief, he'd take and pluck his patch up to his forehead and make us sick. Taken all round, though, he behaved a sight better than I might have expected from the likes of him. He'd come near losing Trudy and me that first day out of Plymouth. If we'd gone and drowned on him, it would have put an awful wrinkle in his plans. I figured he realized that, and chose not to push his luck. He went ahead and gave us a fair share of thumps and kicks, but he never tormented any of us much, not as I knew about, leastwise. Each night he took Trudy into the forward cabin and locked the door, leaving the saloon as sleeping quarters for me and Michael when we weren't taking our turns topside. I never heard much out of her, though. When she'd come out the next day, she didn't look like she'd been strung up or otherwise abused. Her neck got better slowly. By and by, the scabs fell off, and her skin was pink and shiny across her throat. As for me, I behaved. Plenty of chances came along for me to bash Whittle or shove him overboard, but I always resisted. Whenever a chance showed itself, all I had to do was remember how he dealt with Patrick, or how he punished Trudy after I'd failed at garrotting him. It was never a sure thing that a bash or a push would have put an end to him, so I never dared. When things got slow and I had time for my mind to wander, I often longed for home, but I grew curiouser all the time about America. I'd read a heap of books about the place. It sounded grand, and I allowed what a shame it'd be to travel so far and only just turn around, first chance, and return to home. The plan I hit on was to send off a message to Mother, letting her know I wasn't dead after all, and then explore around a bit. I'd no sooner get excited about all that, however, than the gloom would set in. I judged I was bound to end up killed and never reach America. If the ocean didn't swamp us, Wood'll carve us down to torsos once he'd stopped needing a crew. My odds were on the ocean, though. It never let up. At the best of times it shoved us up and down and jolted us and pitched us from side to side. At the worst of times it gave up toying around and did its best to demolish us. While that was going on, you'd never see hide nor hair of Whittle or Trudy. They'd be hiding down below with the door tight shut, while Michael and I worked like mad, tied to safety lines so as not to get swept overboard. One of us would wear out our arm on the bilge pump, while the other manned the wheel. And sometimes one or the other of us had to climb in the rigging or go up the mast, and wasn't that just the most fun? There were times my heart nearly gave out from the fright of it all, when we'd be in that tiny boat at the bottom of a gorge, the waves like cliffs looming over us, and then one would avalanche down on top of us, or almost, but more often than not we'd go sliding up the slope and hang on to the crest, and go shooting straight down into the next chasm, diving down so steep it seemed we might flip end over end, or strike the bottom so hard the boat would fly all to flinders. The wind, it'd be shrieking through the rigging like a banshee. Water would be smashing against us, trying to tear us loose and throw us into the seas. By the time it had eased off, we'd be dripping icicles off our noses and hair, and near dead. We'd get maybe a day or two of normal roughness, and then we'd find ourselves in just such another fix, and it's a mighty wonder that the Trudy Light didn't give up and call it quits and fall apart underneath us. But she held together, and so did we somehow. It's a plain miracle, is all I can say, that we were all still alive to look out and spot land off in the far distance on the 36th day of our voyage. Chapter 14. Our last night on the Trudy Light. As Whittle wanted no truck with customs people or any other brand of officials, he decided we ought to avoid the New York harbor and pick a section of shoreline where we weren't likely to get noticed. So we hung well off the coast till after sundown. Then Michael steered us into a place he said was Gravesend Bay. We went in behind a jut of land for shelter from the wind and rough seas. There, a couple of 100 yards from the mouth of Coney Island Creek, Whittle had us reef the sails and drop anchor. Safely moored on the quiet waters, we went below and ate our last meal aboard the Trudy Light. I didn't have much stomach for food. On the one hand, I was mighty glad to be shut of the ocean at last. It had done its most to kill us, but we'd gotten across alive. On the other hand, though, Whittle had had uses for us when we were on the high seas. Now he didn't need a crew, or cook, or captive. He didn't need us at all. That dampened my appetite considerable. I could see that Michael and Trudy were worried, too. They fidgeted and picked at their food, and didn't say much. Nobody asked what Whittle aimed to do. None of us had the grit, I reckon. Maybe they were like me, and figured talking about it might only serve to give him ideas. Maybe if we just let it lie, he'd forget it was about time to kill us all. When Whittle finished eating, he patted his lips with a napkin and sighed. He wore a flimsy silk nose patch that I reckoned had left a good pair of Trudy's bloomers with a hole in them. It kind of drooped in the middle and clung to his tiny nubs at both sides, but puffed out like a sail when he sighed. "Taken all around, my hearties," he said. "It's been a marvellous voyage. You were fine shipmates and companions. I dare say I'll be quite sorry to take my leave of you. However, all good things must come to an end. Trudy," she turned a shade of grey and caught her lower lip between her teeth. Whittle gave her a cheery smile. "You've nothing to fear, Trudy. Am I so ungrateful as to harm you now that we've reached safe harbour? I may indeed have some mischievous ways about me, but I am not a heartless fiend. I count you as my friend. I count you all as my friends," he added, nodding and smiling at Michael and me. "We've sailed the vast reaches of the sea together. We band of brothers and sister," he added, tipping Trudy a wink. "We honoured few." He went on spouting such rubbish for a spell. He laid it on thick as molasses about how highly he thought of us, and how grateful he was, and how we were his comrades and mates and chums, and how he wouldn't even think about hurting us in any way. Well, he jabbered on about it till I lost any doubt but what he aimed to kill us all. Finally, he yawned and said, "I'm all done in. I suggest we retire for the night. We'll rise early, for I'm quite keen to be on my way. Just before dawn would seem the best time to set out, I should think. I'll take the skiff ashore, and you three may carry on as you fancy. Make for the city, or the warm Carib, or Timbuktu. It's all the same to me." Trudy was set to clean the supper dishes, but Whittle told her there was no need. Then he led her off. Michael watched her go. From the look on his face, he figured he was never going to see her again, not alive anyhow. As soon as Whittle shut the door, I said, "We've got to save her. There's no time to lose." In a snap, his face changed. He wiped off his sorrow and hopelessness, and came up looking all superior and scornful. "Don't be ridiculous," he said. "If we don't stop him, he'll butcher her. You know it as well as I do. He'll do no such thing." I was plain astonished. Shouldn't have been, though. I'd seen enough of Michael to know he had no spine when it came to dealing with Whittle. "We can't sit here and allow her to be killed." "Don't raise your voice to me, boy. Do you wish him to murder Trudy? You saw how he carved up poor Patrick Doolan." His face went a bit slack at the reminder of it. "I saw the work he did on a London whore. Why, he just carved her up something awful. He even ate parts of her. I heard him do it. He'll do the same to Trudy if we don't stop him." "Nonsense," he muttered, but I could see he believed me. "Trudy will be perfectly fine," he said, "as long as we do nothing to rock the boat." "We might have a go at burning it," I said, "if we set a fire." "Are you mad?" "I've given it quite a bit of thought," I told him. It was the truth. 36 days on the Atlantic had given me plenty of time to hatch schemes, for I'd known it would come down to this if we lived through the voyage. Once we get the fire going, we'll cry out an alarm. Whittle, he'll come leaping out through the door all in a heat to save himself. He won't care a bit about killing Trudy. One of us will be waiting topside to bring Trudy up through the hatch. "The skiff's on top of the hatch," Michael pointed out. He sounded tired and annoyed. "Why, don't you think I know that? We move it clear before we light the fire. Whittle would hear the commotion. We need to be quite stealthy about it. The hatch may be locked from below. Trudy can handle that. Suppose she can't. Just suppose we're unable to open the hatch, and she's trapped by the fire. And where is Whittle through all this? If he gets past the fire, he'll come topside, and then we'll be in a fix." I had already considered that. We block the companionway door. He might not be able to break through it at all before the fire gets him, and if he does, it should still delay him and give the three of us time to escape in the skiff. It was quite a bully scheme, actually. I'm sure Huck Finn would have been proud of me, and Tom wasn't here to ruin it with fancy trimmings. Neither of them were here, except in my head. My only audience was Michael. While I explained how we'd keep Whittle below with the fire and make our getaway, he simply scowled and shook his head. "It's too risky," he finally said. "It's time for risks," I told him. "Unless you're eager to have Trudy cut into pieces, we'd better have at it." He only just sat there and kept on shaking his head. "Do you have a plan?" I blurted out. "The only sensible thing is to leave Whittle be. He promised he wouldn't harm Trudy. In the morning he'll row ashore, and that will be the end of it. It's certain to be the end of Trudy long before that. We've no choice but to trust Whittle and hope for the best." "I'll do it myself, then." With that, I hurried over to the stove and grabbed some matches. Michael went after me into the saloon. There, I snatched a book down from the cabinet. It was an Emerson. I'd never had much use for him. Anyhow, I tore out pages by the handful, crumpled them up and piled them on the floor between the berths. While I worked at that, Michael pranced around me, fuming and railing at me in a hushed voice so Whittle wouldn't hear. He said, "Stop this nonsense," and "Don't you dare," and "You'll be the death of us all," and such. But I went on with what had to be done. I was yanking a cover off one of the bunks when he jumped me from behind. He hooked an arm across my throat and commenced to choke me. I went wild, thrashing and kicking. I tried to tear his arm clear so I could breathe, but that was no use. I went at him with my elbows, punching them backward. Got in a few licks. He never let up, though. He kept on squeezing till I thought my eyes might pop out. I saw some dandy fireworks. They went off with crashes like cannons, which weren't cannons at all, but my heart thundering. Well, I allowed I'd had it. Seemed mighty peculiar that I'd gone and gotten myself killed by Michael instead of by Whittle, and all I'd hoped to do was save the hide of his wife. All of a sudden, I wasn't aboard the True Delight anymore. I was standing in an East End alley with my back to a wall, looking at the fellow I'd stabbed. He was sitting in a puddle, hunched over. He said, "You've gone and killed me is what you've done." I felt mighty sorry for him and wished I hadn't done it. Then I was on my back, Michael crouched over me and pulling off my belt. All I could do was fight to suck in air. He propped me up and crossed my hands in front and wrapped the belt around me. He cinched it in tight and buckled it. Then he hoisted me onto the bunk. I lay there, glad to be alive and figuring him for the biggest fool that ever drew a breath. He should have helped me, not throttled me. Well, he put what was left of the Emerson back in the cabinet. Then he picked up all the paper balls and took them topside, where, I guess, he pitched them overboard. He didn't want any evidence left around to upset Whittle, I reckon. When he came back, he bent over me and made sure I hadn't slipped my arms out of the belt. "Now you lie still," he said. "If you give me any more trouble, I'll pound you silly." He got under his own covers, but he left the gas lamps burning so he could keep an eye on me. No sounds came from the other side of the door. If Whittle had already killed Trudy, he'd been quiet about it and done it so quick she never got a chance to let out a yelp. Maybe he'd told the truth, though, and aimed to row away in the morning and leave us behind. But I knew the stripe of Whittle. Trudy was either dead by now or soon would be. By and by, I figured it was too late for doing her any good, or any harm either. I felt awful about that. Trudy had been bossy and annoying, and hadn't lent a hand the time I had my chance to strangle Whittle. She'd never acted friendly towards me at all unless you count the time she helped me onto the skiff after she'd knocked me overboard. Even still, I never hated her. I only felt sorry for her mostly, and blamed myself near as much as Whittle for her miseries. I'd saved her from hanging and from drowning, and I might have saved her from Whittle's knife tonight if Michael hadn't stopped me. Resting there on the bed, I still wanted to have a go at saving her. But I didn't see how I could manage it, not with Michael set to get in my way. Besides, I figured Whittled already had plenty of time to cut her up. I decided I might as well write her off and do what I could to save myself. It didn't take much work to squeeze my arms out from under the belt. Michael had his head turned toward me. What with the dim light and shadows, I couldn't see whether his eyes were open or shut. He didn't move or raise a fuss, though, so I figured he must have fallen asleep. After I pulled my arms free, I sat up and slipped the belt around to get at its buckle. I unfastened that, then put the belt where it belonged so I wouldn't lose my trousers. Then I swung my feet down and took off my shoes. My notion, you see, was simply to dive overboard and swim for land. Would have been too dicey trying for the skiff, but I'd take the life ring along with me, and my shoes. I was busy tying their laces together so I could hang them around my neck. That's when a key rattled in the door lock. Right quick, I scurried under my covers and pulled the shoes in with me. I shut my eyes, letting on to be asleep. The door bumped shut. "Rise up, mateys," Whittle said, just as cheery as you please. "The time has come for my departure." I yawned and rubbed my eyes. "Is it morning?" I asked, though I knew it wasn't. "Why wait any longer? I'm eager to be on my way." Whittle stood with his back to the door. He wore his overcoat. It hung open. There was no blood on his sweater or trousers, nor on his face or hands. Both the knives in his belt had clean handles. I took all that for a good sign. It gave me hope, for just a bit, but then I figured he would have stripped naked for the butchery like he'd done that night in Mary's room. He always kept drinking water in the cabin too, so he might have used it for washing. That sank my hopes some. Michael sat up and looked at the door. "Trudy's fast asleep," Whittle said. "Her assistance won't be necessary." With a smile, he added, "I rather imagine she'll be quite overjoyed when she awakes and learns of my departure. If we're very quiet about the preparations, perhaps we won't disturb her." I wished I could believe him. He hadn't locked the door after coming out, but he stayed in front of it as Michael and I climbed out of our beds. I'd untied my shoelaces while he was talking, so he didn't catch on that they'd been laced together. I brought them out from under the covers with me and put them on. He kept his post at the door and ordered us about, his voice low, as if he was being careful not to wake Trudy. Earlier in the day, he'd loaded a large valise, filling it with clothes and loot. The clothes were mostly Michael's, as he was about the same size as Whittle, and the father's duds were too big. The loot was all the money and jewels he'd found aboard the yacht, which was considerable. Michael, Trudy, and her father, they'd been rich from her father's hotel business in New York City. They'd brought along tons of money, not to mention the scad of necklaces and earrings and brooches and bracelets and such, so Trudy could fix herself up splendid for dress-up affairs. Whittle, he'd spent some time during the voyage hunting around for all the valuables. After finding what he could, he'd asked Trudy about hiding places where there might be more, and she'd obliged him by opening up some secret compartments, so he'd probably have every bit of it now in his valise. Following his orders, Michael carried the case topside, and I went up after him, empty-handed. He had Michael set it down by the stern, then the three of us made our way forward. It was a calm night, but mighty cold. Not another boat was in sight. A few lights glowed along the shore and inland. I sure wished I was there among them, and judged this night may be as good a time as any for a swim. But I held off, concerned about Trudy. Maybe Whittle hadn't killed her yet. Maybe, instead of abandoning ship, I ought to have a go at throwing Whittle overboard. I glanced back at him. He had a knife in his right hand. Not hankering to catch it in my belly, I went on after Michael to where the skiff was secured. Whittle used his knife to cut the ropes. Then he stood back and watched while Michael and I turned the skiff right side up. We worked at it slowly, being careful not to raise any sound. Trudy was just beneath the deck from us, after all. Being quiet with the skiff seemed like a way to trick our minds into thinking she was only asleep. We lowered the skiff over the side. Whittle walked in front of me, Michael behind. I towed the skiff by its bowline to the stern. Whittle told me to tie it. While I did that, he told Michael to pick up the valise. I thought he aimed to have Michael climb down and load it into the skiff for him. But when Michael bent over to grab the handle, Whittle stepped in quick and slashed a knife across his throat. Michael straightened up quick and stood rigid, his mouth wide like he was mighty surprised. Blood squirted out of his ripped neck. Whittle danced out of its way and whirled toward me. Well, I flung myself backward. The bullet caught me behind the knees. As I pitched over the side, Whittle reached and clutched the front of my sweater. He tugged at it, trying to pull me up, but the sweater only just stretched, and I kept falling. So he shoved the knife into my belly, or tried. Its point jabbed the back of my forearm instead. I gave out a yell and kicked at him, and he let go and I dropped head first. My head missed the skiff, but my shoulder fetched it a hard thump that sent it scooting. I plunged down into the cold water between it and the starboard side of the yacht. I was mighty shocked at how sudden he'd killed Michael and made his play for me. My shoulder hurt like it had gotten clopped by a cricket bat. My arm hurt too, and the waterplane froze me. In spite of all that, I felt a trifle thrilled that I'd made it overboard alive. I'd gotten clear of Whittle, and that was what counted the most. The ticket now was to stay clear of him. So instead of popping up for air, I swam underwater to where I thought the yacht ought to be. I got my shoes off, then let myself rise, arms overhead. Sure enough, my fingers met the bottom of the hull. It was all slimy and rough with barnacles. I kept under there, feeding my way around. When I found the rudder, it told me which way to go. I turned myself around and headed the other way. Whittle likely figured he hadn't killed me. He'd be up there, waiting, so it didn't seem smart to surface where he might spot me. I worked my way toward the bow, walking my hands along the hull and kicking a bit. The Trudy light had seemed awful tiny when we were out on the ocean getting knocked about by giant waves. Underneath it, though, with my air running out, it felt 10 miles long. I reckon my chest might explode before I got to the front of it. Finally, though, the hull narrowed down to its prow. I let my head come out of the water on the port side, gave a quick look around, and didn't see either Whittle or the skiff. After breathing for a spell, I went down again and hid under the hull as long as I could stand it. Then I came up for another breath and went down again. I must have done that 20 times, till once when I was up for air, I heard the splash of oars nearby, over on the other side of the prow. Well, I ducked under and held my breath forever. Down there, I couldn't hear the oars, but I judged that Whittle was in the skiff, circling the yacht, scouting for me. Finally, I judged he must have had time to pass the bow, so I scooted over to the starboard side before bobbing up for air. He wasn't in sight. No sound of oars either. I hung there for a while, then peeked around the end of the bow. There was Whittle, 100 feet off, rowing for shore. Chapter 15. On my own. Whittle was almost to shore when I climbed the anchor chain and crawled onto the deck. If the water had been cold, the air felt twice as bad. I didn't linger, but scurried along to the stern, keeping low in case Whittle might have an eye on the yacht. Michael, he was sprawled out and still, nothing to do for him. He was in the hands of Providence now. So after a quick look to make sure Whittle hadn't turned around, I hurried below. The heater was on, but it didn't give off enough warmth to stop my shudders. Real quick, I stripped off my duds and grabbed a towel out of a storage compartment. While I rubbed myself dry, I kept looking at the shut door in the forward cabin. I didn't want to see what was on the other side of it. With a strip of sheet from my bunk, I bandaged my forearm. Then I put on some dry clothes. Didn't they feel just fine? They were the father's, and awful big on me, but I'd gotten used to wearing the dead man's things, for I'd worn this or that of his almost every day of the voyage. I cinched in the trousers with a belt, and turned the cuffs up the way I'd always done. Then I got into his best shoes. Whittle had taken all Michael's spares, except the pair I had on when I went overboard. Those were at the bottom of the bay, and I didn't relish the notion of stealing the shoes off his body, so these would have to do, even though they fit loose. Last, I put on the father's heavy coat. I took care of getting myself dry and warm. There was nothing left but only to check on Trudy. All tight and sick inside, I went to the door. I knocked on it. She didn't answer, so I rapped harder. Then I called her name a few times. Nothing. Well, I took hold of the door handle and tried to make myself turn it. I just couldn't, though. Pretty soon, I gave up. Topside, I searched the dark waters for Whittle and his skiff. They were nowhere to be seen. So what I did, I raised the anchor and set the mainsail. No easy job, but it beat taking a swim. At the helm, I steered for a piece of shore far away from where Whittle had been headed. I picked a long stretch of beach that didn't have any lights nearby. I took a spell to get there, but by and by I ran the Trudy light straight up onto the sand. She scraped along and stopped with a rough jolt. Well, I rushed to the prow, all set to leap off and skedaddle before somebody might show up. But then I got to thinking about Trudy. I knew she was dead, but I didn't know for sure. So I hurried down below again, and this time I didn't knock or call her name or give myself time to lose my nerve. I just swung the door open wide and looked in. Even though I'd seen Whittle's work on Mary, it didn't make me ready for this. With a yell, I spun around and heeled it, in such a lather to get away that I stumbled as I raced up the companionway stairs and barked a shin. I gave Michael a last look, and allowed he was lucky to be dead. Then I dashed along the deck to the prow and jumped. The beach knocked my legs out from under me. I landed on damp, cold sand, picked myself up quick, and took just a few running steps toward the distant trees. Then I stopped. Instead of rushing inland, I headed to the right, toward the area where Whittle must have landed the skiff. All along I reckoned it would take a miracle to survive the voyage. If the ocean didn't kill me, Whittle would do the job with his knife. Now I was clear of them both, safe on land in America. But Whittle was here too. Much as I wanted to be shut of him forever, it was me who had brought him aboard the Trudy light, me who had gotten Michael and the father murdered, me who had failed to save Trudy. Walking brisk along the beach, leaving the yacht behind with its horrid cargo, I knew it was me who had to track down Jack the Ripper and put an end to him. Part 2. The General and His Ladies. Chapter 16. The House in the Snow. I hadn't walked far before snow started coming down. Not much at first, but soon the night was just thick with big white flakes, so I couldn't see more than a few yards in front of me. It seemed like a good thing. If Whittle was lurking about up ahead, he wouldn't have much luck at spotting me through the heavy downfall. Maybe I could sneak up on him. I grabbed a chunk of driftwood to use for a club and shoved a few rocks into the pockets of my coat. They didn't amount to much as weapons go. They'd just do dandy, though, if I could catch him by surprise. Having such things gave me a sense of power that made me realize just how helpless I'd felt during those weeks on the yacht. It sank in that I was actually free, not a prisoner trapped aboard a boat. Not a lackey who had to obey orders and watch my step, always worried Whittle would punish Trudy if I didn't behave. He couldn't hurt her now. He'd done his worst to her. As horrible as that was, it had taken away his only hold on me. So I wasn't his slave anymore. I was myself again, Trevor Wellington Bentley. Free. If I had a mind to do so, I could walk away and likely never set eyes on Whittle again. If I had a mind to, which I didn't. The end of my slavery meant I was free to be a hunter. That was all I cared to be, a hunter of Whittle. I figured I'd stalk him forever, if that's how long it took. By and by, I got to hoping he'd hung around the shore and seen me beach the Trudy Light. I hoped he'd decide to lay for me. I hoped he might come leaping at me through the falling snow. Just let him. He would catch a couple of rocks in the face for his trouble, and once he was down, I'd bash his head to pudding. All my eagerness for that skipped out on me, though, when I came to the skiff. The sight of it turned me cold and trembly. I filled my right hand with a rock and twisted around in circles, scared to death he might jump me, wishing the snow would let up so I could see him coming. When nothing happened, I settled down some and gave the skiff a study. It had been dragged up the sand a few yards beyond the ridge of the waves. It was completely empty except for the oars and a puddle of water that had collected near the stern. The puddle looked black. The snowflakes melted away when they fell on it, but otherwise the bottom of the boat, the bench seats and the tops of the oars all wore smooth, pale mats of snow. I circled the skiff, looking for footprints. The only ones I found were my own. This near the water, the sand was stiff and hard, so Whittle wouldn't have left much in the way of impressions, and what there might have been was hidden under an inch or more of snow. As he'd left no tracks for me to follow, I put myself in his place, and reckoned he had likely headed straight inland. He would want to put much distance between himself and the bay, figuring the yacht might be found at daylight. What with the bodies on board, things could get hot for strangers in the area. That goes for me too, I realized. It wasn't a comforting notion. I put my back to the bay and started to march. Trekking over the dunes, my night in Whitechapel came back to me as clear as if it had been yesterday. The part about getting chased by the mob that mistook me for the Ripper, that had been an awful dicey time, and it had only been luck, mostly, that saved me. Well, I didn't need much imagination to see how I could find myself blamed for the killing of Trudy and Michael. What if they grabbed me for it? How could I prove it was Whittle, and not me, who'd done such foul deeds? Maybe I'd end up swinging at the end of a rope. When all that sank in, I allowed I had plenty more to worry about than tracking down Whittle. The trick was to keep clear of everyone, at least until I could put some miles between me and the Trudy Light. It seemed like a mighty fine plan, but it flew all to smash the moment I came upon the house. What I found first wasn't the house, but a low stone wall that blocked my way. It stretched out in front of me for as far as I could see through the snowfall. My first thought was to pick one direction or the other and hike around it. After all, the wall hadn't just grown out of the ground by itself. Someone had built it, and that meant there must be people nearby. I'd aimed to avoid people. Then I figured that if Whittle had come this way, he might have seen things different. What if he saw the wall as a sign that a house was close and went looking for it? Maybe a house was just what he wanted, a place to get out of the weather and warm himself up. Maybe have himself a good meal and a sleep. Maybe have himself a high time butchering whoever lived there. Well, I climbed to the other side of the wall and went searching. I kept an eye out for footprints, but didn't find any. What with the darkness and the heavy falling snow, there wasn't much to see at all. Besides, Whittle had likely had a good head start on me. He might have passed through here before the snow had hardly commenced to fall. And everybody in the house, if there was a house and folks inside it, might be dead by the time I got there. By and by, I figured there had to be a house. The area was planted with trees and shrubs, some of which gave me an awful start when they sort of loomed up, and I took them for Whittle. There were some sheds, too, and a gazebo, and a walkway that only showed because some overhanging limbs kept the snow off its flagstones. Finally, the house turned up. It looked to be made of stone, and maybe a couple of stories tall. Standing at the foot of the porch stairs, I could only see as high as the upstairs window, and that was dark. There didn't seem to be any light at all coming from this side of the house. The corners of its wall were out of sight. I checked the porch stairs. The snow on them was thick and smooth, trackless. I climbed 3 stairs, then got a sudden case of the fantods, so I backed down. No point rushing things. The last time I'd gone sneaking into a stranger's digs, that's when I'd gotten mixed up with the Ripper in the first place. Seemed the wiser course to scout around before making up my mind as to whether I ought to try the house. With that in mind, I headed off to the right. The windows along the ground floor were high enough, so I didn't need to duck. They were all dark. At the corner, I turned and made for the front. The windows along this wall were dark too. A couple of times I stepped back to look up. Didn't seem to be any lighted windows upstairs either. Well, it stood to reason. If a family was in there, they all would have turned in by now. I hoped they were asleep and not slaughtered. Whittle was mad, but crafty. Maybe he'd figured to play things safe and not mark his arrival in America by killing folks straight away. Likely as not, though, he wouldn't look at it that way. Pretty soon I came to the front of the house and followed its long porch to the stairs in the middle. By now it came as no surprise to find the windows dark. From the look of the snow on the stairs, nobody had climbed up or down them for a spell. I had a mind to walk the rest of the way around the place, but figured I was only just looking for an excuse to put off going in. So up the stairs I went. The snow on them squeaked under my shoes. Under the porch roof, I put some white tracks on the floorboards and stomped one foot to shake the clinging powder off my shoe and sock. The thump of it startled me considerable. I felt like a plain fool. Quiet and stealth were called for, not clean shoes. A single thump shouldn't have been enough to rouse the household, if anybody was in shape to arouse, and if Whittle was in there, he only would have heard it if he had his ear to the front door, likely as not. Anyhow, I stood still for a long time. Nothing came of the thump, but I wasn't eager to try the door. I set down my driftwood club and brushed some snow off my hair and coat. Then I bent down for my club, but decided not to take it in with me. If Whittle was inside, I'd have to make do with my rocks, because he might not be, and I didn't fancy the notion of creeping around inside a stranger's house with a weapon in my hand. I'd had a knife in my teeth when I climbed aboard the True Delight, only to get myself laid into by an innocent chap who took me for a villain. There's one thing about Trevor Bentley. He doesn't often make the same mistake twice. So I kept my hands empty, the rocks in my pockets. The door wasn't locked. I eased it open and stood for a spell with my head in the crack. There wasn't much to see but only darkness. Nothing to hear but the tick-tock of a clock pendulum somewhere close by. So in I crept, and shut the door real soft. It was mighty good to be out of the snowy weather. The air felt warm and friendly. It smelled a trifle old and stale like grandmother's place near Oxford. It smelled of wood smoke too, from a fireplace I reckoned, and there was a bitter-sweet aroma that put me in mind of Dawes the cabman. I remembered how he'd kept his pipe upside down so the rain wouldn't put it out the night I went to fetch Uncle William, and suddenly I felt mighty lonesome for home. I would have given just about anything right then to be there with Mother. I told myself this was no time to stand around feeling sorry for myself. This was dangerous territory, after all, whether or not Whittle was lurking about. Keeping my eyes and ears sharp, I took to snooping around. Part of the time, rug was under my shoes. Other times it was a wooden floor. I moved slow, crouching some, my hands feeling ahead to warn me of collisions. I met up with an umbrella stand, a small table, a lamp, a couple of chairs. I only knew what they were by their feel. Somehow I missed knocking any over. By and by I found a newel post and stairway. The stairs seemed to be as wide as I was long. It seemed smart to explore where I was before venturing into the upper parts of the house, so that's what I did, and before long I found myself in a parlour. That's where the fireplace was. The fire had burned itself down to glowing embers, but it gave the room some extra warmth and enough ruddy light for me to see I wasn't blind after all. Though the light was faint and left swarms of shadows, I saw right off that the room had walls and walls full of books. Where there weren't bookshelves or curtained windows, there were cabinets or paintings. The place was all a clutter. It had a sofa and so many tables and lamps and chairs and so on that it seemed more like a storage room than a place for folks to spend their time. Even though I worried some about what might be hiding in the shadows, I wasn't eager to move on. I stepped over close to the fire instead and huddled down to feel its warmth better. From somewhere behind me, a voice said, "Chuck another log on there, fellow." Chapter 17. The General. Well, I jumped up so quick I near hurt myself and swung around. Off in a corner, a match flared. It showed a broad, wrinkled face with white hair curled all around it and a thick, droopy moustache. The old man was sitting in an armchair off to the side a ways. I must have walked right by him on my way to the fireplace. He sucked the match flame down into his pipe a few times and puffed out some smoke. "Get that fire blazing," he said. "I only let her burn down because I was too comfy to get up and fool with it." He didn't sound like he meant me any harm. He sounded downright friendly, in fact, so I figured there was no good reason to hightail. I turned to the fireplace, moved the screen aside, added some wood onto the andreon, and puffed away with the bellows till the fire took. After putting the screen back where it belonged, I faced the old man again. "Much appreciated," he said. What with the shimmery red light, I could see him better now. He was a husky fellow, all a bulge under his flannel nightshirt, a blanket covering his legs. He sat there, looking at me, sucking on his pipe, just as calm as if I'd been invited into his parlour, not snuck in like a thief. "General Matthew Forrest," he said. A general? That might explain how come I hadn't riled him. "Don't stand there with your maw hanging," he said. "Introduce yourself." I let out a couple of noises like, while I tried to figure things out. He talked like a Yank, pretty much the same as Michael and Trudy, rather flat and clipped. Just a few words from me, and he'd know by my voice I wasn't any native. Then I'd have an awful piece of explaining to do. What I needed was a good string of lies about who I was and where I come from. Lies that left out everything about Whittle and the yacht. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" I nodded and suddenly hit on a plan. Cat got your tongue? Yes, indeed. I commenced to frown and shake my head and touch my lips. Then I remembered how one of those rascals in Huckleberry Finn had let on to be a dummy. He'd wriggled his fingers and such, pretending it was sign language. So I had a go at that. The general furrowed his brow. He tapped the bit of his pipe against a front tooth. "I see," he said. "You're a mute. Not deaf, however. I knew a fellow named Clay who suffered from just such a predicament. That was back in '74. A couple of Comanches laid their hands on him, cut his tongue clean off at the root. This wasn't more than half a mile from Adobe Walls. A buffalo hunter happened along just afterward and picked off the savages with his sharps. Saved Clay, but his tongue was already out. Being reluctant to part with it, he poked a hole through the tongue and wore it around his neck. Before long, the thing dried up like jerky. I hear he ate it a year or two later on to stave off hunger after he lost his mount and had to hole up in a cave for a week till the Indians cleared out." The general sure was a talker, which suited me fine. He rather put me in mind of Uncle William, the way he seemed to relish his grisly tale. "I don't suppose the Comanches got yours," he said. Shaking my head, I stuck out my tongue so he could see I had one. Then I fingered my throat and let out a grunt. "A problem with the voice box, eh?" Nod, nod. "That's a shame. However, it does give you a certain edge in conversational gambits." When he came out with that, I couldn't help but laugh. "The Lord has seen fit to saddle me with not one but 2 women in my dotage, so your silence is mighty refreshing." 2 women, that set off alarms in me. What if Whittle had come in, skipped the parlour and missed the general, but found the gals? I must have looked anxious and fidgety, because the general waved his empty hand in my direction and said, "Oh, don't bother about them. They aren't likely to stray down and interrupt us. Once they've turned in for the night, they remain turned in. That's why I've taken to this habit of coming down for a smoke and a drink this time of—" "I fear there might be danger, sir," I blurted. So much for acting mute. If the general was surprised to hear me talk, he didn't show it. He didn't sit still for a blink, but bounded out of the chair so quick it was amazing. "Explain yourself," he said. Turning his back to me, he dropped his pipe on a table and struck a match. While he plucked the glass chimney off a lamp and lit the wick, I said, "I followed a murderer tonight. He may have come here." The general didn't say a thing. He stepped past me lively with the lamp and snatched a revolver off the fireplace mantel. It was huge. I bet he knew how to use it, too. "Follow me," he said. "Look sharp." We hot-footed it out of the parlour, across the foyer and up the stairs. My heart pounding fierce, I hoped the women weren't dead, as that would be a sorry loss for General Forrest. But I sure hoped we'd find Whittle. Scared as I was of the man, I was keen to see him struck by lead. 5 or 6 slugs in the chest would do him proper. I fetched one of the rocks out of my coat pocket before we reached the top of the stairs. The general moved fast and silent into the hallway up there. I stayed close behind him. The lamp cast a glow that lit us and the walls on both sides, but left a long stretch of darkness ahead. A runner on the floor kept our footsteps quiet, but boards creaked plenty. They would creak for Whittle, too, I judged, if he came sneaking along. but that didn't ease my mind much, so I looked over my shoulder every few seconds. When we walked past a couple of shut doors, I worried they might fly open and Whittle would leap out, but they stayed shut. The next door we came to, it stood open, and the General hurried through. He didn't tell me to stay out, so I followed him, not hankering to be left all alone in the hallway. We rushed over to a big canopy bed. I could tell, right off, that Whittle hadn't been at the women, because the covers weren't thrown off and she wasn't a bloody carcass. Only her head showed. It wore a bonnet. The General's hands were full, what with the lamp in one and his revolver in the other, so he gave the mattress a jolt with his knee. The woman let out a moan. "Stir your bones, Mabel," she mumbled. "Huh? What?" "We may have trouble. Get up now and come along, and be quiet about it." She rolled onto her back, caught sight of me and bolted up fast, clutching the covers to her front. She was a skinny, wrinkled old woman. Some white hair stuck out from under the edges of her bonnet. She blinked and worked her jaw. What in heaven's name?" "Shh," the General said. "Let's go." "Why, I never," she mumbled. But she didn't waste any time. Throwing some sour looks in my direction, she scampered out of bed and shoved her feet into slippers. She wore a wool gown so long she had to hoist it a bit so the hem wouldn't drag on the floor. The General took the lead. I hung back and stayed behind Mabel, figuring to guard the rear. She had a bit of a limp, but she moved along sprightly. She kept glancing back like she suspected I might knock her on the head with my rock. Up the hallway a piece, we rushed into another bedroom. The gown in this one must have been a light sleeper, for she sat up quick before the General got a chance to call her out or knee her bed. "Gracious sakes," she said, "what is going on?" "Nothing at all, my dear," the General told her. "Nothing at all." She frowned, looking fairly perplexed. She was a fine, pretty woman, maybe 10 years older than me, with sleek black hair that hung to her shoulders. "Nothing?" Mabel asked, giving the General a sharp look. "Why, you frightened me out of 10 years' growth. Something had best be going on, you old fool. Who's this child? What's he doing in our home?" "Trevor Bentley, ma'am," I said. "He came to warn us of a killer in the house," the General explained. "Oh, my," the younger woman said. "You stay here and watch the women, Trev." With that, he headed for the hallway. "Don't you dare leave us alone with this young rascal," Mabel blurted. The General, he let on that he didn't hear her. He vanished with his lamp. We were in darkness for a bit, then a match lit up the young woman. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she touched its flame to a lamp on her night table. She turned the wick up bright and put the chimney over it and blew out the match. Mabel went over to the lamp. She picked it up and held it off to her side as if she aimed to pitch it at me. "I've dealt with my share of ruffians, fellow," she said. "Don't tempt me." "Settle down, Grandma," the young one said, not at all snappish but soft and friendly. "I'm sure Trevor doesn't mean us any harm." To show she was right, I tucked away the rock into my pocket. "There," she said. "You see?" She stood up and went to her grandmother and took the lamp. She set it on the table where it belonged. She was a head taller than me and slim and fine-looking. She wore a white nightdress that didn't quite reach to her ankles. She gave me a smile that warmed me up considerable, then edged on past me and went for the door. "I shouldn't go out there," I warned. But she didn't heed that, but stepped out into the hall and looked both ways. "Sarah, you get back here this moment." Well, she stood out there, ignoring me and her grandmother. I had to admire her pluck, but I was scared for her. So I heeled it into the hall. I had a mind to grab her and tow her back inside the room. Kept my hands to myself, though, just stayed beside her. We both studied the darkness. I didn't know where the General had gone, but I sure wished he'd show up quick. "Come back in here and shut the door," Mabel sang out. Sarah didn't answer. In a quiet voice to me, she said, "I do hope Grandpa's all right." "I doubt the killer's in the house," I said. I couldn't be certain, of course. I allowed it was a safe bet, considering Mabel and Sarah hadn't gotten themselves butchered. But then again, he might have hidden out in another room for some reason. I figured there was no telling when it came to Whittle. He might be creeping up on us even as we stood there. Far off at the end of the hall, light came glowing from a doorway. Pretty soon, the General walked out behind his lamp and revolver. He didn't glance our way. He crossed to another door and entered a room. "Let's go back inside," I whispered. She didn't answer, but just stood and folded her arms across her chest. I could hear her breathing sort of ragged. She was barefoot and must have been mighty cold. Even though she had on a heavy nightdress, the chilly draught was likely chasing right up under it. She put me in mind of Trudy, the night Whittle had left her hanging. I thought about how I'd nearly frozen myself trying to brace her up. And then the way Trudy looked, dead, pushed itself into my head. It made me just sick to think about it. and it made me figure I could be a gentleman some other time, so I grabbed hold of Sarah's arm and said, "Excuse me," while I tugged her into the room. I dragged her clear of the door, let go, and threw it shut. Old Mabel, her mouth dropped. Sarah frowned at me. "That wasn't necessary," she said, and rubbed her arm where I'd squeezed it. "I'm quite sorry," I said. "Really I am, but I shouldn't want Whittle to lay his hands on you. We're much safer here." "Whittle?" Sarah asked. "He's a horrid man, so quick with a knife we wouldn't stand a chance. He's likely not in the house at all, but he might be. I don't know, really." "So that's what's going on," Mabel said, loud and triumphant. "I knew it. I sensed it in my bones. A killer in the house. Why, he'll rue the day he crossed trails with Matthew Forrest." Well, she perked up in a way that was plain astonishing. She grinned and rubbed her hands together. "He's met his match now, this Whistle." "I certainly hope so," I allowed. Sarah didn't seem gleeful like her grandmother. She looked worried. "He's not as young as he was in the Indian Wars," she said. "His hearing isn't what it used to be." "Nonsense. His ears are as fit as a fiddle. He hears what he wishes to hear, and that's a fact." We all stood silent then, watching the door and listening. I hoped Mabel was right about the General's ears. As time went on, though, I got to worrying. The revolver wouldn't do much good if Whittle crept up behind him and slit his gullet. Then Whittle'd be the one with a gun. I wished I hadn't left the General on his own. I could have watched his back for him. "Perhaps I should go and help him," I finally said. "I'll go with you," Sarah said. "Now quit, both of you. Matthew is perfectly capable of dealing with this Whistle character." "Whittle," I corrected her this time around. "Roderick Whittle." "How is it that you know such a man?" Sarah asked me. Well, things had gone too far for lies to serve much purpose, so I said, "He brought me from England. We sailed together. He murdered the others on the yacht, but I escaped. He no doubt believes I drowned, or he would have lurked around to have another go at me. As he landed not far from here, I feared he might have come to your house. I crept in myself to search for him." "You came here to save us?" Sarah asked. "Yes, ma'am." "That was awfully noble of you." Her words warmed me up considerable. "Noble if he's not giving us a pack of lies," Mabel said. "Grandma!" "It sounds mighty far-fetched to me. Likely as not, he was fixing to rob or murder us till he ran afoul of Matthew, and then thought better of it, and made up this ridiculous story to get himself off the hook." "I believe him," Sarah said. "Why, you're just like Matthew. You're both as gullible as can be. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if—" A sharp thump at the door made us all jump. "Open up!" It was the General's voice. And wasn't I glad to hear it? I didn't waste any time, but rushed on over and opened the door. Chapter 18. Forest Hospitality. "I've scouted all the upstairs rooms," the General said as he came in. "There seems to be no intruder about, but the better part of wisdom says we stick together until I'm convinced he's nowhere in the house." "I don't suspect he exists this side of Trevor's imagination," Mabel allowed. "He most certainly exists," I said. "It's quite possible he never came into the house, though. I haven't seen him since he rode ashore. He may have gone in quite a different direction." Old Mabel gave me a scathing look as if she'd expected me to come out with just such an excuse. "It never hurts to err on the side of caution," the General said. "Come along." Sarah stepped into some slippers. Then she picked up her lamp. I held back and followed the others into the hallway. We trooped downstairs to the parlour. It was a sight warmer than the rest of the house, and must have felt good to the women. Mabel plonked herself into the General's chair and covered her legs with his blanket. Sarah set the lamp on the mantel. Then she put more wood on the fire. After replacing the screen, she squatted down close to the blaze. "Oh," she said, "it does feel wonderful." My eyes had been on her, not on the General, so I'd missed whatever he'd been up to. He took me by surprise when he stepped close to my side. "Take this," he said. He gave me a pistol. It was a tiny thing, not much bigger than my palm, with a barrel about 3 inches long. "If the killer shows his face while I'm gone—" "Matthew, don't you dare! Take that away from him!" "Hush." "I never." "This is a good time to start." To me, he said, "All you need to do is draw back the hammer, point, and squeeze the trigger. Go for the chest." "Yes, sir," I said. "You old fool, don't you put a gun in his hand?" Well, he acted like he didn't hear her, taking his lamp and his big revolver, and hurried out of the parlour. "Matthew!" she fairly squealed. "Matthew!" Sarah turned her face away from the fire. "There's no call to be throwing a conniption, Grandma." I took a step toward the old woman, and she flinched up tight. She studied the pistol like it was a rattlesnake. Some drool trickled down her chin. "You hold on to it," I told her, and offered it by the handle. She looked at me and blinked. She blinked a few times at the gun, then at me again. She wiped the spit off her chin. Then she reached out quick and snatched away the pistol. I shouldn't know how to use such a thing anyhow, I told her. After that, she sort of slumped down in the chair. She cradled the little gun in her lap as if it were a cup of tea. Maybe she didn't know how to use it any better than I did, but I was more confident than ever that Whittle wouldn't turn up. He hadn't come to this house, after all. That was a relief, but a disappointment too. Since he wasn't here, the General wouldn't get a chance to shoot him. He was on the loose, and I wondered how I'd ever manage to track him down. The longer I stayed, the farther away he was likely to get. That was heavy on my mind when the General returned. "The fellow must have passed us by," he said. He saw that Mabel had the gun, but let the matter lie and didn't mention it. "The thing for us now," he said, "is for the rest of you to turn in. I've taken the precaution of locking the doors. I'll keep on my toes and patrol the house till dawn. Sarah, show Trevor to a guest room." "I should be on my way, actually," I said. "He's out in the night somewhere, and the sooner I find him—" "Nonsense!" Sarah broke in. "Nonsense is right," added the General. "I won't have you straying out in the snow." "We had the great blizzard last winter," Sarah told me. "Some 400 souls perished. This is no blizzard, but the snow's coming down heavy. You don't want to be out in it, Trevor. You'd freeze up like a statue." I reckoned that was true, and I sure didn't hanker to leave the warm house. I was loath to part from the General and Sarah, too. Mabel wouldn't be any great loss, but I liked the other two, and they were the first really friendly folks I'd encountered in longer than a month. Besides, there was slim chance I'd be able to find Whittle tonight. The General, he took the gun from Mabel. She gave it up without a fight. He handed it to me. "Keep this with you." "Yes, sir." Sarah fetched her lamp off the mantel and said, "Come along, Trevor." I bid the others good night. Together we left the parlour and headed for the stairs. "Do you have a home of your own?" Sarah asked. "Yes, ma'am. It's nothing like this, of course. Mother and I have a flat in London, England." "Just the two of you?" "There's Agnes, our servant." "We've had servants," Sarah said. With a soft laugh, she added, "They never stay long. Grandma makes life too unpleasant for them." As we started up the stairs, she asked, "What of your father?" "He was a soldier. He lost his life at the Battle of Maiwand." "Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Your mother is all right, however. She wasn't among those you mentioned who were murdered on the boat." "She was safe at home when I last saw her. I left her on an errand, actually. It was something of an accident that I found myself on the yacht." "Then she doesn't know what's become of you?" My throat clogged up when Sarah asked that. All I could do was nod in reply. "Well, then, we should take care of it first thing in the morning. I've never been blessed with a child of my own, but I can certainly imagine how terribly worried your mother must be." I managed to come out with a shaky, "Thank you." We entered one of the rooms just past the top of the stairs. "I hope you'll be comfortable here. We kept the room tidy for occasional guests, mostly Grandpa's old friends from the Point." I saw the big bed, and it looked grand. Sarah lit up the lamp on the table beside it, then turned around to face me. "I'm afraid we have no suitable clothing for a young man of your size. How old are you?" 15, ma'am. I'll be 16 next June." "You're so dear," she said. Smiling kind of sad, she reached out and petted my cheek. "I do hope you'll be in no hurry to leave us." My face heated up considerable, what with her stroking it. "I'm quite glad to be here," I murmured. "Good night now. Sleep well. We'll see you in the morning." "Yes, ma'am." "Sarah. Please call me Sarah." "Sarah." Leaning forward, she gave my forehead a gentle kiss. Then she turned away and left me alone. Out in the hall, she took a turn to the left, so I figured she was going on to her own room. I hurried over to the doorway and watched her, mostly to make sure she didn't get jumped, even though I figured Whittle was far off somewhere in the night. She just kind of flowed along, all graceful and elegant. She put me in mind of my mother so much it made me feel peaceful and lonesome both at the same time. Once she was safe in her room, I went back to the night table. I set down the little pistol. Then I shut down to just my sweater, which was dry and hung low enough to keep me decent in case I had to get up quick. I pulled back the bed covers, snuffed the lamp, and climbed into bed. The sheets were silk. They felt slick and mighty cold at first. After a spell, though, they warmed up. The bed was so soft it snuggled against me, not a bit like my bunk on the True Delight. It didn't bounce and rock and pitch this way and that either. I hadn't felt so comfortable in ages, nor so safe. Come morning, I woke on my own. I just lay there a while, nice and warm, mighty glad to be where I was and not aboard the yacht anymore. But then I got to thinking about Trudy. That took the pleasure out of my lazing in bed. I climbed out, tucked the sweater down as far as it would go, and stepped over to a window. Well, the sight of all the snow took my breath away. We had snow at home now and again, but I'd never seen so much of it. None was falling now. It must have come down all night, though, for there to be such a load. It hung all white on the branches of the trees out there, must have been a foot thick on the roofs of the sheds and such, and looked to be knee-deep where it was stacked against the brick wall at the edge of the property. What with the sky clear, all that snow glared so white in the sun that it stung my eyes. I saw some other houses way off in the distance, and wondered if maybe Whittle had chosen one of them. It seemed likely. Before the notion could take good hold on me, though, I quickly reminded myself how the General kept a pistol handy. Maybe that was a common practice in these parts, and Whittle had gone into a house fixing to do murder and gotten himself killed for his troubles. I hung on to that idea. It helped me some, but not much. I could see a sliver of the bay from my window. It was bright blue with white-topped waves rolling towards shore. The yacht wasn't in sight, of course. I judged it might be seen from a different corner of the house, but it wasn't a thing I wanted to look at anyhow. "Good morning, Trevor." Startled, I dragged my sweater down, stretching it toward my knees. Then I turned around. "I hope you slept well," Sarah said, and walked straight in. With the daylight, I saw she was even prettier than I'd thought. Her shiny black hair was pinned up, her face rosy, her eyes bright and happy. She wore a dress that looked like green velvet and had white lace around the collar and wrists. I slept quite well, thank you." She came walking right at me, her eyes flickered down at my bare legs. "You must be freezing." I wasn't freezing at all. I was broiling. Sweat was trickling down my sides under the sweater. "I brought these for you," she said. For the first time I noticed she was carrying a robe and slippers. "They belong to my father. They're probably too large, but they'll have to do until we can purchase a wardrobe for you." She handed over the robe. I had to let go of the sweater. Before it unstretched too far, though, I shook open the robe and let it drape. She crouched in front of me and set the slippers down. I was mighty glad to have the robe hanging betwixt her face and me. "Try them on," she said. I stepped into the slippers. They felt a slight better than the cold floorboards, but they were too big, just as she'd said. "Is your father away somewhere?" I asked. From the look of loss that filled her eyes, I wished I hadn't asked. "He died in battle some 10 years ago." "I'm sorry. We have much in common, you and I. We both lost our fathers in war. Mine was killed by the Utes at Milk Creek." "Utes? Are those Indians?" She nodded and stood up straight. Well, she seemed to be living in the house with just her grandparents, so I allowed I wouldn't ask about her mother. "Slip into the robe and come along now," she said. "I've prepared a hot bath for you downstairs." "A hot bath?" "Smashing." Luckily, she turned around and went for the door. I quickly plucked off the sweater, I got the robe on and tied its belt, then followed her into the hall. We went down the stairway, and she led me toward the rear of the house where I'd never been before. No sign of the General or Mabel. The kitchen was nice and warm with a fire in the stove. Off to one side a door stood open. We went in, and there stood a tub chock full of water so hot steam was rising off it. "I'll go and fetch some of Papa's clothes for you," Sarah said. "They'll be too big, of course, but they'll have to do until we can get you to a store." "Thank you," I said. I waited till she'd cleared out. She left the door open, more than likely to let heat keep coming in from the kitchen. But nobody was in sight, so I stripped off and climbed into the tub. The water nearly scalded me. It was dandy. I hadn't taken a proper bath since the Wednesday night before I'd set out from home. Not that I'd been a stranger to water in all that time, what with a few dips in the ocean and the waves splashing me and getting myself showered by squalls so often. The sea water had always left me salty and itchy. Every drop of water, whether it came from the ocean or the sky, had been just frigid. So I was mighty glad to be in a tub full of hot water, even if it was sort of boiling me. I lay there, just enjoying it for a spell. Then I soaked myself down and ducked under to get the suds out of my hair. When I came up for a breath, here was Sarah coming in with a bundle of clothes. The water was murky enough to hide my lower parts, thank goodness. She put down a pair of shoes, then set herself in a chair with the other things on her lap, and took to chatting with me. When she asked if I had any brothers or sisters, and I said no, she allowed us how that was another thing we had in common. She'd been the only child of her parents. She went on from there and told me how she'd spent most of her early years in boarding schools because her mother had died of pneumonia when Sarah was only 6, and her father had been a cavalry officer always on the move from one outpost to another out west until he wound up in Colorado and got himself killed by the Utes in '79. Later, she'd lived in Syracuse and taught at a girls' school until 2 years ago when her grandfather, the general, retired from the army. That's when she moved in here to live with him and Mabel. She said she cooked and cleaned house and did the shopping for them. As much as she appreciated them, however, she admitted she found herself lonesome for companionship of folks nearer her own age. That's how come she was so glad I turned up last night. I could see how it might wear on a person, spending night and day with nobody except a couple of old codgers. Even interesting codgers like the general would likely get tiresome if they were your only company, and I'd already noticed that Mabel wasn't much fun at all. Still, though, it seemed a trifle excessive for Sarah to be enjoying her new friend while he sat naked in a bathtub. She kept chatting along until my water lost most of its heat, and I commenced to shiver. She finally noticed maybe my lips were looking blue. She fetched me a towel and said, "You get dressed while I start breakfast." She went into the kitchen. I could see her through the doorway, but she wasn't paying any mind to me, so I climbed out and dried myself. I shut the door and used the toilet, then hurried into the clothes. From the size of things, her dead papa was taller and leaner than Trudy's. Seemed like I'd never get shut of wearing dead father's duds. After rolling the sleeves and trouser legs out of my way, I joined up with Sarah in front of the stove. It looked like she only had enough ham and eggs in the skillet for two. "Where are Mabel and the general?" I asked. "I suppose they're sleeping. I heard Grandpa prowling about the house last night, and he probably didn't turn in until after sunrise." "It appears I came along on a false alarm," I told her. "Perhaps you were led here by Providence." I gave that notion some pondering, and judged she might be right. Taken all around, I was mighty lucky to still be alive. So maybe the Lord had plans for me. Likely he aimed for me to send Whittle packing south for hell. If that's what he had in mind, though, he could have done it himself easy enough by sending the True Delight to the bottom of the sea. I would have gone down with her, of course. So maybe there was more to all this than met the eye. Chapter 19. The Yacht and the Horse. We ate a splendid meal of ham and eggs and rolls, all washed down with hot coffee. It was better than anything I'd tasted in a long time, considering we'd run out of eggs and fresh meat on the yacht after just a couple of weeks at sea. After that, we'd only had flour and potatoes that didn't come out of tins. I'd gotten a mite tired of it all. I still had my mind on Providence, and was glad he'd sent me here for such a breakfast. I thanked him in my head. While I was at it, I let him know I'd appreciated the bed and bath as well, and allowed he'd done a good job sending me to these people. When we were done eating, I helped Sarah clear things. Then we stood at the sink together, her washing while I dried. Back home, Agnes had taken care of such matters. I didn't mind helping, however, and Sarah seemed to enjoy the job. We'd no sooner finished than the general and Mabel showed up. The general, he clapped me on the shoulder. "That killer of yours must have known better and stayed clear of us," he said. "We were quite fortunate then," I told him. "Fortunate?" Mabel huffed. "Never was such a scoundrel, in my opinion." If she wished to take a hike through the snow, I thought, I could show her a couple of bodies that might change her tune on that account, but I kept mum. "We ought to alert the authorities," the general said, "so they can keep a lookout for him. Trevor and I might take care of that while we're in town. He's in sorry need of new clothes, and we want to cable his mother in England so she'll know he's safe." "Nonsense," Mabel blurted. "Send him off. We've got no use for him." "He's a child, dear," the general told her. "He's all alone in this country," Sarah added, "without a soul to look after him, except us. The Lord guided him to our door." "Don't you go lording at me, girl." "Trevor did us a fine service," the general said. "He came here to give us a warning. Besides, he seems a fine fellow to me." He gave my shoulder another slap. "Young man, you're welcome to remain under our roof as long as it pleases you, so long as you behave yourself." "Thank you, sir." "I'll be switched if I'll have this rascal, and you'll treat him friendly, dear, or I'll have you put out in the snow." Well, she sank down on a chair and glowered at me. Sarah took to fixing breakfast for the two of them. By and by, I escaped and went upstairs. The general's talk about notifying authorities had unsettled me some. What with a couple of bodies in the yacht and nobody around to blame but me, I feared I might find myself in a spot of trouble. At the end of the hallway was a window. I peered out. Down below were the rear grounds of the house, along with the trees and gazebo and such I'd roamed through last night, and the wall. Everything was piled high with snow. The sun had gotten itself swallowed by clouds, so the snow wasn't glaring white anymore, but grey and gloomy. Off beyond the wall, the land sloped down to the shore of the bay. I didn't see foot tracks anywhere. I looked to where the skiff should have been, but couldn't spot it. Likely as not, the snowfall had buried it. Then I scanned along the beach to the right and braced myself. My heart took to pounding up a storm. I didn't much want to see the Trudy light, but that's what I'd come to the window for. I rather expected to find her crawling with local folks and constables. The snowy beach stretched alongside the waves for about half a mile that I could see. Nobody was there. The yacht wasn't there either. I stood peering out the window, searching this way and that, puzzling over the mystery, and then I spotted a ship far out on the rough, slate-coloured water. The sight sent a cold wind blowing through my bones. I knew she was the Trudy light. It must have been low tide when I beached her. I hadn't bothered to drop anchor or reef the mainsail, so now she was flying along with her sail full of wind, carrying Trudy and Michael on a journey to nowhere. I got goosebumps all over. Quick as I could, I rushed downstairs to the warm kitchen and live people. We left the General and Mabel to their breakfast. Sarah fetched me a pair of boots and leather gloves, a heavy coat and a hat. More of a dead father's things. She got bundled up herself. Then we went out the front door and trudged across the snow to the stable. It was on the left side of the house, where I hadn't seen it till now. It was plenty big. We hauled at the double doors. When they came open, they shoved swathes across the snow. I looked in. All of a sudden, I remembered the pistol the General had given me last night. It was still on the table by my bed. I felt a proper fool for leaving it there. The stable wasn't exactly dark inside, but it wasn't bright by a long shot. Sarah started through the doorway, but I grabbed her arm. She frowned at me, not like she was angry, only curious. "What is it?" she asked. I shouldn't like to think that Whittle might be hiding in there. He'd be silly, don't you think, to spend the night in a cold stable with a house so handy? How could I argue with that? Still, though, I felt right jittery and kept my eyes sharp as we went inside. I let go of her arm. She took hold of mine, though. In spite of what she'd said, she must have been worried. We stopped before going in too deep and looked around. The place smelled like hay, mostly, but had a few other aromas that weren't so sweet. Near the front were a couple of carriages, one fancier than the other, and a sleigh that had 2 rows of seats. The walls of the place were all hung with tools and tack. We walked in farther, to where the horses were. There were stalls to hold 4 of them, but the gate of the last stall stood open. Sarah pulled up short and let out a quiet gasp. "My lord," she said. She didn't release my arm, but dragged me along beside her. We hurried past the first 3 stalls. The horses, seeing us, snorted and snuffled. White plumes blew out of their nostrils. The 4th stall was empty. Sarah gazed into it, breathing hard, puffing out clouds of white. "He's taken Sabre," she murmured. "Wait here, I've got to tell Grandpa." She let go of my arm and rushed off. I wasn't keen on being left alone, but she was hardly out of the doors before it came to me I needn't worry about getting jumped by Whittle. He'd come along last night after all. It had been a mighty narrow call for the General and the women, for he must have been tempted to take over the house. He'd chosen, instead, to pinch a horse and light out. It spooked me some, knowing he'd been here, but he was likely miles and miles away by now. Any chap who would filch a horse on a snowy night, when he had a chance to hole up in a nice warm house, aimed to do some hard travelling. In a way, it was good to know we were safe from him. It troubled me, though, that he'd gotten away. I had half a mind to grab a horse and chase after him. More than half a mind, really. It was what I ought to do. But with such a head start, and any direction to choose from except toward the water, he'd be near impossible to run down. Besides, there I would be in a strange land in the dead of winter, no money, no clothes but the borrowed ones on my back. And the folks here, they'd been awfully good to me. Making off with one of their horses would be a dirty play, and give Mabel reason to bully the General and Sarah. If all that weren't enough to cause me to hold off, there was knowing that I'd miss out on my chance to cable Mother. She deserved to know, straight away, I wasn't dead after all. So I gave up the notion of chasing after Whittle. It seemed I was letting down everybody he'd killed, especially poor Trudy, but I judged I owed more to the living. The dead weren't likely to appreciate my efforts anyhow. Well, that led me to thinking about those Whittle hadn't killed yet, the ones he'd be butchering down the road a piece unless I stopped him. They complicated things considerable, and I commenced to figure maybe I'd better take a horse after all. By then, however, it was too late. Sarah came striding along, frowning. She didn't have the General with her. "Best not to tell him," she said. "If he finds out Sabre's been stolen, he'll saddle up and ride off, and he won't come back empty-handed. He's too old for such shenanigans, but that's exactly what he'd do. We could go together, I thought. Before I got my mouth open to suggest it, Sarah said, "The way his health is, I doubt we'd ever see him again. But would that stop him? No, I hardly think so. Why, he would rather die and leave Grandma a widow than allow a horse thief to get away from him." "He's certain to learn the horse has gone missing," I pointed out. "We'll leave the stable door open. Sabre always did have a feisty nature. He's run off before. I'll simply explain that he was here when we set out for town. That won't throw Grandpa into such a tizzy as if he takes a notion that Sabre's been stolen." Sarah wasn't just pretty, but had a sharp mind to boot. It bothered me that she was given to such trickery, but the way she had it figured, she was deceiving the General for his own good. I told her the plan was quite clever. She opened the gate of a stall that had a huge gelding inside named Howitzer. The name was embroidered in gold on his blue blanket. After pulling the blanket off him, Sarah walked him toward the front of the stable. There, I helped harness him to the sleigh. Outside, snow was drifting down. "Perfect," Sarah said. "It'll cover Sabre's tracks." Well, Sabre had no tracks that needed covering, as he was long gone. What Sarah meant was that the snow might hide the tracks Sabre would have made if he had been here this morning and wandered off. We stuck to her plot and left the stable doors open. Then we both climbed into the sleigh. Sarah sat down close against me and spread a blanket across our laps. Then she picked up the reins, gave them a shake, called up, "Gee up!" and off we went. Sarah steered us away from the house. We glided past trees and a fountain with no water in it, but that had a statue of Bacchus, who was sticking a grape in his mouth and wore nothing except for snow heaped here and there, and looked to be freezing. We stopped at the wall's front gate. It was shut. Whittle must have taken time to dismount and close it after him, so folks wouldn't catch on he'd been here. "I'll see to it," I said as Sarah reined in. "Leave it open a bit for Sabre," she told me, still keeping her mind on our ruse. I hopped into the snow, swung the gate wide, and waited while Sarah gee-upped Howitzer and then whoa'd him once they'd gotten to the other side. I left the gate standing open some, rushed ahead, and climbed into the sleigh. It felt good to have the blanket on my legs again. After we took a turn to the right, Sarah clucked a few times and Howitzer commenced to trot along at a smart pace. We fairly flew over the snow, the wind and flakes in our faces. "Would you care to take the reins?" she asked. "Smashing." I took the leather straps from her and gave them a shake. Howitzer checked over his shoulder, let out a snort of white steam, then faced the front again and kept on trotting. His hooves thumped quiet through the snow. The only other sounds came from him huffing and the sleigh runners hissing along, the harness creaking and jangling, and bells on the harness tinkling out real merry. It was all just uncommon peaceful. "We'll be to Coney Island in no time," Sarah told me, and gave my thigh a pat under the blanket. She smiled at me. Her cheeks were ruddy, her eyes moist from the weather. "It's a shame you didn't arrive in the summer. People come from miles around. It's just so lively and gay." She squeezed my leg. "If you stay, you'll see for yourself. You will stay, won't you?" Stay till summer? The notion stunned me. I didn't know how to answer, and wished she hadn't asked. By and by I said, "I shouldn't like to impose on your hospitality." "You'd be doing us a great favor. You could help with the chores and keep me company. We'd have a wonderful time." "It sounds splendid, really," I told her, "if it weren't for Mother." "I know, I'm sorry. You must miss her terribly." "I'd rather imagine she should like me home with her." "Does she have the means to pay for your return voyage?" The question knocked me flat. "The means?" I asked, though I knew precisely what she meant. "Financially." My hesitation was all the answer Sarah needed. "No matter," she said. "Stay on with us, and we'll pay you a wage. That way you'll be able to purchase your own ticket home, and not work any hardship at all on your mother." She said it kindly enough, but it let the wind out of my sails anyhow. All along, I'd known that getting home to England would be no easy trick. Most of the time, though, I'd been so worried about getting killed by Whittle or the ocean that I hadn't given much thought to the problem. When I considered what to do on the slim chance I survived, I'd always figured I'd find a way to get back, somehow, sooner or later. Sarah's offer seemed to be the solution. All I needed to do was stay on long enough to earn the ship's fare. That sure seemed better than asking Mother to scrape up the funds. I reckon I should have felt mighty grateful. Instead, though, I had this kind of trapped feeling. "It seems like a fine idea," I finally said. "Wonderful. We'll let your mother know of your plans." "You don't suppose Mabel will object, do you?" "Oh, she may whine and complain a bit, but we won't let that bother us." Well, by this time, we'd left behind the few houses I'd been able to spot from my bedroom window. More came along, though. They got smaller, closer together. Pretty soon they fairly lined the road. There were some street lamps, too, and I could see a town up ahead. This looked to be the main street. Sarah took the reins from me and slowed Howitzer. We went gliding past a few other sleighs, and some folks on horseback. I gave all the horsemen a study, not really figuring any of them was Whittle, but checking on them just the same. Plenty of people were on foot, going and coming from various markets and shops and public houses. A good many of the establishments appeared to be shut, but some were open. Just on the other side of a big hotel, Sarah pulled off to the side. We climbed down and she wrapped the reins around a hitching post. I followed her onto the boardwalk and into a shop called Western Union. Nobody in there but us and a fellow behind the counter. "I'd like to send a message to England," Sarah told the chap. "That's what I'm here for," he said, real chipper. He slipped a form across to her and slapped a pencil down on it. "Give me the name and address of the party she goes to. Put that right there." He pointed to a space at the top of the form. "Message goes here, and down here, I'll need your name and whereabouts if you'll be expecting a reply. We'll deliver it to you the day she comes in, if you live hereabouts." "We reside at the Forest House," Sarah told him. Hearing that, he grinned. He had an upper tooth gone, right in front, and the remainder of his choppers looked just about ripe to follow its example. "You're the General's granddaughter, then, and who's this young man?" "He's our house guest from London," Sarah told him. "Trevor Bentley," I said. Sarah passed the paper across to me. I penciled in my mother's name and the address of our lodging on Marylebone High Street, London, West 1, England. While I puzzled over what to tell her, the fellow said, "She's paid by the word, so you want to be brief." Well, they stood there waiting, so I wrote quick. "Dear Mother, Shanghai to America, safe now. Will work for General Forrest and earn my fare home. Hope you are well. Your loving son, Trevor." Sarah handed it over to the fellow. After she'd paid him, he allowed we might get an answer in 2 or 3 days if the party chose to make a prompt reply. Said he'd have a boy deliver it to the General's house. Then we were off. I felt mighty good about getting the cable sent to my mother, and thanked Sarah for it. It ought to lift a terrible burden from her heart. When she said that, I choked up some. My eyes watered, but I turned away so she wouldn't notice. We waited for a rider to pass, then hurried across the street and went into a general store. It seemed we were in there forever, Sarah picking out this and that for me. We ended up with a whole passel of things, everything from a toothbrush to boots and house slippers, socks and long johns and trousers, shirts and sweaters and a waistcoat, a jacket, even a nightshirt and robe. The whole pile cost her a bundle of money, but she hadn't more than got done paying for it than she hauled out her purse again and bought us each a licorice stick, a copy of the New York World for the General, and a sack of chestnuts for Mabel. We hauled our load on back to the sleigh, and it was a good thing there were only the 2 of us, or we never would have managed to fit it all in. We boarded, and Sarah turned us around, and we started heading back out of town. She said, "I hope we're not forgetting anything." I shook my head, even though I remembered we told the General we would stop at the constabulary and give information about Whittle. No point in reminding Sarah, though, if she'd forgotten. That suited me. I couldn't see how it mattered. The True Delight had carried off Michael and Trudy, so there weren't any bodies to account for. And Whittle, he likely hadn't stopped riding yet, and wouldn't ever be showing up anywhere close to this town. So I didn't see any advantage at all to telling on him. It might only serve to stir up trouble for me. When we got back to the house, the General forgot to ask if we'd gone to the authorities. He was too much in a frenzy about Sabre getting lost. The 3 of us went outside and hunted high and low for the horse, till, by and by, the General allowed we ought to give up. Sabre had run off before, he said, and would probably wander back in his own good time. I knew better, of course, but didn't set him straight. Chapter 20. Christmas and After. 2 days before Christmas, a boy from Western Union came along with a telegram. It read, "Dearest Trevor, my heart is full with news that you are well. Stop. I long to have you home. Stop. Write to me and stay safe. Stop. I miss you. Stop. All my love, Mother." The message made me miss her something awful, so I sat down straight away in the General's study and wrote a long letter to her. I scribbled on about what had happened to me after going to fetch Uncle William, and brought her all the way up to present, telling her what nice people Sarah and the General were, and how I'd be working here at the house until I could afford a return ticket. Of course, I made no mention of a few items. Figured she was better off not knowing about me and Sue in the alley, or how I'd stabbed the horse Confederate, or about me hiding under Mary's bed while Whittle killed her, or even how he'd killed everyone on the boat except me, knowing such matters wouldn't likely ease Mother's mind any. I did tell her that Jack the Ripper was Roderick Whittle, and how he chased me to the Thames, and how I'd been his prisoner until we reached the shores of America, where I escaped from him. She could pass the information on to Uncle William, and he could let the news out to everyone. It had come as a great relief to the authorities, not to mention the East End whores, that Jack the Ripper would no longer be prowling the streets. The next day, Sarah and I rode into town again. She sent me into the store with some money to purchase tobacco for the General, while she took my letter to the post office for me. The day after that, Christmas happened. It only made me sad, mostly. I longed more than ever to be at home. It had always been a jolly time, with parties and carolling, a great feast at Uncle's house with goose and plum pudding and such, and getting ambushed under the mistletoe by folks I'd never let kiss me otherwise. We always had a Christmas tree on the parlour table, all bright with tapers and fancy doodads. I wondered if Mother had put up a tree this year without me there, and thought how lonesome she must be. She wouldn't be getting my letter for a few weeks, but at least my cable must have perked her up some. Christmas was pretty much like any other day at the Forest place, only gloomier. We didn't even have a tree. According to Sarah, the General and Mabel were down on Christmas because they had no family except her, and didn't enjoy being reminded of the fine old times they used to have. The General sat around morose in the parlour, smoking his pipe and drinking rum till he fell asleep at midday. Mabel, she went for a walk and disappeared. Sarah and I had to go out hunting for her. We found her about halfway to town, crouched down a ways off the road, digging in the snow. She gave us a kind of scatterbrained look and said she was aiming to pick up some posies. We loaded her onto the sleigh and took her home. Sarah told me this sort of thing had happened a few times before. Every now and again, the old lady would slip a cog and wander off. It's her age, Sarah explained. Back at the house, we tucked Mabel into bed. The General was still snoring in the parlour. We hadn't gotten any chance to eat, so Sarah set to work on making some chowder. We ate by candlelight in the dining room, just the two of us. Sarah could see I was feeling low and tried to cheer me up. She poured us some red wine and we Merry Christmased each other and sipped at it. The wine tasted sweet and sent a warmth through me, but it put me in mind of the rum I'd drunk in Mary's room, and that reminded me of things that didn't improve my mood any. After the chowder was gone, we kept sitting there and drinking the wine. By and by, Sarah told me she'd be back in a minute and I should stay put. Feeling plain miserable, I helped myself to another glassful. Well, along she came hiding one hand behind her, and knelt beside my chair. I scooched it away from the table and turned it toward her. "Close your eyes, Trevor," she said. I shut them. When she told me to open, I looked and she was dangling a gold watch in front of me by its chain. "Merry Christmas," she said. My throat clutched and my eyes watered up. I couldn't say a thing. She put the watch into my hand and I studied it. The timepiece was blurry, so I had to blink before I could make out the crossed revolvers engraved on its case. "It's grand," I finally managed to stammer out. "Thank you ever so much." "It belonged to my father," she said. "I want you to have it." "I shouldn't, really." "Certainly you should. You'll never know how much joy you've brought into my life. You must keep it always. I do wish I had a gift for you. You might give me a kiss." With that, she uncrouched some, hands on my knees. She leaned forward and turned her cheek to me. I kissed it. Then she faced me and looked me in the eyes. "I know you miss your mother awfully," she said. "I do wish you could be with her, on this day especially." I nodded and wished the tears would quit running down my cheeks. "I doubt I'll ever be blessed with a child of my own," Sarah went on. "Oh, certainly you." She touched a finger to my lips. "If I did have a son, I hope he would be as fine a young man as yourself." Then she took to weeping. She sank to her knees and crossed her arms on my legs and buried her face and gasped and sobbed. I set my new watch on the table. "Don't cry," I said. "It's all right." She kept at it. I patted her back and stroked her hair. Finally, she stood up. She straightened her dress and sniffed a few times. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "I don't know." And suddenly she was bawling all over again, even harder than before. I got to my feet and put my arms around her. We stood there, mashing each other tight, both of us sobbing to beat the band. It took a while, but we finally got worn out and stopped our crying. We didn't let go of each other, though. It felt mighty comfortable to be hugging her, even though I knew she wasn't my mother and she knew I wasn't her son. When we unclenched, she tried to smile. Her face was all red and slick with tears, her eyes a shimmer. She looked just lovely. "Aren't we the silly ones, though," she said, "carrying on that way?" I didn't know what to say. Sarah brushed the tears off my cheeks with her fingertips. Then she kissed my mouth, real gentle and sweet. Not long after that, I went on up to my room and turned in. Taken all around, it had been a mighty strange Christmas. I spent a while puzzling over things, but my head was all foggy from the wine, and before I knew it, I was asleep. Sarah woke me up the next morning with a kiss. She took to doing that every morning. Each night she'd come into my room at bedtime. We'd usually chat a spell, then she'd kiss me good night and go on her way. In between, we looked after the General and Mabel. I helped prepare meals, clean the house, and care for the horses. About once a week, Sarah and I went into town. We took the sleigh sometimes, or a carriage when the road was clear. There in town, we always bought supplies and a copy of The World, and Sarah always fixed us up with licorice sticks. Sometimes, when the weather was good, we wandered over to the beach. A boardwalk was there, with all sorts of shops and booths and bathhouses and pavilions and rides and such. But they were shut down for the winter. Sarah, she never failed to go on considerable about what a bully time we would be having there come summer. The way my savings were stacking up, $1 each week, I could see I'd still be there through summer and likely for a few summers more. I didn't know how much a boat ticket to England might cost, but it had to be dear. Well, my spirits sank some whenever I thought about it. Mostly, though, I was fairly happy to be where I was. Sarah treated me real good. The General, he seemed to like having me around. Even old Mabel had warmed up to me. She bossed me something frightful, but she didn't get snappish too often. There were times when I went for whole days without giving a thought to Whittle. I figured I was safe, and he was far away somewhere. For all I knew, he might have gone and gotten himself killed. I sure hope so. Every time we came back from town with a new edition of The World, though, I hunted through it. I checked each story, half afraid I'd find one about a butchery and know Whittle was up to his old tricks. There were murders aplenty reported in that newspaper. Folks were forever getting themselves shot or bludgeoned or strangled or stabbed. For a while, though, I didn't find anything that looked like Whittle's work. It was the middle of January when I came across a story about a woman of low character named Bess who was found unspeakably mutilated in a place called Hell's Kitchen. That sure set my heart to thundering, but I read on a bit, and the paper said a fellow named Angus Tate had been nabbed for it. As the weeks went by, I found half a dozen more stories about women getting cut up. More often than not, it happened in Hell's Kitchen or Chelsea. I didn't tell Sarah why I was interested, but asked her about those places, and she said they were in Manhattan, across the East River from us. When she let out that they were only just 15 or 20 miles from us, and you could cross the river by a bridge or boat, I felt rather squirmy inside. You could get there in a day. Whittle could get here in a day. Of course, it might not be him that was killing those gals. That was what I told myself. I had to tell myself that, because otherwise it would be my duty to go after him. I allowed I'd stay where I was, unless I knew for sure it had to be Whittle over there. I kept on checking the newspapers, and always hoped nothing would turn up to make it Whittle for certain. My studies of the world didn't take much time. In between chores and trips to town and such, I trekked through a good many of the books in the General's parlour. I read a heap of Shakespeare and Charles Dickens and Stevenson and Scott. I had a go at some tales by Edgar Allan Poe, but gave up quick on those, for they reminded me of when I tried to read one of them on the True Delight and gotten woozy. I wanted no truck with anything that put me in mind of that yacht or Whittle. The books I liked best were those about America. I read plenty of Mark Twain, and even got to finish Huckleberry Finn, which I left hanging the night Mother dragged Barnes home drunk and I set off to hunt for Uncle William. I read all of the Leatherstocking saga by Cooper, and bunches of stories by Bret Harte. They gave me an awful hankering to see the Mississippi and the great forests and plains and mountains and the gold fields and the like. I longed to travel and have adventures. Every now and then I took a notion to light out for the West. I dreamed about it, but knew I was meant to stay with the forests until I could earn enough money for my return to England. Besides, I heard tales from the General that made me glad to be safe in the civilized East. After my good-night kiss from Sarah, I often crept downstairs to the parlour and sat for hours with the General. We'd sit in front of the fireplace, him smoking his pipe, both of us taking sips of rum, and he'd talk on and on about his times with the army. He told me about West Point and about Civil War battles, but mostly he liked to talk about his experiences during the Indian Wars. Back on the yacht, Whittle had gone on considerable about going west and joining up with the savages. If he'd had a chance to chat with Matthew Forrest, though, I reckon he might have sung a different tune. For one thing, most of the Indians were already killed or tamed by now. For another, they did things to white men that would have made any reasonable chap eager to stay clear of them. The General went on considerable about such horrors. I don't know if he just enjoyed trying to shock me, or if he had to talk about them. Maybe it was both. Scalping seemed like a frightful thing, but that wasn't the worst of it. Whenever the Indians had a chance to work on dead men, they stripped them naked and not only scalped them, but packed them full of arrows and cut off their heads and arms and legs and privates and scattered such things about. It sounded just as bad as what Whittle had done to Mary and Trudy. The Redskins didn't usually do such thing to women, though, so Whittle had them beat there. They mostly hung on to the white women and abused them and kept them for slaves. The General told me the two main rules of Indian fighting. Don't let the heathens capture your women, and don't let them take you alive. When women were at risk, you had to kill them. If it came down to one bullet left and you had the choice of whether to plug an Indian warrior or your wife, why, there wasn't any choice to be made. You shot your wife in the head. He told me about a time when it looked as if the Sioux and Cheyenne might overrun Fort Phil Kearny. So the soldiers put all the women and children inside the magazine and left an officer with them who was supposed to touch off the powder and blow them all to smithereens rather than let the Indians take them alive. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. He said the worst thing, next to letting them get their hands on women, was to let them take you alive. One thing they liked to do was strip a fellow naked and stake him out on the ground. Then they'd build a fire by one of his feet. When that foot was good and crisp, they'd cook the other, and then the legs and arms. They took their time about it, too. When they finally got tired of it all, they'd build a fire on the poor chap's chest, and that would finish him. Another favourite sport was to hang their captive upside down over a low fire. The head would cook real slow. By and by, though, it'd explode. Sometimes a white man would get turned over to the squaws. The General clammed up about what manner of games the squaws played on their prisoners, so I judged it must have been a sight worse than what he had told me. That was hard to imagine, though. The upshot was, you'd rather be dead than captured. If things got nip and tuck, you always saved your last bullet for yourself. He told me about a time he found himself and his troops surrounded. He had a revolver for himself, but plenty of the others didn't. They only had rifles. So before the Indians came whopping down at them, every one of them tied a string around his rifle trigger and put a loop at the other end. That way, when it came down to the last round, they could put their rifle barrels to their heads and use the toes of their boots to pull the triggers. Well, they got out of that scrape all right, but the General said it was common, when he came upon a massacre, to find whole passels of men who'd shot their own women and children and followed it up with a bullet for themselves. It made me sick to hear about such things, and to think about them afterward. Putting a gun to your own head seemed mighty extreme, but for a man to shoot his wife and children or anyone else he loved, it made me shudder. One time I asked the General how he felt about it. He took a pull on his pipe and let the smoke out slow, then said, "There are many fates worse than death. Slow torture at the hands of the red man, that's one of them. Another is to lose those you love. A bullet in the brain pan is quick and merciful next to either of those circumstances." I never told him about Trudy, but I spent considerable time worrying my head about the way she'd ended. Getting done by Indians was no worse than how Whittle had butchered her. I took to feeling guilty about saving her life. If I'd let her hang or drown and not been so quick at jumping to the rescue, she would have been spared from his knife. The trouble is, I'd known it. Even while I'd been working to save her those times, I'd known she might be better off dead, but I'd gone ahead and saved her anyhow. Maybe I didn't have it within me to do otherwise, but after hearing all the General had to say about saving a bullet for the women, I knew I'd done wrong. Chapter 21. Losses. Early in April, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, Mabel went roaming off. She'd pulled such stunts 5 or 6 times before, always sneaking out of the house when the rest of us were busy. On this particular day, the General was snoozing by the fire, and I stayed in the kitchen to keep Sarah company while she baked cookies. It wasn't till the cookies were done and we carried out a plate so the General and Mabel could enjoy some hot ones that we noticed she'd gone missing again. It always fell on me and Sarah to go hunting for her, as Sarah didn't want the General out in the weather for fear he'd come down with pneumonia or such. Besides that, he never worried much about his wife's disappearances. I came back to the parlour after a quick search of the house and shook my head. "She seems to have gone off," I said. Sarah winced. The General swallowed a mouthful of cookies and said, "Yes, there's been a palpable, refreshing silence for the past hour or so. My eardrums have greatly appreciated the respite." "Grandpa!" "Oh, now, no need to worry your head about Mabel. I believe she only takes her little jaunts for the fun of being retrieved. It's pouring outside. The rain'll do her good. She hasn't bathed in a fortnight." That was on account of me, I reckon. Sarah had woken me up a couple of weeks ago, and after giving me my morning smooch, had said a hot bath was waiting for me. It had gotten to be a fairly regular thing. Every few days she would prepare my bath bright and early so I could have it before the General and Mabel got around to stirring. I'd go down and soak, then by and by she'd come along with coffee for both of us. She'd sit on her chair near the tub, and we'd have a nice chat while we sipped. Later on, she'd come over and scrub my back for me. I found the business a trifle embarrassing the first few times, but that passed and I got used to it. Then I got to where I really looked forward to those baths. Sarah took her baths on the days between mine. When she finished, she'd come into my room all fresh and rosy from the heat, her hair still damp. I always stayed in bed and waited for her. It usually ran through my mind while I was waiting that maybe I could head downstairs and take coffee to her, and stay and chat and maybe wash her back for her. The notion made me a bit squirmy. It also put my mind at ease, though, for the way I got stirred up by thinking about Sarah in the tub made it clear Whittle hadn't ruined women for me after all. I purely longed to go down and visit her, but I felt guilty about it. After all, Sarah was some 10 years older than me and often put me in mind of Mother, so it didn't seem right. I let her go on bathing alone, figuring if she wanted me to join her, she ought to ask. It bothered me considerable that she never asked, but allowed she must have her reasons, so I never let on that our bathing ritual seemed a mite one-sided and unfair. Besides, whenever I imagined her asking, it wrecked my nerves so bad I judged I'd likely turn down the invitation. Anyhow, on that particular morning 2 weeks before Mabel wandered off into the rain, I put on my slippers and robe and hurried downstairs. Sarah had gone on ahead of me. I figured to find her in the kitchen, starting the coffee, but she wasn't there, so I waltzed on into the bathroom. Mabel must have thought the bath was meant for her. She'd beaten me to it, but not by much. She wasn't in yet. With one foot on the floor, she was holding onto the edge of the tub while she swung her other leg over the side. Of course, she didn't have a stitch of clothes on. She hadn't seen me. I should have stepped out quick and silent, but I didn't. Not that I took any pleasure from the sight of her, not by a long shot, but I was so surprised to find her climbing into my tub that I just stood there, gaping. Her face was all dark and wrinkled like old wood, so were her hands, but the rest of Mabel, mostly, was white except for a passel of blue veins that looked maybe 30 years younger than her face. She was so skinny her bones showed through her skin. The way she was bent over, her breasts dangled. They were long and rather flat, and hanging so low the nipple of one rubbed the rim of the tub. I saw all that pretty quick, and then I noticed her scars. When I saw those, I gasped. Must have been 15 or 20 of them, though I never got a chance to count. Puffy pink scars, each one about 1 inch long on her rump and down the backs of both her legs. I'd pretty much gotten used to Mabel's limp, but seeing all those nasty scars made me realize why she hobbled. Well, the gasp gave me away. Mabel looked over her shoulder and let out a frightful squeal. I hot-footed into the kitchen. Safe outside the door, I called, "I'm frightfully sorry, Mabel." "You'll be sorry when I lay my hands on you. Land sakes, a woman can't bathe in her own house. Sarah? Sarah?" Sarah rushed into the kitchen. She saw me standing there flustered. Then she fetched a glance at the open bathroom door. Then her cheeks coloured considerable, and her mouth dropped. "Oh, my," she said. Mabel must have heard her. "You get in here right now and shut the door. That horrid child's been spying on me." Sarah went into the bathroom and closed the door. I heard Mabel rail on her for a spell, and Sarah talking soft and reasonable, explaining the mistake. By and by, Mabel settled down and Sarah came out. She met my eyes. She was blushing fierce. "It's all right," she told me. "In the future, we'll both need to be more careful. It must have been horribly embarrassing for you." I do hope Mabel will forgive me. I made it clear that you had no intention of spying on her and that the bath was intended for you. I never meant to look at her." "Oh, I know," smiling a bit sadly. Sarah stroked my hair. After all, you've had every opportunity to spy on me, if your inclination leaned towards such things. You've never done that, have you? Why, no, certainly not. I'm sure you haven't, she said, but the look she gave me was uncommon peculiar and set my face burning. Pretty soon, she said, you'd best have your bath another day. Then we went over to the sink, and Sarah pumped water into a pot. I added some wood to the stove, working up my courage, then asked, what happened to Mabel's legs? She hoisted an eyebrow. I only glimpsed her for a blink, really, but... Grandpa's never told you about that. All those nights you sneaked downstairs and talked with him till all hours? I hadn't known Sarah was aware of all that. She'd done some spying herself, apparently. What happened to her? I asked. If Grandpa hasn't told you, perhaps he'd rather you not know. I suppose I might ask him about it tonight, I said. Don't you dare, for heaven's sake, Trevor. I won't, then. She set the pot of water on the stove to heat it. I figured she'd had her say on the subject of Mabel's legs, but then she led me to the table and we sat down. It happened just after the end of the Civil War. Grandpa had been reassigned to a post in the West. He and Grandma were traveling there, just the two of them on horseback, when they were ambushed by a war party of Apaches near Tucson. Before they knew what was happening, Grandpa was shot off his horse. An arrow took him in the shoulder. When he fell, he struck his head on a rock. The blow rendered him unconscious, so he was completely unaware of all that happened afterward. I believe he's never forgiven himself for that, though it certainly was no fault of his. That's likely why he hasn't told you the story. He's never spoken a word of it to me, either. I only know about it because I once asked my father about Mabel's limp. I've kept it secret from Grandpa that I know, but you must promise to do the same. I promise, I told her. What Mabel did, she saw that Grandpa was down, so she leapt off a mount and ran to his side. The way Papa told it, arrows were flying all about her. None hit her, though. The Indians wanted to take her alive, I said. That's exactly what Papa told me, and it seemed to be the only reason they weren't both killed that day. What Grandma did, though, she drew out Grandpa's service revolver and emptied it at the Apaches. She got one of them, too. Then she was empty, and the savages closing in. Fortunately, her shots were heard by a squad of cavalry patrolling nearby. She didn't know that, though. Besides, the soldiers were still some distance off. Grandma didn't have the time to reload, so she dragged Grandpa across the ground to a hole in the rocks. It was like a cave. She shoved him all the way in, but there wasn't quite room enough for both of them. She wedged herself into the rocks as best she could. Her legs and hindquarters wouldn't fit. I guess the Indians had plenty of time to rush in and drag her out, but they didn't do that. Instead, they stayed back and poured arrows into Grandma. They made a game of it. The way Papa told it, they were prancing about, laughing and whooping it up, and sailing arrows into her when the soldiers came riding in and scattered them. Well, that story changed my outlook on the General and Mabel both. I could see why he never told me about it, and why he always went on the way he did about Indian tortures and how you had a duty to save your women, even if it meant killing them. He must have seen it that he'd failed Mabel. The Apaches hadn't taken her off, but they'd damaged her considerable, and the fact it didn't turn out worse was only due to luck. The whole thing made me feel sorry for the General, and like him all the more. As for Mabel, I never again looked on her as an obnoxious old nuisance, and felt rather ashamed for ever thinking bad thoughts about her. It was just bully, picturing her crouched at the General's side, blazing away at the Redskins. Then she dragged him to safety, even though he was near twice her size, and caught a heap of arrows in the backside for her trouble. She was a heroine to me after I found out about all that. Of course, I couldn't let on that I knew, but I treated her extra nice from that time on. More than likely, she laid it down to my blunder of barging into the bathroom and figured I was trying to win myself back into her good graces. That wasn't it, though. The reason I turned so friendly was simply because I admired her awfully for the gumption she'd shown against the Apaches. When the General mentioned that she hadn't bathed in a fortnight, I knew it had to be on account of me. It weighed on me some while I got into my slicker and hurried off to the stable with Sarah. I wanted to be Mabel's friend and not someone who gave her troubles. We harnessed Howitzer to one of the carriages and set off in the rain toward town. That was the direction Mabel always took when she wandered off. There'd usually been snow on the ground the other times, so we'd worried about her freezing up. We'd always found her in time, though, and she'd never seemed the worse for wear. I figured she could handle some rain, so I wasn't much concerned. Not till I saw her. Mabel was sprawled face down by the side of the road, on a stretch between their place and the house of the nearest neighbor. Even from a distance, I could see she wasn't moving, but I couldn't see the puddle till we reined in howitzer and jumped down and ran to her. It wasn't much of a puddle, actually, not more than a yard around and a couple of inches deep, but it had drowned her. Or maybe it hadn't, and she'd keeled over dead and her face just happened to land in the water. Either way, Mabel was dead. I hunched down and rolled her over. She tumbled, all loose, like she didn't have any bones. Her face was grey with muddy water. The rain cleaned it off and fell into her mouth. Her eyes were open, staring. The raindrops splashed on her eyeballs, but she didn't blink. "Oh, dear Lord," Sarah murmured. She closed Mabel's lids, and then I picked up the poor limp body. Mabel had been a bit shorter than me and skinnier. It surprised me how heavy she was. I managed anyhow and took her to the carriage and put her down across the rear seats. We climbed aboard, then turned for home. We didn't say a thing. We didn't cry or carry on either. I wasn't feeling any particular sorrow just then. Mostly I felt rather afraid and sick and guilty we hadn't gotten to Mabel in time to save her, and I dreaded how the General would take the loss of his wife. Much as he was always complaining about her, I didn't suppose he'd be glad to have her gone. We left the carriage in front of the porch. Sarah, she went in ahead of me. I followed, holding Mabel's body. We found the General in the parlour. He rose from his chair. His mouth dropped open, then shut again. Not speaking a word, he stepped over to us and put a hand on Mabel's cheek. "I'm so sorry," Sarah told him, her voice quivery. "I appreciate you bringing her back to me, dear." He gave me a sorry glance, nodded, and took the body from my arms. "I'll put her to bed," he told us. We both just stood there, silent, while he carried her away. I heard the fire crackling and popping, heard the stairs groan under the General's slow footfalls. Pretty soon, along came the gunshot. We both jumped. I looked quick at the fireplace mantel. The General's revolver was there, where he always kept it. Sarah and I raced upstairs. I knew what we'd be finding, but we had to go and see for ourselves anyhow. In the room, Mabel and the General were stretched out side by side on their bed. It almost looked like they'd laid down for a nap, except for the bloody mess on the headboard behind the General. He was holding one of Mabel's hands. His other hand hung over the side of the bed. I didn't see any gun, but he had a string looped around the toe of his right house slipper. I stepped past the end of the bed. The string dangled down from his foot to a rifle on the floor, where it was tied to the trigger. The rifle must have been thrown off him by the recoil. Chapter 22. Morning and Night. Sarah was their only surviving relation, but the General and Mabel had a passel of friends she had to notify. About 30 of them showed up, mostly old men, some with their wives in tow. Just about all the men came in full dress uniform. They looked just splendid, sabres hanging at their sides, chests full of medals. A service was held at the local Methodist church. One old fellow after another stood up and eulogized the General and Mabel. They had some mighty fine things to say about the couple. When it came time to pay our last respects, we all lined up and filed past the coffins. Mabel, she was rouged up pretty good and looked peculiar, but she was dressed in a fine satin gown like she was on her way to a party. The General looked ready to escort her there. A military ball, maybe. He was decked out in his uniform. He had more medals than most of the mourners put together. He'd shot himself through the mouth, so he didn't have any holes that showed. I tucked one of his briar pipes into the coffin with him. Sarah, she kissed each of her grandparents on the forehead. They were planted in a graveyard behind the church. A powdered lady wearing more rouge than Mabel sang Nearer, My God, to Thee, and then a skinny little soldier who looked older than dirt raised a bugle to his lips and played taps. It was a sunny afternoon, but we all watered the grass something awful. When that part was over, everybody came to the house. There was more food laid out than I'd ever seen in one place. We all ate, and the men got liquored up. Later on, some of the folks cleared out. Others stayed on, though. Some servants Sarah had hired for the occasion made up guest rooms for them. There wasn't a bedroom left for me, so I figured I'd settle down in the parlour. A drunk with a white beard down to his belt buckle snored on the sofa. I sat in the General's old chair. Its cushions were all sunken in from him. The snoring wouldn't let me fall asleep, so I just sat there missing him and Mabel, and wishing I'd known them better. By and by, I lit up one of the General's pipes. I figured he wouldn't mind. Back when he was alive and we'd sat up talking, he'd offered to let me smoke one. I'd always turned him down, but now I wished I'd smoked with him. When the pipe died out, I fetched the General's bottle of rum. That stuff always had a way of making me doze off, so I took a few sips of it, judging I'd need some help if I was to get any sleep at all. I tucked the bottle out of sight when Sarah suddenly wandered in. She came silently through the parlour, her hair down and gleaming, her white nightdress a-shiver with the firelight, floating soft around her. She looked just lovely. Leaning down over me, she whispered, "You don't want to spend the night in a chair?" "It's quite all right, really." "I know a better place," she said, and took my hand. She hadn't brought a lamp along with her, so after we left the parlour we had to navigate our way in the dark. She kept hold of my hand, and didn't utter a sound as we climbed the stairs and started down the hallway. I figured there must be a spare room after all, but she led me to hers. She let us in, then shut the door real easy so as not to make a sound. Over by the bed, her lamp was burning. "This should be much more comfortable for you," she said in a hushed voice. "It's your bed," I told her. "It's roomy enough for both of us." With that, she went to it and stepped out of her slippers and climbed aboard. She pulled the covers over her, then scooched to one side. "I brought you in a nightshirt," she said. Taking out an arm, she pointed to a chair by the wall. My flannel nightshirt was neatly folded on top of it. Well, I didn't hanker to strip down in front of Sarah, even if she had been a regular visitor during my baths. Those times I'd be sitting in a tub full of water, so I doused the lamp before getting out of my funeral duds and slipping into the nightshirt. I eased under the covers and lay on my back, close to the mattress edge, so as not to bother her. The rum I drank made my head a trifle foggy, but I felt so strange about being in the same bed as Sarah that I was wide awake. My heart wouldn't slow down, and I was shaking some, even though the bed was warm and cozy. By and by, Sarah's hand snuck over and found mine. She gave it a gentle squeeze. "I'm so very glad you're here," she whispered. "This is vastly more comfortable than a chair, isn't it?" I said. "You're all I have now." When she said that, I feared she'd take to weeping, but she didn't. She rolled over warm against my side and said, "Hold me, please." So I turned and hooked an arm over her back, and she snuggled against me. "It'll be all right," I told her. I wanted to cheer her up. More than that, though, I needed to talk and take my mind off the feel of her. Sarah's head was tucked against the side of my neck, her breath tickling me. The way we were stretched out, she was pressing me tight all the way down to our knees. There wasn't a thing but our nightclothes between us. Her skin was hot through the cloth. I could feel every breath she took, and even her heartbeats. "It'll be all right," I said again, stroking her back. "You'll see." Right off, I could tell that talking wouldn't do the job. I bent myself away from her and hoped she hadn't noticed the reason for it. "Why," I went on, "I imagine you'll find yourself a husband in no time at all, and you'll have a whole house full of children. If only that was so. Just wait and see." "It's too late for me, Trevor. I'll never marry. I'll be an old spinster." "Don't talk that way. Why, I should think there must be 50 men in town who fancy you. There's Henry at the general store, for one, and the chap who owns the pharmacy. I could see just by how they—" "I'll be 27 years old come October." "But that isn't old. Besides, you're beautiful. I've not seen another woman in the whole town who could hold a candle to you in the way of looks." "You're so sweet, Trevor." She kissed the side of my neck. It sent shivers down to my toes. I tried not to think about that. "If you should set your mind to it," I hurried on, "I've no doubt but that you could find yourself married before summer. No doubt at all. I'll help you. We'll pick out a fine chap for you, and—" Her mouth got in the way. She gave me a kiss, but it wasn't the usual kind, brief and gentle. With this one, she mashed her lips against mine. Her mouth was open and wet, and she was breathing into me. It wasn't a way I'd ever been kissed before. While our mouths were locked together, she took to squirming so that her body rubbed against me. I couldn't help but squirm myself. I'd never felt so fired up and strange. The nearest thing was my time with Sue in the alley, but she'd been a stranger and more my own age, and we'd had more clothes on, and she wasn't half as pretty as Sarah. Sue had been after my money and such, too, whereas I didn't actually know what Sarah was after. Taken all around, I felt tight and hot and fit to bust, but awfully confused and ashamed, too. It went on for a spell, but finally Sarah unclenched me. I thought she was done. I felt awfully disappointed, but mighty relieved, too. I wiped my mouth dry and fought to catch my breath. She wasn't done, though. She sat up and threw the covers off us. That was fine, for it had gotten mighty warm underneath them. But then she shucked off her nightdress. I could see her plain in the moonlight from the windows. Her skin looked pale as milk, and shadows smudged her face. Kneeling beside me, she started to slide my nightshirt up my legs. I took her by the wrists. "You'll be so much more comfortable without it," she whispered. I felt rather panicky and searched for a way to call her off. "The house is simply jammed with people," I said, and suddenly wondered how come she'd waited for tonight, as we'd been alone in the house for a few days, ever since the bodies had been taken away. Maybe she needed this long to work up the gumption. Or maybe she'd only brought me in here to sleep and hadn't planned on getting so friendly. "What if someone should walk in?" I asked. She answered that by climbing off the bed, crossing over to the door and turning the key in its lock. "Now we're safe," she said. "We'll have to be careful when we leave the room tomorrow is all." She came walking back to the bed. She crawled on, but this time she didn't kneel beside me. Instead, she straddled me down near my knees. I could feel the sides of her legs touching my skin. Her thighs were spread wide and looked smooth as cream. She was dark where they came together. From seeing Trudy, I knew the dark place was hair. Above that, she was all pale and slender, a dot of a shadow at her navel and dark at the tips of her breasts. Her breasts were bigger than Trudy's, bigger than they looked when Sarah had clothes on. She lifted my hands toward them and leaned in. Her breasts were almost out of reach, but not quite. She guided my hands over them. They were warm and moist, and I'd never touched anything so smooth, not even satin or velvet or silk. The nipples didn't feel smooth. They were rumpled and puckered, with springy centers that stuck out. But something about them stirred me up even more than her smooth parts. "You've never been with a woman, have you?" she sort of gasped out. "Not in this manner." "Squeeze." I squeezed. Sarah writhed and moaned, but we were both sweated up pretty good by then, so my fingers slid around when they tightened on her breasts, and it put me in mind of Whittle trying to pick up Mary's breast off the floor, and how it was all bloody and slipped out of his hand. Before I had a chance to stop myself, I jerked my hands back as if they'd gotten scorched. Sarah flinched as if I'd struck her. "Trevor?" Her soft voice sounded confused, hurt. "I'm awfully sorry," I said. She said it again. "Trevor." All forlorn. They're lovely bosoms, truly. To prove it, I reached out for them, but my hands stopped short. I brought my arms down to my sides. "It's not your fault," I murmured. She gazed at me for a spell, not saying anything. Then she swung her legs clear and tumbled off. She rolled onto her back, pulled her pillow down and covered her face with it. She just lay there sprawled in the moonlight, silent, motionless except for her breathing. Wasn't long, though, before she commenced to sob and whimper. Her misery just tore at my heart, but the way her breast shook filled my head with more thoughts of Whittle. I couldn't help it, and even pictured him crouching over Sarah, slicing them off, cupping them up in his hands. I hadn't laid eyes on him for months, yet here he was, tormenting me and Sarah both. She'd had too much grief already. She didn't deserve this. I shut my eyes to keep them from her breasts and stretched my arms across her belly and patted her side. She went stiff for a bit. Then she took hold of my wrist. I reckon she was about to hurl it away, but all she did was hang on. Her belly kept jumping under my arm. Finally, she calmed down. She sniffed and let out a sigh. Through the pillow, she said, "Oh, Trevor, you're such a dear. Will you ever forgive me?" "Forgive you? For what?" "For making such a fool of myself." "You've done no such thing." She let go of my wrist, but I kept my arm across her and caressed her side. "I'm not. I've only been with a man but once, and that was 8 years ago. Ever since then, I've always behaved like a lady, until tonight." "You're a splendid lady," I told her. "Little better than a slut," she said. This time, her voice wasn't muffled. I opened my eyes and saw that her head was turned toward me. The pillow hugged to her breasts. "You have every reason to be disgusted." "Oh, but I wasn't. Not at all. Quite the contrary." "You needn't fib to me. I found it all quite wonderful until—" "Until?" "Well, it wasn't something I much cared to tell her about. My mouth got dry, and I could feel myself blushing all over. "Please," she said. "It's rather unpleasant. Sickening, actually." "Trevor, tell me." There seemed to be no way around it, so I decided to tell her the truth. "I'm afraid I've had some rather rum experiences in the matter of ladies' chests." She huffed out some air. It sounded very much like a sort of laugh. "What?" "Whittle. Remember the murderer I told you about when I first arrived? The man who stole Sabre. Yes, Whittle. He cut the breasts off 2 women. I saw them afterward. Dear Lord, she gasped. When I squeezed yours, I couldn't help but remember. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Trevor. So you see, it wasn't you. You poor thing. With that, she rolled toward me. I turned onto my side and we hugged each other, the pillow soft and thick between our chests. She kissed me, but it wasn't like before. It was gentle and sweet and motherly. Right off, I knew I preferred the other sort. What with the covers off and still being sweaty, I started to feel cold except for where the pillow was and where our bodies touched. Sarah didn't have a stitch on, so it must have been worse for her. I couldn't stir myself to fetch up the blankets, though, because it felt so peaceful to be laying with her that way. I was glad I'd told her the truth. Now she knew I hadn't found anything wrong about her. There was more to it than only that, however. When you've got a dark secret, it doesn't seem quite so terrible after you've talked about it, especially if the person you told is someone as sweet as Sarah. I took to thinking about the way things had gone for a while there before Whittle had ruined it all. By and by, I said, "Of course, yours are still attached." She asked, "What?" in that surprised, amused way she had. "Your bosoms." "Yes, they are. Perhaps if I should become accustomed to them." "What?" "Perhaps they wouldn't put me off." "I see. Shall I ever go at it?" She didn't answer, but I felt the pillow slide away. She tucked it under the side of her head. "I'm to be your cure?" "I do hope so," I said. She laughed softly, but then caught her breath when I curled my hands over her breasts. That night I got accustomed to attached ones. Whittle stood in my way for a while, but finally he skulked off and there was only just me and Sarah in that room. I held and caressed and squeezed those breasts of hers. I lifted them and shook them. I rubbed my face all over them. I felt their nipples press my eyelids. I licked and kissed and sucked. Hardly got a good start on them before Sarah tugged the nightshirt off me. She thrashed about and whimpered and moaned and hung onto my hair and gasped my name over and over again. We wrestled about considerable. We were all over each other, touching everywhere, and I didn't feel shy once. Then I found Sarah on top of me. Next thing I knew, her mouth was jammed against mine and her breasts were mashed to my chest, and she took hold of me below decks. But not with her hands. I felt myself sliding into a tight, juicy place where I wasn't sure I ought to be. It felt bully, but Sarah acted like she was in pain, and that rather scared me, so I tried to get out. "It's all right," she gasped. "I'm hurting you. No, it's where I want you." And then she shoved down, and I went all the way in so far and deep it seemed I was getting swallowed up by her. Well, I'd been feeling for a while like I might just bust. All of a sudden, that's exactly what I did do. I tried to pull out quickly so as not to mess her, but she clutched my rump and wouldn't let me. I couldn't get out. I couldn't stop, either. Nothing to do but let it happen right inside her. The way she twitched and yelped while I unloaded, I figured she was even more upset than me. When it stopped, I felt so embarrassed I wanted to die. "I'm so awfully sorry," I said. She kind of relaxed, sinking down on me and panting like she was all tuckered out. She rubbed her cheek against mine, her hair making my face itch, her breath hot on my ear. "I didn't mean to do that," I told her. "What?" she whispered. "You know, do that, in you." "It was wonderful, but I've gotten you full of yuck." She laughed softly, jiggling. "It's not yuck, darling. It's your love. You filled me with your love." "Was that supposed to happen?" "Oh, yes. Oh, yes." Well, that came as a considerable relief. She went on kissing me. By and by, my love commenced to leak out of her. It syruped me up and turned cold. But I didn't mind, for Sarah was heavy and warm and acting like I'd done her just the most wonderful favor of all time. I felt pretty much the same about her. Chapter 23. Fine Times. Before you know it, we both got stirred up again and had another go-round. This time I took the top. I rather knew what to expect, so I wasn't scared. The only surprise was that it didn't end so quick. I got plenty of chance to plunge about and appreciate things. After we finished, we pulled the blankets over us and snuggled. "I love you so much, darling," she whispered. "You're simply smashing," I said. She laughed softly, her sweet breath caressing my face. I only wish we'd had a go at this months ago, I told her. She laughed again, then squeezed me hard. We couldn't, of course, not with Grandma and Grandpa in the house. They needn't have known. I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. They would have thrown you out of the house. Besides, she didn't go on, so I asked, besides what? I feared that I might frighten you off. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you. That's what I thought I'd done tonight, lost you when you pulled away from me. It was only Whittle. The cure seems to have worked. Splendidly. We'll have such fine times together. In the morning, I dressed and crept out of Sarah's room without being spotted by any of the visitors. Later in the day, the last of them departed. The house was empty but for the two of us. We didn't talk about last night. We didn't carry on either. But I could tell she hadn't forgotten about it. She acted different. She hardly ever took her eyes off me, and stayed a lot closer to me when we were doing chores and such. She touched me considerable, but not in any needful way, more like how she might touch her best friend. Also, she couldn't stop talking. She chatted on and on about this and that, and laughed at near everything I had to say. I felt mighty grown up and happy, though I got a bit nervous at times, wondering what was to happen next. After our evening meal, we went into the parlour. She had me sit in the General's chair. Then she filled one of his pipes with tobacco. She lit it up, smiling at me as she sucked the flames down into the tobacco. When it was going good, she handed it to me. She sat at my feet and leaned back against my legs. I puffed away. Every now and then I reached down to stroke her hair, and she turned her head and gazed up at me. The only light in the parlour came from the fireplace. It all seemed uncommon peaceful and nice. When the pipe went out, Sarah got to her feet and hauled me up. Humming a slow, peaceful tune, she started to dance with me. We stayed right in front of the fire. There wasn't much room, what with all the furniture, so we more or less kept to the same place, hanging on to each other and turning in circles. It was cosy and a bit exciting, the way we held each other and glided about and sometimes kissed. She hummed one tune after another. After 5 or 6 of them, she began to unbutton my shirt while we danced. We fumbled about and undressed each other and kicked our duds out of the way. After that, we went on dancing just like before, only it felt quite different. She was all smooth, warm skin against me, sliding and rubbing. Sometimes we danced far enough apart so our fronts hardly touched at all, just the tips of her breasts brushing my chest and me prodding her belly a bit. Other times we mashed ourselves together. The hand I had on her back drifted down, and I took to holding her rump, which was ever so soft but flexed up firm with every step. She did the same to me. Eventually we gave up on the dancing part. We stood there squirming and kissing and caressing each other till we couldn't hold off any longer, and ended up on the rug in front of the fireplace. We went upstairs after we were done, and had a fine time in her bed, and then fell asleep. In the morning she woke me with a kiss, as she'd done so many times before. I opened my eyes to find her leaning over the bed, wearing her nightdress. "Your bath is ready, dear," she said. She brought my robe and slippers into her room. She walked out, the same as she used to do. I put on the robe and slippers, went downstairs, greeted her in the kitchen, and got myself into the tub. Like always, she brought the coffee in. I sat in the tub, sipping mine, while she took her usual seat nearby. "We'll be going into town today," she said. "I need to see our attorney about a few matters." "An attorney?" "He'll be turning over the estate to me." "The house?" "Oh, yes, the house, everything. I'm Grandpa's only heir, of course. He was very well off. Not that he earned a great deal, but he'd inherited a considerable sum from the family." "I'm quite glad to hear about that. So then you'll be able to continue on without financial worries?" "None at all." I considered asking if she might raise my weekly pay a trifle, now that she was coming into a certain amount of wealth. That would have appeared greedy, however. Besides, such a request would only serve to remind her that I aimed to book passage for England if I could ever afford to do so. Sitting in the bathtub with my coffee, I wished I hadn't thought about returning home. I was not at all eager to leave Sarah. Still, England was home, and I sometimes missed my mother terribly. I worried about her. She hadn't responded to any of the several letters which I posted to her during the past months. I'd received no message whatsoever other than the quick response to my cable just before Christmas. It was perplexing, disturbing. At times I wondered if something terrible had happened to her. That seemed unlikely, however. Uncle William and Aunt Maggie no doubt knew my whereabouts and would have let me know if Mother had met with some sort of tragedy. But why hadn't she written to me? It seemed quite unlike her, and a day rarely went by that I didn't puzzle over the situation. "Is something troubling you?" Sarah asked. I reckon my worry showed. "It's my mother again, I'm afraid." She frowned and shook her head. "You should have received a letter from her by now. It's strange." "I do hope she's all right." "Oh, I'm sure she's fine." "Then why hasn't she written?" "She probably did. Maybe her letters were misplaced. Such things happen. You shouldn't let it upset you." With that, Sarah set her cup aside. She came over to the tub, knelt behind me, and rubbed my shoulders. "Any day now, the postman will come by with a letter from her. You'll see. But the main thing is, she knows you're in good hands." "I am that," I said, and looked over my shoulder to smile at Sarah. My worries about Mother faded out right quick. Sarah didn't have her nightdress on anymore. "I say," I said. She laughed and kissed me. "Never you mind," she said, and took to soaping my back. I was used to that, but liked it all the more knowing she'd stripped down. When she finished my back, she reached around with both arms and slicked my front, which she'd never done before. Not just my chest, but my belly too. Then lower down. She had to lean in pretty good for that. She nibbled the side of my neck while she was at it. Sent shivers all through me. And so did watching her hands. They were up to their forearms in the water, one sliding the soap bar while the other rubbed and stroked me. "You are a thorough wench," I said. "One can't be too clean." "And does that apply to you as well?" I asked. Before she had a chance to answer, I scooped up water with my coffee cup and flung it over my shoulder. She let out a squeal that turned into laughter. Then she grabbed both my shoulders, pulled me backward and shoved, scooting me down until my head went under. I came up gasping and blinking, just in time to watch Sarah swing a leg over the rim of the tub. She climbed right in with me, kneeling between my legs. She took away the cup and handed the bar of soap to me. "Finish the job you started," she said, and laughed some more. I was mighty glad to oblige her. I soaped her up good, using both hands and taking my time about it. By and by she quit laughing. She breathed heavy and moaned, and took to guiding my hands around. I'd been working mostly on her breasts, but she didn't want her southern section neglected, so she took my hands down there. After a bit, she was in an awful frenzy. I could say the same for myself, actually. She didn't wait to rinse, but sprawled atop me, all sudsy and slippery. Well, that came to a quick, wild finish, but we didn't stop. We carried on, thrashing and tussling and flopping about, taking breathers now and again to soap up places we might have missed earlier, soaping some of the same places too, then commencing to splash around and join up all over again. It was a wonder nobody drowned. The water was cold by the time we climbed out. There was near as much on the floor as in the tub. We dried each other with towels, then I stayed and mopped the floor while Sarah made breakfast in the kitchen. After the meal, we dressed and went out to the stable. There, we harnessed Howitzer to the carriage and headed off. Sarah let me handle the reins, as she knew I enjoyed it. That let her hop down and attend to the gate. After closing the gate, she rushed over and checked the mailbox. I longed to see her reach inside and pull out a letter from Mother, but she returned empty-handed. Climbing aboard, she shook her head. "I'm sorry," she said. "Perhaps the postman hasn't arrived yet," I told her, though I knew it was already past noon. Back when the General was alive, Sarah had usually brought the mail to him before he'd finished breakfast. Though he and Mabel ate much later than us, they'd get done by around 11, so the postman had certainly come along by now, but with nothing to leave. "Maybe tomorrow," Sarah said. Disappointed, I got us rolling. Sarah stared at me, looking rather solemn. Pretty soon she said, "Shall I buy you a ticket for England?" The merest whisper of a breeze could have knocked me over when I heard those words. I gawped at her. "I'm able to afford it now, you know. Wouldn't it make you happy?" "Do you mean it?" I blurted. "Of course, if that's what you want." I gazed at her, struck dumb with surprise and gratefulness. The sun was out, shining on her face. She looked so beautiful it made my heart soar. Much as I longed for home, the notion of going away from Sarah all of a sudden filled me with a sick, lonely feeling. I'd been keen on Sarah ever since the moment I first saw her, the night I warned the General about Whittle and we stormed into her bedroom. It was likely Christmas night that I fell in love with her. After that, I would have been sorry to part with her, but now, what with all that we'd done since the funeral, I could hardly bear the thought of going off and never seeing her again. "Would you come along with me?" I asked. What would your mother have to say about that? I'm sure she'd be quite fond of you. You could stay with us. I'd show you all of London. We'd have a ripping good time. She shook her head. It's nice to think so, but the difference in our ages, your mother would be appalled. Everyone would be appalled. They needn't know that we're more than chums. We'd have to behave like strangers. We couldn't so much as hold hands or kiss, much less dance or share a bed or bathe together. Why, we would find time for such things. No, I'm afraid not. But Sarah, it would be too horrible for both of us. But how can I leave you? I haven't ordered you to leave. I'm simply offering you the opportunity. The choice is yours. I can't go without you. When I said that, her eyes watered up. She stroked my cheek and kissed me. You may change your mind some day. I shook my head. If ever you do, tell me. We'll buy the ticket for you. Next week, next month, next year. You may grow weary of me, you know. Never, I said. Soon after that, we reached the outskirts of town. Sarah gave me directions to the attorney's office, which turned out to be in his home. Before climbing down, she handed me a wad of money and told me I should go on and buy our supplies. She would find me when she was finished with the legal matters. I left her and headed for the markets. I had a fair idea of what we needed in the way of food and such, and set to gathering it. But my mind was all a jumble. Had I done the proper thing, refusing her offer? I felt as if I'd betrayed Mother. I felt, too, that Sarah had somewhat let me down. After all, she could go with me. The more I puzzled over it, though, the more I saw she was right. Should she come with me, we'd be forced to keep apart. It would be awful. So it came down to stay or lose Sarah, and I'd made my choice to stay. Bad as I felt about Mother, though, pretty soon I eased my mind about that. If Sarah hadn't offered to buy me a ticket home, why, I would have been staying anyhow, at least for several months more. The trick was to keep on saving money till I'd earned enough for the passage home, and study the situation then. I was feeling fairly comfortable about things by the time I'd rounded up our food and supplies. I loaded them into the carriage. Sarah hadn't returned yet, so I read the world while I waited for her. Chapter 24. Slaughter. The story that changed everything wasn't in the issue of the World which I read while waiting for Sarah to return from the attorney's office. I turned from page to page and gave little thought to Whittle. We went on about our lives, both of us mighty pleased and content. The next couple of weeks were smashing. We bathed in the mornings and danced in the evenings. Between all that, we ate our meals and cleaned the house, worked on the grounds, took horseback rides, had picnics here and there, went into town for supplies, and generally had a fine time at whatever we were up to. It was wonderful, even when we only just talked. Sometimes we did nothing except sit about and read. Taken all around, we couldn't have been much happier. And then came the day we returned from town, and I settled down to look at a newspaper, while Sarah sat nearby with a book of poems by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The story I ran across went like this. Tombstone rocked by savage murders. Tombstone, Arizona Territory, infamous for its history of gunslinging desperadoes and marauding Apaches, was stunned on the 22nd of April by an early morning discovery of Alice Clemens, 42, and her two daughters, Emma, 16, and Willa, 18, brutally slain in their room at Mrs. Adamson's boarding house on Toughnut Street. According to the Tombstone epitaph, the three women met their fate at the hands of person or persons unknown sometime during the previous night. They were found by the maid at 9 the following morning, whereupon the unfortunate woman swooned at the grisly sight. All who viewed the scene were shocked beyond measure. The room looked like a slaughterhouse, averred Dr. Samuel Wicker, who went on to say that all three women had been most horribly butchered and dismembered. Said Deputy Marshal Frank Dunbar, I've seen a few white women who got themselves carved up near as bad by the Apache, but these were ladies. Whoever done this is a monster, pure and simple. In addition to numerous unspeakable mutilations committed upon Mrs. Clemens and her daughters, it has been reported that all three were scalped. This has led some to suspect that they did, indeed, fall victim to one or more renegade savages. Since the surrender of Geronimo to General Miles nearly 3 years ago, the citizens of Tombstone have experienced little or no difficulty with the Red Man. They had considered such troubles to have come to an end, and many are filled with dismay at the possibility that murderous Indians may be lurking in the area. Not so Deputy Dunbar. A white man did this, Dunbar avowed. He left boot prints in the blood. You don't catch many redskins shot in boots. He had a long stride, too, that puts him around 6 feet tall. If you don't count the likes of Magnus Colorado, your basic Indian's usually a short fellow. Be he red man or white, the vicious assailant remains at large and no witnesses have come forward with information about his identity. The people of Tombstone, so accustomed to acts of bloody violence, remain shaken by the unthinkable nature of this outrage perpetrated in their midst. When I read this story, I felt like the world had caved in on me. I sat there, stunned, my breath knocked out. "What is it?" Sarah asked, looking at me. "Whittle." She shut her book and leaned forward. "What? They've caught him?" I could only shake my head. She set her book aside, came over to me, and took the newspaper from my shaky hands. "Which piece?" "Tombstone." She stood there, reading. Then she knelt in front of me, put the paper on the floor, and rested her hands on my legs. "It might have been anyone," she said. "No, it was Whittle. I know it." "You can't know for certain." "He's doing precisely what he planned to do, go out west and cut up women. He even considered that his butcheries might be mistaken for the work of Indians. He hoped he might join up with a band of hostiles and show them a few of his tricks." Sarah rubbed my legs gently while she gazed at me. "You're not responsible for him. None of this is your fault." "I should have gone after him." "You did what you could, darling. You came here to save us from him. It would have been foolhardy for you to venture out again that night in the snow, and it was too late to chase after him by the time we found that he'd stolen Sabre. That's when I should have left." "No. If I borrowed a horse and pursued him, he was hours away by then. It would have been hopeless." "Hardly hopeless," I told her, feeling just miserable. "The man's got no nose. I could have asked about him, tracked him down. I could have got him. But I didn't even have a go at it. I didn't want to have a go at it. I was safe and comfortable here. Here is where you belong, Trevor. I know how you feel, but it's never been your duty to stop him." "I don't know about duty," I told her, "but I had opportunities to kill him and failed. It's my fault he boarded the True Delight. It's my fault he murdered the folks aboard her. It's my fault he ever came to America at all. Trudy and her family and all those Clemens women in Tombstone, they'd be alive today if it weren't for me. I've no doubt Whittle has killed others too, many others, probably a whole string of gals between here and the Arizona Territory. They likely just didn't make the world, or I missed the issues that told of them. Maybe I did read about some of them, but talked myself into thinking it hadn't been Whittle's work. But this time I can't deceive myself. Nobody but Whittle could have done this business in Tombstone. I'm afraid I must go after him." Sarah didn't say a thing for quite a spell. She only just held my legs and gazed at me real solemn. Finally, she said, "It's no wonder that Grandpa took to you. You're so very much like him. Duty, honor, set the wrongs of the world aright, or die in the attempt. I'm not the one who'll be doing the dying. That'll be Whittle's job." "Your mind is set, then?" "I don't want to leave you, Sarah." "You won't leave me. Do you truly think I would let you go journeying off on such a campaign without me?" That was the second time in a couple of weeks she'd thrown astonishment into me. "You're joking," I said. I knew she'd meant it, though. She gave my legs a hard squeeze. Her eyes were afire with excitement. "We'll go together. It may take a few days to make preparations. We'll need to close the house, hire a caretaker, set our finances in order." "But you're a woman," I pointed out. "I am indeed. I'm also a Forrest, from a long line of soldiers and adventurers. It's likely to be quite dangerous. Whatever the dangers, we'll face them together. I should do this alone." "Indeed?" She hoisted her eyebrows. "You wouldn't return to England without me. Now you're suddenly eager to journey west alone? Why, the only difference is the direction of travel. Going to England would not have put you in harm's way. You would rather leave me here to fend for myself?" she asked. "I'm afraid so, yes. You'd be safe here." "I'd be lonely," she said. "I'd be destroyed. There would be nothing here for me except an empty, forlorn house. You are my life, Trevor. So what if we travel into danger? Better to face any peril and perish if it should come to that, than to stay here without you. It isn't that I want to leave you behind. I know, darling, I know." Reaching out, I stroked her hair. "I've seen what Whittle does to women. If he should lay hands on you, we won't allow that to happen." Part 3. Bound for Tombstone. Chapter 25. Westering. We aimed to travel by rail, as that was the quickest way to cross such a distance. So on top of making arrangements for the house, Sarah figured she had no choice but to sell off the horses. She knew that her attorney, Mr. Cunningham, might be interested in them, so we went to his office together. He was a heavy, cheerful fellow who put me in mind of old Dawes, the cabman. That made me a bit lonesome for home, but the glooms couldn't stand up against the excitement I had inside me. After making up our minds that we'd hunt down Whittle together, Sarah and I both found ourselves caught up in the thrill of it all. We knew it was a grim mission full of hazards, but that didn't seem to matter near as much as knowing we were about to set off on an adventure together. Well, she explained to Mr. Cunningham that she intended to escort me to Arizona Territory so I could join up with my father, a cavalry major stationed at Fort Huacucha, which wasn't too far from Tombstone. She could have made him a general, but I reckon she didn't want to lay it on too thick. She told him that she aimed to shut down the house and hire a caretaker. Then she asked if he might like to purchase the 3 horses. Well, the upshot was that he offered to look after the horses instead of buying them. That way, they'd still be Sarah's when she got back from the trip. He also said he knew just the fellow to take care of the house, and would gladly handle the matter of hiring him. Next, we went to the post office. There, Sarah arranged to have her mail forwarded to general delivery in Tombstone. I mailed a letter to Mother, in which I told her about making a trip west, and said she could write to me in Tombstone. I didn't mention that Sarah'd be with me, nor did I say a thing about going in pursuit of Whittle, figuring she'd only fret if she knew the truth. Done at the post office, we headed for the bank. Sarah loaded up on money. That finished our town business. For the next couple of days, we set the house in order. Mostly, we cleaned and covered the furniture and got rid of perishables and such. When that was pretty much taken care of, we packed for the trip. We wanted to travel light, so we didn't use trunks. I fit all my duds into just one valise. It took a couple more to hold Sarah's outfits. We figured to leave behind everything but our clothes and toilet articles. And weapons. Sarah slipped the single-shot pistol and some extra ammunition into her handbag. I threw the General's Army revolver, holster, and a passel of spare bullets into my valise. We chose to leave the rifle behind. It wouldn't fit in our luggage. Sarah allowed we wouldn't want to be lugging it about, but I suspect she didn't want it around because of her grandpa using it to shoot himself. Mr. Cunningham had hired a fellow named Jim Henderson to look after the house. Henderson had dropped by a few times to talk with Sarah, and she'd arranged for him to ride us to the railroad depot in town. It was the first day of May, sunny and warm and breezy, that we set out. At the station, we bid farewell to Henderson. Then we went to a ticket window, and Sarah paid our fares to Manhattan. The train hadn't arrived yet, so we waited out on the platform with some other folks. Most of them didn't have any luggage at all. Others had little more than what they might need for an overnight stay. I don't suppose any of them were about to start on a journey as great as ours. I was so excited I could hardly sit still. By and by, along came the howl of a whistle. I rushed over close to the tracks and saw our train. It chugged around a bend in the rails, smoke belching from its chimney, just monstrous and wonderful. As it roared closer, I could feel the floorboards shaking under my boots. The engineer waved down at me from his high window, just as chaps used to do when I was back in England, standing by the tracks to enjoy the thrill of a passing train. I waved back to him. A moment later, the locomotive rolled by, clanking and hissing steam, followed by the coal car and a string of passenger carriages. After they groaned and squealed to a stop, I went back to Sarah. A porter took our baggage and we climbed aboard. Sarah let me have the window seat. Though I'd ridden many times on the Underground, and even gone by rail on holidays with Mother, I never felt near the thrill that coursed through me when this train commenced to chug along and leave the station behind. I met Sarah's eyes. With a smile, she gave my hand a squeeze. "Here we go," she said. After that, I kept my face pretty much mashed to the window. It was glorious. The country, the bridge over the East River, the towers of New York City. But my aim here isn't to run along about all that. It's to tell you the story of my adventures. The way I see it, an adventure is someone else's mishap. Nothing much happened in the way of adventures for a spell, so I'll scoot along with my narrative and get to it rather quick. What we did was change trains at Grand Central Terminal, then ride west toward Chicago in a Pullman car. The trip was bully. We spent plenty of time talking, meeting friendly people and such. We ate fine meals in the dining car and slept at night in berths with hanging curtains. Whenever I could, I watched out the windows. We sped along through towns and forests and mountains, crossed bridges over deep canyons and river gorges that gave me the sweats with notions of derailing, and raced across valleys where we zipped past farms and villages. The nights were glorious. I spent many an hour in my berth, hidden away in darkness behind the heavy curtain, peering out at the moonlit land, wondering about the lives of all the strangers out of sight beyond the lighted windows of farmhouses and homes along the tracks. I just lay there, watching everything slip by while the train rocked me gently, wheels clickety-clacking over the rails, whistles sometimes letting out long, mournful hoots. It was awfully peaceful, but it often gave me a peculiar empty feeling, a longing for I didn't know what. Sarah wasn't the cause of it, I know that. She had the lower berth, directly under me. At night, I'd wait a while and then poke my head out the curtain. When the coast was clear, I climbed down and joined her. We had some smashing times, but we had to be quiet about it, for we had let on to the other passengers that I was her servant. They would have been mighty shocked to see me sneaking down to her bed. We never got caught, though. By and by, I'd kiss her goodnight and climb back up to my own berth, where I'd lay awake and gaze out the windows and feel strange all over again. Before you know it, we arrived in Chicago. We spent the night in a fine hotel on the shore of Lake Michigan, returned to the depot the next morning, and boarded a train that would take us south to St. Louis. After leaving Chicago behind, we went through just the flattest land you'd ever hope to see. Except for a passel of small towns with more grain elevators than you can imagine, there was nothing to look at but miles and miles of fields, as far as the eye could see. Once in a while, there'd be a farmhouse and barn and silo off in the distance, but that was about it. Finally, we came to the Mississippi River. It took the breath right out of me. Here was the Mississippi, Mark Twain's river. We got closer and closer to it, and then we were above it on a bridge. I'd never seen the beat of it. I couldn't believe I was here, gazing down at the very same river where Mark Twain had been a steamboat pilot, where Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn and Jim had gone swimming and rafting. I couldn't see a paddle wheel, but there were ships aplenty, and I even spotted a couple of kids fishing off a canoe. I just hankered something awful to be down there with them. Maybe I'll come back someday, I told myself. And that's where it struck me why I'd been having those strange spells of longing. Because I was only just speeding along the rails, glimpsing so many new places I'd like to explore, so many strangers I was never likely to meet, glimpsing them and passing by, leaving them all behind. There wasn't any way round it, though, not if I wanted to reach Tombstone and track down Whittle. We stayed one night in St. Louis, so Sarah took me to a restaurant on the shore of the Mississippi. Before returning to our hotel, we roamed along the bank for a while. We watched boats drift by, all lit up in the distance, the sounds of voices and laughter floating soft across the water. Sometimes the wail of steam whistles. It was grand. I just wanted to stay forever, but the wind stiffened and pretty soon a storm came up, chopping up the river and pounding rain down on us as lightning bolts split the sky and crashed all around. Drenched, we hot-footed it back to the hotel. The next morning, the sky was clear again. We boarded a train that would take us across Missouri and Kansas to Denver, Colorado. For days and nights we headed west across the vast plains. Beyond the windows I saw herds of cattle, and cowboys. When I saw my first cowboy riding his horse along a dusty trail near the tracks, I knew we'd reached the Wild West. The notion excited me something awful, but it scared me a bit too, for it came as a reminder that we were traveling closer each minute to Whittle. We were still a long way from Tombstone, though. We hadn't even reached Denver yet, and from there we'd have another few days riding south to El Paso. That would only take us into Texas, and we'd still need to travel farther west before getting into the Arizona territory and finding our way to Tombstone. Even if Whittle was still there, which I greatly doubted, we wouldn't be arriving for near a week after leaving Denver. So I tried to calm down and not think about him, and just fill myself with the wonders of rolling through the American West. I saw cowboys aplenty. I kept a sharp lookout for them, and never got tired of seeing more. Now and then, I found myself hoping the train might get stopped and robbed by the likes of Jesse James. He'd gotten himself backshot by a scoundrel named Bob Ford 6 or 7 years ago, so I knew we didn't stand much chance of enjoying a run-in with the James gang. But I reckoned there were other outlaws available to have a go at us, and rather fancied myself plucking the General's revolver from my valise and engaging in some gunplay with them. While I was on the lookout for cowboys and hoping for a hold-up, I caught sight of my first Indian. He sat astride a pony at a crossing and looked just fearsome. Feathers in his headband, face painted red, wearing a blue army jacket and leather leggings. What with all I'd read about the savages and what I'd heard from the General and Sarah, my insides just squeezed up with fright. I was all set to make a grab for the revolver, but he didn't have a weapon that I could see, and the train was moving along so fast that he was out of sight in just a second or two. I saw quite a number of Indians as we went along. None scared me like the first one, though. Some were mighty old, and some were squaws, and some were kids. Mostly they looked rather poor and pitiful. It was hard to picture such creatures on the warpath, massacring settlers, taking scalps and torturing their captives. Well, the Indian wars were over. They'd been beaten, at least that's what the general had led me to believe. He hadn't been quite correct on that score, as I was to find out later on. But that's a matter I don't aim to get into, not here. By the time we pulled into Denver, I'd gotten fairly used to seeing both cowboys and Indians. They didn't thrill me quite as much as they'd done at the start, but I was still awfully excited about finding myself in the West. We spent the night at a hotel near the depot. Early the next morning, we boarded the train that was to carry us south to El Paso, Texas. Whenever we changed trains, we always found ourselves mixed in with a whole new bunch of passengers. We'd chat a bit with some of them, Sarah explaining that I was her servant. By and large, they seemed like decent folk. This time, one of the passengers in our car was a man named Elmont Briggs. The trouble was ready to start. Chapter 26. Briggs. At just about the same time the conductor yelled, "All aboard!" Elmont Briggs came striding up the aisle. He appeared to be heading for the seats behind us, but stopped quick when he spotted Sarah. She raised her face to see who was standing there. For a spell, they stared at each other. The fellow looked perplexed, but awful glad to see her. He was probably about Sarah's age, and had a face so pretty it looked downright girlish. He was clean-shaven, with reddish lips, a pert little nose, big blue eyes, and pale brows. His wavy golden hair hung clear to his shoulders. I wondered if he might be a gal after all, even though he was dressed like a man. He was all decked out in shiny boots, black trousers and coat, and had a string tie around the neck of his shirt. A woman wasn't likely to dress in such a fashion. Besides, his chest looked flat. Then he spoke, and his low voice removed my doubts. "Libby Gordon," he proclaimed. "I don't believe my eyes." "Pardon me," Sarah said. "It's me, Elmont Briggs." "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Briggs," she told him, sounding a bit amused. "But I'm afraid." "You don't remember me? Yale, class of '84? You accompanied James Bellows to the—" "My name is Sarah Forrest," she explained. "I've never even been in Connecticut, much less accompanied a James Bellows to anything. Obviously, you've mistaken me for this Libby person." "You're not Libby Gordon?" he asked, tilting his head to one side. "No, indeed." "But the resemblance is uncanny, remarkable. I'm dumbfounded." Frowning, shaking his curly locks, he said, "Please accept my apologies for intruding in such a bold fashion." "It's quite all right." I figured he would move on now, but he stayed put. The train started moving, though. As usual, it took off with a sudden lurch. Elmont staggered sideways. Even though he didn't seem to be in much danger of falling, he caught hold of Sarah's shoulder. "Whoops," he said. Then he let go of it and grabbed the corner of her seat back. "I only met Libby once," he explained. "I've never forgotten her, however. One does not forget such a vision of beauty. When I spied you sitting here, such a shock, such a delightful shock, but an error." Sarah's face was turned away, so I couldn't see how she was taking all this. Elmont's eyes shifted over to me. He curled his lips. It was supposed to be a smile, I reckon, but it looked a mite sour. "And would this fine young man be your brother?" "My servant, Trevor." "You're traveling alone, then?" "With Trevor." "I should very much like to join you. Perhaps we might sit together." "Perhaps you should shove off," I told him. Well, his pretty blue eyes bugged out, and his face got scarlet. Sarah's head swung around. She looked as out of sorts as Elmont. "Trevor!" she whispered. "He's after my seat," I snapped. "He's after you," is what went through my mind. "Is your boy always this impertinent?" Elmont asked. "Bugger off," I told him. And Sarah slapped me across the face. "What's the matter with you?" she snapped. I just sat there, my cheek hot where she'd smacked it. The cheek didn't hurt much, but I felt like I'd been kicked in the stomach. I felt a whole lot worse when Sarah stood up without saying another word and followed Elmont up the aisle. She'd never struck me before. She'd never even spoken harshly to me. I doubt there were ever two people who got along any better together than me and Sarah. Now she'd not only struck me, but gone off with Elmont. She stayed with him too, for a long, long time, leaving me there alone and miserable. Couldn't she see that Elmont was a cad? What was wrong with her? How could she fall for his flattery like that? How could she abandon me? What if she doesn't come back at all and takes up with him? I almost got up to go looking for her, but I didn't relish the notion of seeing them together. They might be laughing, they might be holding hands, or worse. It sickened me to think about such things. I couldn't stop it, though. I pictured his lips on her mouth, his hands exploring her body and sneaking under her clothes. In my mind, she didn't simply allow him such liberties, but led him along and touched him in return. I told myself they wouldn't dare, people would see, but the car wasn't particularly crowded, if the seats across the aisle from them were empty. Well, she finally came back. She gave me a sharp look, then sat down. How could you speak to him that way, Trevor? How could you go off with him? He's a very nice man. You had no call to abuse him. You were awful. I doubt there ever was a Libby Gordon. The cur took a fancy to you, that's all. He's a bloody liar. You're acting like a child. Well, her slap hadn't stung me any more than those words did. I couldn't speak at all for a spell. Then I said, I'm a child, and he's a man. Is that it? Don't be ridiculous. He looks like a woman. Stop it, for heaven's sake, Trevor. Why did you go off with him? I had little choice after your atrocious behaviour. I can't believe you spoke to him that way. I've never been so embarrassed. What in the world possessed you? I don't like him, not one whit. He's a smooth-talking philanderer, that's what he is. Ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourself. Not only did you mistreat him, but you misjudged him as well. The poor man lost his wife and child to smallpox last year. I doubt it. You're being impossible. I shouldn't trust a word he breathes. He would quite obviously tell you anything in order to win your sympathies. Can't you see his intentions? When I said that, Sarah quit scowling. She gazed into my eyes and pretty soon she smiled. Leaning against me, she whispered, Why, Trevor, you're jealous. Not in the least. You are. She patted my leg. Oh dear, what am I to do with you? Elmont's nothing to me. I've no feelings at all for him except as a friend. He's after more than your friendship. How can you say such a thing? She asked, still talking soft. You don't know the man. I know he intends to have you. I hardly think so. If that is his intention, however, he'll be disappointed. Well, I wasn't feeling quite so down anymore. Though it disturbed me that Sarah considered Elmont a friend, it seemed clear I hadn't lost her affections to him. After a while she said, I'm so sorry that I struck you, darling. It didn't hurt. Will you forgive me? Of course. Then she whispered, You won't stay away from my bed tonight? Why, I hardly think so. With my mind ease considerable on the score of Elmont Briggs, I took to watching out the window. In the early evening, however, came the chime of the dinner bell. Now don't get yourself into a tizzy again, Sarah said. I asked Elmont to join us at our table. Splendid, I muttered. Please be nice to him. I'll have a go at it. Remember, you're supposed to be my servant. We can't have him suspecting the truth. We waited until most of the other passengers had cleared out of the aisle, then left our seats. Elmont was a few rows behind us, alone. When he saw us approaching, he stood up and gave Sarah a warm smile. The smile cooled some as he turned to me, but I bobbed my head and said, I do hope you'll forgive my earlier rudeness, Mr. Briggs. You bore such a remarkable resemblance to a scoundrel I once knew. Sarah gave me a sharp glance, so I shut my mouth. I accept your apology, Elmont said. He took the lead. The dining car was some distance back. At the end of each car along the way, Elmont would pull open the door for Sarah. Once she was outside in the noisy vestibule, he'd leave me holding the door, hurry around her, and get the next one, which he always managed to shut while I was between cars. He was mighty irritating. The way Sarah let him get away with it, I got to feeling like she didn't care one way or the other if I was left behind, so I let it happen. When we finally came to the dining car and Elmont slammed the door in my face, I just stayed put. I stepped to the edge of the steel grille that covered the coupling, held onto the safety chain there to keep my balance, and stared off at the wooden hills. They were mighty pretty, what with the sun sinking low, but I was in no mood to enjoy the view. I aimed to wait for Sarah to come along and fetch me. But she didn't. Having too fine a time with Elmont, no doubt. It was windy and cold out there between the cars, so by and by I went on in. Sarah and Elmont were seated across from each other at one of the dinner tables. Sarah talking away to him and looking happy. When she saw me, she waved me over to join them. What kept you? she asked. I stopped for some fresh air, I explained, feeling mighty let down. Where I come from, Elmont said to Sarah, we don't eat with the help. You certainly are an endearing chap, I told him. Nor do we allow back talk. Behave yourself, Trevor, or I shall send you off. Yes, ma'am. After that, I kept mum. The waiter brought our meals along. I ate and watched Elmont and listened to the conversation. He was just ever so charming. I reckon he and Sarah had already found out plenty about each other as they'd spent so much time together earlier. They didn't fill me in on what I'd missed, but I managed to figure out that Elmont was on his way to California, where he'd gone in with his brother to buy a fancy hotel on the beach at Santa Monica. To hear him talk, he was loaded down with money. He invited Sarah to come and visit him there when she finished the visit with her father at Fort Huacucha. I had to smile at that, but Elmont didn't notice. Sarah's father at Fort Huacucha? I reckon she didn't consider Elmont much of a friend, not if she'd been telling him stretchers like that. Though it amazed me that she fibbed to him, I was glad. She allowed that she might consider a trip to Elmont's hotel, but maybe she didn't mean it. I doubted he owned such a hotel. The way it looked, lies were flying as thick as the gravy on my beef. I knew what they were covering up on Sarah's part. As for Elmont's lies, I could only guess. The way I figured things, he didn't want Sarah to know he was using the last of his inherited wealth to ride the rails in search of a rich, available woman, and she was it. Of course, I might have been wrong. Maybe it was just my jealousy doing the thinking for me. That's how I saw him, though. I don't know that Sarah was smitten by him, but she sure did hang on his every word like she'd never encountered a fellow more fascinating and amusing. You could see he was aware of it, too. He had victory in his pretty blue eyes. Matters turned worse after the meal. He invited Sarah to play cards with him in the parlor car. I started to follow them there, but Elmont said to me, I don't believe the lady will be requiring your services. Go ahead and run along, Sarah said. Run along. I heated up considerable, but I allowed that causing a row wouldn't help my cause any. It had only served to peeve Sarah. Besides, the way I felt betrayed by her, again, I wasn't particularly eager to keep her company. If she preferred a swine like Elmont over me, maybe she deserved him. I cast a poisoned glare at Elmont, then went on my way. Back in my usual seat, I sat alone and boiled. I tried to tell myself that Sarah was only being kind to the man, but it wouldn't wash. In spite of what she'd said about considering Elmont no more than a friend, I'd seen enough to figure she was uncommon fond of him. I had some awfully mean thoughts about her. It got to seem like she'd only taken up with me in the first place because I was handy. I was living in her house where she could get at me whenever she pleased. My age hadn't mattered much to her then, and maybe the various men around town simply hadn't appealed to her one way or another. I wasn't quite what she wanted, but I do. Maybe she'd lied all along about loving me. Maybe she'd lied about a whole heap of things. I'm sure she had told some stretchers to Elmont, and to every other passenger we'd spent any time with during our travels. Well, those fibs were understandable. We couldn't very well give out the truth about the two of us. The same goes for deceiving her attorney, Mr. Cunningham, and any number of other folks. Taken all around, though, she'd lied to just about everyone I'd ever heard her talking to. Even the General. Sitting there by my dark window, I recalled the time that Sabre got hooked by Whittle. Instead of trying out the truth on her grandfather, Sarah had come up with a fancy story about the horse running off on its own. We'd even left the stable doors and the front gate open to make it look good. The more I thought about Sarah, the more it seemed like she never spoke the truth if she could come up with a lie that'd serve her better. No telling how many lies she'd foisted off on me. Why, I never could understand how a beautiful woman like Sarah was as unlucky with men as she'd always claimed. There she'd been, carrying on about how old she was and likely to end up a spinster, husbandless, childless, alone, and pitiful. Maybe she'd only said those things to win my sympathy. She'd probably been with half the men in Coney Island and thrown over each of them when a new fellow struck her fancy, the same way she was throwing me over for Elmont. I felt like I'd been swindled. For a while there, I plain hated Sarah and wished I'd never gotten tangled up with her. But then I got to thinking about all the fine times we'd had. The memories just carved me out hollow. Not the memories themselves, I reckon, but the notion that all good things with Sarah were behind me. Just for the sake of torturing myself even more, I hauled out the gold watch she'd given me at Christmas. I opened it up and saw she'd been gone for nearly 2 hours. Then I snapped it shut and stared at the crossed revolvers engraved on its cover. "You'll never know how much joy you've brought into my life," she'd said. She'd brought plenty into my life, too. Suddenly, I felt just rotten for all the mean thoughts I'd been having about her. She'd had good reasons for most of the lies I heard her tell. For all I knew, she'd never lied to me. Maybe she truly did love me, and love me still. So what if she was spending time with Elmont? Why, I'd spent hours and hours with the General. The old man had fascinated me, but I sure hadn't fallen for him. That eased my mind some, but not for long. Elmont wasn't the General. He had designs on Sarah. He aimed to have her. Even if all they did was play cards and enjoy each other's company tonight, he was busy working on her, and he'd be having more chances tomorrow, and the day after that. On his way to California, if that's where he was really planning to go, he'd be traveling along our route and making sure he rode the same rails as Sarah for the rest of the trip until we reached our destination at Tucson, days from now. I tried to tell myself that Sarah was bound to see through his smooth ways, sooner or later. Maybe he'd make a try for her, and she'd spurn him, and that would be the end of it. But maybe he'd make his try, and she'd welcome it. After all, he was a man, not a child. Maybe Elmont was just the sort of fellow she'd always hoped to meet. My thoughts were in a terrible whirl, so I was glad when Fremont the porter came along to make up the beds. After he was done, I went to the lavatory at the end of the car. I used the toilet, washed up and brushed my teeth, then walked down the curtained aisle. I'd hoped Sarah might have come back while I was gone. Her berth was empty, though. I climbed into mine, got into my nightshirt, and packed my clothes away. There I lay in the darkness. The night outside didn't interest me. The gentle rocking of the train didn't soothe me, nor did the regular clickety-clack of the wheels. When the horn hooted now and again, it sounded as mournful and lonely as my heart felt. By and by, I got to wondering if Elmont had already managed to win Sarah's heart. I wondered if he'd already won her body as well. They might be together in his berth. The notion hadn't more than entered my head when the curtains parted and Sarah looked in at me. I reckon I was glad to see her, but I felt tight and sick inside. "I do hope you enjoyed yourself," I said. "Are you still in a mood?" She sounded weary. "Oh, not at all. I'm quite delighted you prefer Elmont's companionship to my own." She reached in and stroked my cheek. "I suppose I shouldn't have stayed away so long. But you simply couldn't bring yourself to part company with Prince Charming." "For heaven's sake, Trevor!" She let out a long sigh, then backed away. The curtains fell shut. I stewed for a spell, wishing I hadn't spoken to her that way. When you feel like you might be losing someone you love, though, you get rather crazy. You don't act sensible. You turn mean and wild and make things even worse. Well, I heard Sarah come back and settle into her berth. I figured this was my chance to make matters right. I waited a bit, then stuck my head out the curtains and checked the aisle. It looked like a long, narrow canyon walled in by swaying shrouds, dimly lit by gas lamps at each end. Nobody was in sight. I climbed down to Sarah's bed. She pulled back the covers to let me in, but I just knelt on the mattress beside her. My heart was pounding so hard I almost couldn't breathe. "What is the matter with you?" she asked. "Elmont Briggs." "You've no cause to be jealous. You're in my bed. Elmont is not in my bed." "Has he kissed you?" "My God, Trevor, has he kissed you?" I asked again. "Don't be ridiculous." "With his pretty red lips? Do you honestly think I would allow him such liberties?" "Would you?" "You are talking nonsense. Now hush." Reaching out, she slipped her hand beneath my nightshirt. It glided all warm up my leg and gently took hold of me. "I don't want to hear another word about Elmont." "I need to use the toilet," I said. Before she could say anything, I started to back my way through the curtains. She gave me a soft squeeze, then let go. "Hurry back," she said. I started towards the rear of the car, wondering why I'd left her. It wasn't that I had any urge to use the toilet. That was just the first excuse that popped into my head. What I needed to do was get shut of Sarah for a few minutes and settle down. Maybe take some fresh air, clear my head and try to get Elmont out of it before going back to her and maybe saying things I'd have cause to regret. When I walked past the curtains shutting off Elmont's area, an awful frenzy came over me. I had a notion to reach in and grab him. I wasn't quite sure which berth might be his, though. Would have been awful to intrude on a stranger, so I went along to the back of the car, tucked the door open, and stepped outside. I wasn't the only one there. Another fellow stood between the cars, his back to me, the wind tossing his long curly hair. Elmont Briggs himself. He hadn't looked around yet to see who'd come through the door. I should have gone back inside, returned to Sarah, and savoured knowing it was me, not Elmont, in her bed. but I was just 15, and I had more gumption than sense. "I say," said I, "if it isn't the one and only Elmont Briggs." I had to pretty near shout so he could hear me over the noise of the wheels. He turned around slow. He had a cigar between his lips, its tip glowing red in the wind. When he saw me, he plucked it out. He jabbed the air with it, pointing at me. "Sarah's boy. I'm nobody's boy, Elmont. Has she sent you to fetch me?" I stepped up closer to him and sorely wished I had my clothes on. I was barefoot, my nightshirt blowing about like a woman's dress, the cold gusting up under it. I couldn't help feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. This was no way to be dressed when confronting a scoundrel. "Speak up, boy. Does Sarah wish me to join her?" "You're to stay away from her." "Am I?" He showed me his teeth. They looked grey in the darkness. I reckon he was smiling. Then he poked the cigar between them and gave it a puff. I slapped the cigar out of his mouth. He grabbed the front of my nightshirt, hauled me up against him and smashed his knee into my belly. The blow picked me clear off my feet. When they came down on the grill again, he was rushing me backward. He shoved me into the guard chain. Then he let go, ducked down and grabbed me around the legs. I couldn't do much more than catch hold of his hair before he hoisted me over the chain and pushed. Chapter 27. Farewell to the train and Sarah. My grip on Elmont's hair didn't save me. Some came out in my hands is all. Then I was plunging head first, flapping and kicking, feeling the breath of the speeding train against my back. Time seemed to drag awful slow. It gave me plenty of chance to wonder what I might land on and whether I'd get myself cut in half by the wheels. I even had a chance to see my body sprawled out dead by the tracks, my nightshirt up around my chest. Seemed awful, making an indecent spectacle of myself that way. Figured I might have time to arrange the garment, but I was still considering it when I struck the ground. Not head first, though, thank the Lord. It was my back that hit. If my wind hadn't been knocked out already by Elmont's knee, the landing would have done it. I smacked down hard, but that wasn't the end of it. I bounced, and the ground was so steep it flung my legs up and somersaulted me. I tumbled and rolled for quite a spell, and finally came to a stop in some soft grass. I lay sprawled there, hurting all over but happy to be alive. While I fought to wheeze some air into my chest, the clatter of the train faded down the tracks. Nobody must have seen me go overboard except Elmont, because it didn't stop. Pretty soon, the whistle tooted a farewell to me. When I was able to breathe again, I got to my feet. I felt a trifle wobbly, so I didn't go anywhere but just stood where I was. At the bottom of the railroad embankment, the high slope loomed over me, all rocks and weeds and bushes. From where I stood, I probably couldn't have seen the train, even if it had still been there. All that remained of it was a distant rumble and some ragged tatters of smoke black in the moonlight. Turning around slow and careful, I saw nothing except woods, not a road or a house or a human being, nor the glimmer of a campfire. I wasn't frightened, though. I hurt too much to feel fear or much of anything else besides my hurts. My bones ached. My hands and my knees burned, and so did parts of my back and rump. I'd been scuffed and scratched up considerable during my fast trip down the slope. The nightshirt was clinging to my back, with dew, I hoped. I shucked off the shirt and held it out under the moonlight. It was shredded some. It looked mighty filthy, but I could only see a few dark spots that I took for blood. The better part of the dampness was dew, which came as a relief. I put my shirt on, then made my way up the embankment. It wasn't a pleasant journey in bare feet, but a sight less distressing than the quick trip down it. When I got to the top, I sat on a rail to brush the grit and pebbles off my feet. The rail still felt a bit warm from the train going by. The tracks stretched off into the distance, gleaming like silver. I wondered what Sarah was thinking right then. She was likely all warm and snug in her bed, worrying about how come I was taking so long at the toilet. Maybe figured my supper hadn't agreed with me. It was me who hadn't agreed with Elmont. I could have kicked myself for knocking that cigar out of his mouth. Now he was riding along the rails with Sarah, all pleased with himself for removing a certain impudent servant boy. With me out of the way, no telling what he might get up to. He'd probably no sooner chucked me over the side than he'd gone looking for her. No, wouldn't do that. Too wily. He'd want Sarah to fall asleep and not catch on till morning that I'd gone missing. Then he'd be at her full time. It got me angry and miserable thinking about such things. Pretty soon, I realized I wasn't helping the situation by sitting on a rail, so I got up and started after the train. The cinders hurt my feet. The wooden tyres weren't a whole lot better, so I took to walking along the smooth iron of a rail. The only trick was keeping steady. Every so often I'd fall off and do more damage to my feet. But I kept at it. There was bound to be a depot up ahead, and likely a town. Just a matter of getting there. Of course it might be 20 miles off, or 50. So long as I followed the track, though, I'd reach it sooner or later. I tried to tell myself that Sarah'd be there waiting for me. The only chance for that was if she got worried and searched the train and figured out I was nowhere aboard. She might do just that. She sure wouldn't be able to get the train to come back for me, but she was bound to make it stop at the first station and let her off. Then she'd be shut of Elmont, and we'd be joining up again as soon as I found the depot. More than likely, though, Sarah had drifted off to sleep. It had been morning before she realized I was gone. By then, the train would be a few 100 miles south. It was mighty depressing to contemplate. But I judged things would turn out. All I needed to do was stick with the tracks, keep on heading for Tombstone, and we'd find each other by and by. Unless Sarah decided to take up with Elmont, giving up on me, and head off for parts unknown with the scoundrel. That was out of my hands, though. I tried not to worry my head about such things. The trick for me was to keep on walking and find civilization. The rail had been warm at first, but it cooled off pretty quick. Before long, it felt like ice under my feet. The wind picked up too, and turned nippier by the minute. It slipped clean through my nightshirt and tossed it about and rushed up underneath it. Finally, I took to shaking so bad and my feet were so numb that I fell off the rail every third or fourth step. I gave up on the rail and hobbled along the gravel and cinders and wooden ties. They weren't near as cold as the iron. My feet thawed out enough to let me feel every sharp thing they stepped on. What I did was rip off my long sleeves and bind them around my feet. That helped some. I kept on going. No matter how far I trudged along, though, the tracks just kept on stretching out empty ahead of me, and I never saw a thing except forests on both sides. I allowed I'd likely freeze up stiff before I ever came to the next depot. At last, I went down the embankment. It was mighty rough on my feet and hindquarters, but I got to the bottom. There, the wind wasn't so bad. Couldn't feel it much at all once I'd made my way into the trees and burrowed into the moist leaves. The ground was hard and lumpy. I still felt cold and miserable, but I fell asleep, somehow. Morning improved matters considerable. I woke up to find warm sunlight shining down on me through the treetops. It felt so fine I just lay there, soaking up the heat and listening to the birds sing. Other than the birds and some bugs humming about, I heard a breeze rustling the leaves and a sound I couldn't quite place. It was a rushy noise like a strong wind. It didn't gust and fade like wind, though. It washed along steady. All of a sudden, I knew it must be a river, and me with my mouth as dry as sand. I stood up quick, forgetting about my aches and pains. Right off, they reminded me of themselves. I let out a yowl. The way my feet felt, I might have been one of those fellows the general told me about, one of those captives who got staked down by Indians and had his feet toasted. The rest of me wasn't much better off. I stood there, hunched over like a cripple. That didn't get me any closer to the water, though. Finally, I straightened myself up. I turned towards the sound of the stream and started to move. The first few steps were pure torture. The pain was rather like a plunge in frigid water, shocking and horrid for a bit, but not so bad after you've gotten used to it. Pretty soon, the pain eased off some. I hobbled along, dodging tree trunks, ducking under low limbs, taking the long way round thickets and boulders and deadfalls in my way, sometimes pushing on through bushes that scratched my legs and snagged my nightshirt. Before long, I was breathless and pouring sweat. My nightshirt felt like it was pasted to my skin. The sleeves came off my feet a few times, and I had to stop and fix them before I could go on. Other times, I stopped for no reason other than to wipe my face and catch my wind. At last, though, I came to the river. What a grand sight! A lane of water 30 or more feet across, curling and tumbling its way over a bed of pale rocks. It was mostly shadowed by the trees, but here and there it shimmered with patches of sunlight. I stood on the bank, gazing down at it, so struck with admiration that all my torments seemed to vanish. This was my river. I had trekked through the wilderness and discovered it. Me, Trevor Wellington Bentley, a lad from London. Like Natty Bumppo or Daniel Boone, I'd made my way over the trackless, uncharted land of the American frontier to find a secret wonder. Battered as I was, I felt just bully. It seemed as if nothing in the world existed except me and the woods of my river. The rocks along the shore hurt my feet, but not my mood. Pretty soon I stepped into the clear, rushing water. It was almighty cold, so cold I swear my feet hissed and steam curled off them, but they felt a whole lot better. Crouching down, I scooped water into my mouth, one handful after another. It was the sweetest liquid that ever passed my lips. It was magical nectar. I felt like I was drinking mountaintops and sunlight and shadowy glens and a chill wind from the forest. When I couldn't hold any more, I waded along through the currents. With every step my stomach sloshed. I kept close to shore. I didn't stop till I came to one of the sunny places. Hanging onto a boulder, I untied the sleeves and shook them out. I washed them, spread them out on a rock to dry, and did the same with my nightshirt. The water froze me up frightful when I plunged in. It put me in mind of when I dived into the ocean to save Trudy. I hadn't thought about her much in recent times, and wished she hadn't snuck up on me now. A whole passel of bad memories started running through my head. But they didn't last long. When I stood up and breathed the fresh air and saw the pale blue sky and the green trees and the river running along, all the horrible things didn't stand a chance. I was alone in the wilderness, nobody around to cause me troubles or worry. The water didn't seem so cold anymore. It felt soothing on my scrapes. I stayed in it for a while, paddling about and floating. Tom Sawyer himself likely never had a better time on the Mississippi than me in that river. I wished there was a Jackson Island where I could camp, but of course I had nothing to camp with. Even if I'd had matches for a fire, I had no food to cook on it. My stomach, which was bruised on the outside from Elmont's knee, felt rather empty on the inside. That didn't worry me much, though. I allowed I could always find something to stave off starvation, one way or another. I'd worry about it later. For now, I was mighty content. I gathered my footwear and nightshirt, which were already dry, then waded over to a flat slab of rock hanging out from the shore. I climbed onto it and sprawled out. The sun warmed me up. Soft breezes with just a touch of coolness brushed along my skin. I felt uncommon lazy. Everything seemed pretty near perfect, except I got to wishing Sarah was here with me. We could swim in the stream together and lay out on the rock to dry. I got an awful hankering to see her stretched out in the sunlight, all bare and wet and shiny. See her and feel her and so on. Well, of course, we'd never get together again if I didn't start moving. I was loath to stir myself, though. It would be a shame to leave my river. I wished I had a raft or canoe. Then I could just float along peaceful, take a drink whenever I got the urge, jump in to cool off when the sun got too hot, and have a fine time. That'd be a blessing for my feet, too. But I had no raft or canoe, and I didn't see how I could make one. I could follow the river, hike along its shore, or wade and swim if the terrain got too rough. That notion struck my fancy, and I nearly decided to have a go at it. But then there was no way to judge where the river might take me. Part of me didn't care where it'd take me. I could just roam along forever, exploring. But mostly I wanted to join up with Sarah the quickest possible way, and that meant returning to the tracks. I took one more swim. While splashing about, I wondered if there might be a way to carry some water with me. Of course, I had no container. I drank as much as I could hold and pondered the problem. The general once told me how the Apaches could carry around a huge load of water, enough to last a small party of warriors for days. What they'd do was kill a horse and take out its small intestine. They'd clean it out as best they could, then fill it up. When they had yards and yards of gut fit to burst with water, they'd wrap it around a horse they hadn't killed yet and be on their way. Well, I didn't have a horse available. I'd spotted some squirrels and gophers and such, but I didn't hold out much hope of catching one. Besides, the whole notion seemed a trifle gory for my taste. Thanks to Whittle, I'd seen my share of intestines. I wanted no more truck with such things. But I did hit on a plan, thanks to the general's story. After wrapping the sleeves around my feet, I soaked my nightshirt real good. Then I didn't wring it out or put it on. Instead, I draped it loose over my shoulders. I started on my way, not at all happy to leave the river behind, but hoping it wouldn't wander far from the track so I might be able to find it later, if need be. It was hot work, trudging back through the woods. The water in my nightshirt stayed cool for a while, and felt good the way it dribbled down my skin. Pretty soon, though, it turned so warm I couldn't tell the difference between the water and my sweat. Finally, I came to the embankment. I scurried up, sorely missing the shade of the woods. The sun felt like fire, and the breezes had travelled elsewhere. I wished I'd just stayed at the river. All burning and breathless and drippy, I stumbled onto the flat ground at the top of the slope, and sat on a rail, and squealed and leaped up when it scorched my rump. After a wait to catch my breath and allow the pain to fade, I unslung my nightshirt and tipped back my head. I reckon I squeezed quite a lot of river water into my mouth. It was mixed with dust and sweat, but did wonders for my thirst. In my head, I gave thanks to the General for giving me the idea. When I couldn't wrestle any more water out of the nightshirt, I put it on and started following the tracks. I'd learned my lesson and stayed off the rails. They were so shiny in the sunlight that they hurt to look at. I walked between them, keeping my eyes on the gravel and cinders. I kept my ears open for trains, too. Another was bound to come along, sooner or later. For all I knew, several might have gone by while I was away. I probably would have heard them, but maybe not. Anyhow, I didn't hanker to get run over, and maybe I could even get one to stop and pick me up. The farther I walked, the surer I got that a train would whistle in the distance. From behind me. I'd turn around and wave my arms. It'd toot for me to clear out of the way, but I'd stay put so the engineer didn't have a choice but to either put on the brakes or splash through me. In my head, the train always stopped with a few feet to spare. The engineer and fireman, they leaped down to shout at me, but I acted quite meek and polite, explaining my situation, and they settled down and asked me aboard. They gave me a ride to the next station, and there stood Sarah on the platform, thrilled to pieces and weeping for joy as I ran to embrace her. It was a splendid daydream. I played it out quite a few times in my head, even improved on it, having the train approach from the front, heading north, with Sarah riding in the locomotive to keep a lookout for me. Reality came back to me, though, when I spotted a bridge in the distance. A bridge meant a gorge. A gorge might mean water. Maybe this was a place where my river cut across to the other side of the tracks. I was mighty cooked by then, wet on the outside and dry on the inside. The river was precisely what I needed to set matters right. I hurried along smartly, eager to get there. By and by, the rushy sound of water came along. This just had to be my river. But I stopped dead, just short of the bridge. The rail on my left was almost where it belonged, but not quite.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.